Mr. Carney, with respect, is a total contradiction. The No New Development Law, C-69, guarantees there will not be one-stop shop because it requires the government of Canada to actually duplicate the same project.
Have no regulation.
Have one-stop shop.
Over any energy.
We just got to let him finish his sentence. Let's just let him finish his sentence.
That is not true. In fact, Mr. Singh, the reality is we should have strong rules enforced once. We shouldn't have multiple levels of referral that takes now 17 years to get a major project approved in this country. That is why in the last 10 years we've had the worst economic growth in the entire G7. We cannot afford a fourth Liberal term. We need a change, and the Conservative plan for a change will include repealing the anti-pipeline law so we can get our energy to markets other than the United States.
Mr. Singh, then Mr. Carney.
While these two compete about who's more pro-pipeline, I think what we need to do is, it's clear. The Liberals bought a pipeline. They built a pipeline. I don't know what Pierre is complaining about. That's what they did. I think what we need to do, if we're talking about energy in our country, we need to build an east-west grid. Let's use our power as a nation to build a national project that creates good jobs, that strengthens us for the future, where we connect the low-cost energy from jurisdictions and provinces across this beautiful land and have low-cost energy for businesses, for people, so we can build a stronger economy. That's the energy of the future that we need.
Mr. Carney.
3 quick points. First, the pipeline built, yes, TMX built. That's why oil exports up 50% over the course of the last few years. Secondly, Mr. Singh is absolutely right about the east-west grid interconnections, which is part of the energy corridor. Huge opportunities for this country. We have to be able to do more than one thing. Fundamental point. We can give ourselves far more than Donald Trump can ever take away. If we have one Canadian economy, not 13, and if we just look at that agreement we got with the provinces, look at what Ontario and Nova Scotia have just announced in terms of their steps towards this, this is within our grasp.
Monsieur Blanchet, what should we be prepared to concede in our negotiations with the United States?
I want to be back to something that Mr. Carney said. You can't do something and the opposite, and you can't fill people's mind with nonsense. Quebec has, by law, its own environmental review institution, and you cannot, through a federal decision, even through a Quebec government decision, go over the BAP, as we call it. If the BAP says no, it's no.
I know.
Good.
I know,
Let's
but this
keep that in mind.
This is the point. This is, if I may, this is the point. The federal government can do the following, which is to take the decision to abide by the decision of the Quebec BAP. That is within the federal government's power. That is known as cooperative federalism. That's what we need to do.
And do you understand one other point?
This is what we need. This is what we need to do in a crisis.
Brad Moyessi, and then Mr. Poilievre.
The building of those pipelines will take at least 10 to 14 years. Mr. Trump will be 90 years old, not president no more, and somebody, of course, less terrible, will be there before you can even dream of having oil through this pipeline of yours.
We're less than a minute to go. Mr. Poilievre, I promised you next.
Listen, after the last 10 years of Liberals blocking pipelines and killing jobs,
Sounds wild when you
we
say
actually need to get things done. We need a change, and our Conservative plan for change will repeal the No New Pipelines law. It will create a true one-stop shop, set up shovel-ready zones with pre-permitting so that we can approve LNG liquefaction export plants, mines, pipelines, nuclear plants, and also hydroelectric dams so that we can generate the power we need to be strong, self-reliant, and stand on our own 2 feet for change.
Last quick word to Mr. Carney.
Okay, quick word. Bringing it back to what we're talking about, which is tariffs, the threats to Canada, how to negotiate. We need these options. We need these options to build domestically, to build one Canadian economy. We need to act. We need to diversify our trade partners.
And that will give us strength segment. That is our time. Okay, you know my job tonight. I got to be the heavy guy here every now and then, making sure everybody comes to time. And I'm keeping an eye as well on making sure that everybody gets rough justice over here. That concludes our first section and our first debate. Up next, affordability and the cost of living.
Our goal
is to double the pace of housing construction.
It will lower your bills, build homes you can actually afford.
Il faudra parler des entreprises du Québec, des travailleurs du Québec, des aînés du Québec.
A big, powerful bring it home tax cut on work, investment, energy, and home building.
Okay, leaders, same idea. One-on-one questions followed by open debate format. And Mr. Polyev, you get the first question this time. Many provinces, including some provinces with conservative governments, have ambitious housing targets, none of which have been met. Why do you think your housing plan will be any different?
Let me start by talking to the young people of the nation and those who are aspiring to home ownership. You know, it was only 10 years ago you could buy an average house for $450,000. But in the last lost Liberal decade, housing costs have doubled, rising faster than in any country in the G7. And so now our youth cannot afford a home, and our seniors are worried about being evicted. We can't afford a fourth Liberal term of rising housing costs. We need a change. And our Conservative plan for change will, 1, axe the federal sales tax on new homes. 2, incentivize municipalities to cut their construction taxes to bring houses down in cost by $100,000. 3, sell off federal land for homes. And 4, train up 350,000 young trades workers who can help build those homes. Because you deserve a home, and we're going to make it happen for a change.
Also on the issue of affordability, Mr. Singh, you get the next question. How do you bring down grocery prices in the midst of a trade war?
I appreciate the question. This is a big concern. When I talk to Canadians, they tell me they're really feeling squeezed from the cost of living. That's one of the top things that people tell me about. People are saying, I can't afford to buy groceries. Every time I go to the grocery store, it's just ongoing worry and this feeling of anxiety that can I actually afford the things that my family needs? On top of that, people are worried about the cost of homes. I think those are the two biggest things I hear. So we can do things about this. Other countries have taken concrete steps. We can put in a price cap on food essentials. France has done it. Greece has done it to great success. It's brought down the cost of food significantly in both those jurisdictions. We can also ban corporate landlords from buying up the affordable homes to keep homes that are affordable. We can make things better for Canadians, but it requires having the courage to take on the powerful corporations that are ripping you off, that are price gouging you. And we know that price gouging is one of the major reasons why food prices are going up. You're never going to hear Pierre Poilievre or Mr. Carney talk about the fact that these are the corporations
Thank you, Mr. Singh. That's time. Mr. Blanchet, I want to ask you about old age security, which will soon cost this country $100 billion annually. We understand you would like to expand it. How would you pay for that?
We would want it to be just for everybody because the Liberals have created the discrimination against elders, which are 65 to 75 years old, having 10% less income from federal government than those who are over 75. But the best way to do it is to have everybody pay its fair share in terms of tax, which means that one should not be entitled to hide money in fiscal paradise in order not to pay him or his clients or friends, not to pay billions of dollars in taxes that could be used to help the situation of elders. Those are things which are supposed to be applied to everybody. There are a lot of questions to be answered about that. Other ways to do it is to reduce the pressure on housing price to make sure that the whole budget of elders and families and workers can afford houses which have increased dramatically in price.
Merci, Monsieur Blanchet. That's time for this one. Mr. Carney, I want to ask you about housing, which over the past decade has gone from a problem to a crisis while the Liberals were in power. Is your policy on getting homes built any different from your predecessors, and how?
This is one of the reasons why I entered this contest because of the housing crisis, the cost of living crisis, the housing crisis, and the Trump crisis to help fix it. And I would say, look, the housing approach is fundamentally different because we need a fundamentally different approach. We need to build housing at a rate that we haven't seen since the end of the Second World War. We do need a fundamentally different approach. And with the fundamentally different approach, we can build an entirely new industry. So the question is how? Now, Mr. Poilievre and I agree on some things. Okay, I agree as well on reducing the tax on first-time home purchases as a way to buy. But I am focused on increasing the supply of homes and doing that in a way that uses Canadian technology and modular prefabricated housing that uses Canadian lumber, including in reinforced timber, and uses Canadian workers. And in all respects, we're scaling up to double the rate of home building.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. That's time. We now move to open forum here. And Mr. Singh, you get the first comment. Many of you have pledged to cut the GST on many aspects of buying a home. And Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, would you cut the GST on anything else in order to make life more affordable?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm the only one on this stage that fought to give people a GST holiday. Interestingly, while that GST holiday helps working class folks, middle class folks by taking off the GST off essentials, the Conservatives under Pierre Poilievre voted against that. They opposed the idea of giving people, actual folks that need help, a tax break, and would rather give millionaires a tax break, which shows you whose side he's on, which is not surprising. But what is surprising is that Mr. Carney also said that giving people a break on their GST is a bad idea. Mr. Carney, why do you think giving a tax break to capital gains folks that earn more than $1 million is a good idea, but helping a family afford their groceries, helping people afford their bills for their internet, their cell phone, their home heating, giving them relief to take the GST off those is a bad idea, but giving a tax break to people who really only earn over more than $1.4 million, that's somehow a good idea.
Okay, you went after
That's your numbers.
You went after Mr. Poilievre first, so I'm going to give him the first shot to respond.
Well, Mr. Carney, the reality is that housing costs doubled under the Liberal government. While Justin Trudeau made exactly the same promises that you are now repeating today, he promised that he would double home building. In fact, home building went down. He promised that he'd reduce the cost. In fact, it went up. And now here we are. Mark Carney is asking for a fourth Liberal term, repeating the exact same Liberal promises that priced you out of a house. Just a few weeks ago, before the election, the Liberals voted against taking the GST off new homes, and they have continued to build up bureaucracies that block construction. We need a change so that you can afford a home, and our change will be, again, to axe the sales tax on new homes, incentivize municipalities to speed up permits, free up land, and cut development costs. Train up 350,000 young people who can be in the trades to build those homes and sell off the land that is going to be needed in order to build homes. That is a real plan for you to own a home and afford your life for a change.
Mr. Carney, they're coming at you from both sides. What do you say?
Okay. I know it may be difficult, Mr. Poilievre. You spent years running against Justin Trudeau on the carbon tax, and they're both gone. Okay, they're both gone. And we're in a new
impersonation with the same policies tonight.
Very different. Look, I'm a very different person from Justin Trudeau. Focus is on results.
Were you his economic advisor?
How to drive results in the housing market? You've got to change the model of building. You've got to increase the financing for housing developers, $25 billion on the table for those housing developers, $10 billion for deeply affordable homes, cutting development charges in half, lowering the cost of the building of those homes by 20%, and lowering the emissions and the run costs of those homes by another 20%. This is how you drive affordability. This is how you bring young people back into the housing market.
Exactly what Trudeau
and then Mr. Singh.
You claim to be very different from Mr. Trudeau. Now, the point is to show that you are any better than Mr. Trudeau. You claim to have a lot of experience in many things, and you know things. Last time we had somebody saying that they knew things, it was the senators, and they killed the law that protected supply management because they knew better than us and were elected by nobody, exactly like you are today. You say that you are a great crisis manager. Which one? I heard of nothing. As far as I know, Brexit happened, even if you were against it. You say you are a great negotiator. What have you negotiated but fiscal paradises in Bermudas or Cayman Islands? You have to prove something, and you have to reveal what you own in those companies if you want people to believe you.
Mr. Singh, you wanted it.
Yes, returning to the topic of housing. Now, this is very important. Obviously, we need to build homes that people can afford. Mr. Poilievre had the opportunity to show us what he could do. He was the Minister of Housing under Stephen Harper. Yes. And during that time, guess how many homes he built? He built 6 homes during that entire time. This is not something you can trust to build homes. He built 6 homes.
200,000.
This has been confirmed again and again. He built 6 homes. That's it. Now, the problem, though, with Mr. Carney is, well, he's laid out a plan. The problem is that when he was the chair of Brookfield Investments, this is a company that made a strategic decision to buy up affordable homes in cities like Toronto where people were paying a decent rent. And they purposely bought those homes, kicked out the tenants, and jacked up the rents. That is not someone you can trust, sadly, to deal with the housing crisis when Mr. Carney, you profited off of it.
We're going to get responses here. Mr. Polyev first, Mr. Carney second.
First of all, Mr. Singh, the Toronto Star debunked your falsehoods.
No, it was 6 homes,
and I appreciate neither Liberals or NDP are very good with math, but in that year, the year I was the minister, if I could,
which is great.
The year I was,
let's let him answer.
in the year I was
high enough, though.
The year I was minister, we had 200,000 homes built, and guess what the average price of a home was at the time? $450,000.
And guess what happened at the end of the Conservative reign?
One bedrooms rented out for $900, and that's since that time. Housing costs have actually doubled under the Liberals.
They doubled
and
under the Conservatives too.
Now we have Mr. Carney making tens of billions of dollars of spending promises that will ultimately continue to build bureaucracy. We don't need more bureaucracy in Ottawa. We tried that for 10 Liberal years, Mr. Carney. What we need is to build homes in communities. And that means axing taxes on home building and getting the government out of the way so that builders can actually build.
I think,
Mr. Carney, you are on housing. We need
a
change, and you, sir, are not a change.
I'm going to pick up on, I thought that answer was quite revealing. The first thing is that it's an attitude towards housing that absolutely ignores affordable housing, deeply affordable housing, issues with vulnerable people, ignores the rental market, ignores all other aspects of it. So the 6 are the relevant. Mr. Singh is absolutely right. The 6 are the relevant.
200,000.
The 200,000 are a different part of the housing market. There are many Canadians. There are many Canadians at different income levels. The second thing it reveals is a misunderstanding, I'll be polite, of how the government's balance sheet can catalyze enormous private investment. And that is what we need to do to solve the housing crisis. It happens to be what we need to do as a whole to address the economic crisis that's been forced on us by President Trump.
Mr. Blanchet?
Yeah. You have spoken much more than I have, so I won't ask a question. I will make a statement instead. I'm not saying that you cannot do what you pretend that you are able to do. We just have no proof so far. I'm saying quite clearly that you cannot be entitled to do it alone. You cannot be entitled to hold all the power in your 2 hands. You cannot go out there and fix things for Canada and Quebec without being seriously checked by serious people. You cannot go out there and speak for Quebec without Quebec having its own strong voice to protect itself and to promote its different economy. So if you want to collaborate, let's say right now that whatever happens, even if minority government happens, you will be a partner with the different Quebec economy and identity, which you have been not interested in for the economic part and not respectful for the identity.
Let me get Mr. Singh in at this point. Can you tell us what's the first thing you would do to make life more affordable for Canadians?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we can do, and I've laid out some of those things. I think fundamentally, I'm the only person on stage that not only fought for real relief for people in terms of affordability, I'm the only one that fought for pharmacare that actually makes life more affordable by giving people medication coverage, dental care that gives people more affordability by letting them access their services if you're a senior and a kid. I fought for childcare to make sure people could afford childcare. All measures that Mr. Polyev voted against, all measures that Mr. Blanchet voted against. So if you want someone that's going to fight for you in Ottawa to actually make life more affordable, you can't entrust all the power to Mr. Carney. He doesn't have a track record of making life more affordable for people, but we do. So vote for a New Democrat, and we'll continue this work to make life more affordable for you. While the Conservatives and the Bloc have voted against those measures to make life affordable, because that's not who they care about, New Democrats are in it for you.
Pierre Polyev.
The number one expense for families today is taxes, more than they spend on food, clothing, and shelter combined. This after 10 years of Liberal tax increases. We can't afford a 4th term of high Liberal taxes. That's why Conservatives have a plan for change. And that plan includes
voted against every measure to help people out.
Cutting income taxes by 15% for the average worker and seniors, saving a working couple up to $2,000, rewarding hard work again. Because hard work is actually being punished. is actually being punished because of the very high taxes. Now, the Liberals promised 10 years ago they would lower them. They actually raised taxes on 9 out of 10 Canadians. We need a change in this country because your hard work should once again pay off with a powerful paycheck that buys you an affordable affordable home
you want to save
on a
people
safe street,
$2,000,
and that's what we will deliver.
You want to save people $2,000, but cut their dental care, which is thousands of dollars.
False.
Cut their child care, which is thousands of dollars. Cut pharmacare coverage, which is thousands of dollars.
False.
That's not a very good math deal right there. You're gonna save people $2,000, but cost them tens of thousands of dollars. That's why you cannot afford conservatives, and you certainly can't trust the Liberals
Mark
on their
Carney's
own.
turn.
You need new Democrats.
Mark Carney.
I'm going to reinforce that point, and then I'll respond to Mr. Blanchet. Child care in this country, $3,000 to $10,000 a year for a family, depending on where you live.
Province, jurisdiction.
Right. Depending on where you live, that's what's being saved there. $800 per trip to the dentist. We've expanded dental
Province,
care to 8
jurisdiction.
million Canadians.
Because we
8
forced-
million Canadians.
because New Democrats were there.
Pharmacare. These are fundamental issues for affordability. We're talking about affordability and taking them off in order.
That's why you
to
need New
cut
Democrats.
tax.
That's not what I've said.
And in
I will be
terms
cutting
of
income taxes
working with Quebec,
for Canadians.
yes, absolutely. Throughout the short time I've been Prime Minister, working directly with the Premier of Quebec, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, our Minister of Finance are from Quebec. Quebec and Quebec issues, whether it's
Why
supply
haven't you answered
management,
Mr.
language,
Legault's letter? He asked 5 things in a letter. He reduced his expectations.
We're talking about-
And you did not even answer him. And tonight, you are so much in love with Quebec.
Steve, the question that Canadians have to ask.
Why vote for
Whether-
conservatives?
why-
When the same
why-
$2,000
He's got the,
cost you
Mr.
tens of
Singh,
thousands.
Mr. Singh, sorry, he has the floor.
Yeah.
The question you have to ask is, after a decade of Liberal promises, can you afford food? Is your housing more affordable than it used to be? What is your cost of living like compared to what it was a decade ago? And are you prepared to elect the same Liberal MPs, the same Liberal ministers, the same Liberal staffers all over again for a 4th term? Mr. Carney, Justin Trudeau's staffers are actually here with you at this debate in Montreal, writing the talking points that you are regurgitating into the microphone. How can we possibly believe that
That's
you are
painful.
any
That's
different
painful.
than the previous 10 years of Liberal
25
government?
seconds left in this segment for you to respond to that.
Look, I do my own talking points. Thank you very much. The biggest risk we have to affordability, the biggest risk we have to this economy is Donald Trump. So first and foremost, we've got to get that right. Secondly, we need to do it in a way that brings everyone along together. That means preserving pharmacare, dental care, child care, reinforcing health care, spending our whole
Intrusion
social safety.
intrusion in
clock is
Quebec
on-
jurisdiction
the-
over and again. I like
the
if
clock is
we're
on
any
zero.
better than we are.
The clock
is
is
there
on zero.
one thing Canadians can do that Quebecers cannot do? You are doing intrusions in our jurisdiction with our money, pretending you are better. And most of the time you try to copy what we did with our own money against us. What's that? As a policy, don't you have your own things to care
Gentlemen,
about?
that really is time for this segment. I wanted to be polite and let everybody finish their points,
I'm
but
far
we got to
beyond,
move
so
on.
I took the liberty.
Thank you. Okay, that ends section 2. Up next, public safety and security.
Fight crime, to protect Canadians, and to
Mr. Radical, we lost you. There we go.
Sorry.
Is it commercial time or something?
No, somebody was just trying to call me.
Okay.
Don't they know me?
Just ignore them. Click the ignore button.
That's what I did. Can you hear
Okay.
it again?
I can hear you, but I can't hear the debate anymore.
I lost online. Just a second. It'll come right back.
Perfect. Let's hear about the crime and how he's going to use the notwithstanding clause for the crime so that he can take away all of our rights eventually.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
God. And like they won't even let Carney speak.
as Canadian, we need to hear all of them speak, and they're just cutting him off because they're scared of him. They know
They're
he's
being
gonna-
children. They are being children. Carney is like, well, Jagmeet is actually not that bad. Like he's brought up some valid points.
Yeah.
But for the most part, Carney's the only one that sounds like an adult.
Yeah. They seem really threatened. They seem really, really threatened.
I bet you I'm missing some tough on crime slogans, guys.
I know,
You
right?
get
We're missing some good drinking opportunities. See, just kidding.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure why this is.
I'm just gonna give it a mark because I can guarantee at one point he said tough on crime already. So
Okay, everybody, drink.
Okay, here he is.
all right,
In my opinion, it hasn't been organized.
there we go. Bring it up.
Needs to be organized properly, and instructed the Minister of National Security and Public Safety
You
in
hear
order
that
to
good?
do that. So part of this is a different focus of government, a focus on results, a focus on clear milestones in the short term. Let me make a broader point, though, on gun, which is that we have a problem with guns coming over borders, which is why we've tightened our borders. We have an issue, though, with a gun industry that is continually coming up with new forms of assault rifles, mass killing machines. We banned over 2,000 of these. Every single time there has been a vote in the House of Commons on gun control, Mr. Poilievre has voted against it. You can't be tough on crime unless you're tough on guns.
Mr. Poilievre, you can come back on that in the open debate if you want to, but my question for you in this segment is, Indigenous people are statistically overrepresented in our correction system. Are you concerned that your tough on crime platform will make that worse?
I'm concerned that Indigenous people are disproportionately the victims of crime. I give you the example of a wonderful group of Indigenous people who came under attack in Saskatchewan, and many of them were murdered. The killer was out of jail after 60 prior convictions. This is the result of 10 years of liberal laws that allow the same offenders to be released dozens and dozens of times, even when it's known they are a danger. We can't risk a fourth liberal term of soft on crime policies. We need a change. And the Conservative plan for change will bring in a 3 strikes you're outlaw, 3 convictions for serious crimes, you go to jail for at least 10 years, maybe for life, no chance of parole or bail. We will bring in life sentences for traffickers of fentanyl, human beings, and guns, and we will secure our borders to keep the illegal
Thank you,
guns
Mr.
out.
Poilievre. That's time. Mr. Singh, your question is about the RCMP, because you've got RCMP reform in your platform. What, in your view, is the problem with the RCMP?
Well, some of the basis for this is the concern that's been raised in more rural communities and northern communities that there have been some serious concerns about violence or inappropriate use of force when it comes to the execution of their duties. We want to make sure that we've got a top-tier police force that provides security and safety to those communities in a way that's sensitive and understanding of the communities they're serving. I also think what's very important is for Indigenous communities, Indigenous policing. This is an area of deep concern. I think everyone in our country should be safe. You should be able to be safe at home, safe when you go to work, safe if you take public transit, safe for your kids to be able to play in the local playground. And that's something I'm committed to. And the other area that I'm focused on when it comes to public safety is making sure we prevent crime before it happens. And that's why we want to see increased investments in our border security. We saw under the Conservatives, they cut 1,100 border officers in one day. So that prevented our ability to keep our borders safe. That stops those
Okay,
materials from
Mr.
coming
Singh,
into the
that's
country.
time. Not sure it was about the RCMP, but maybe we can get back to that during the open debate segment, which we go to right now. And Mr. Poilievre, you get the first word on this one. And it sort of dovetails on the last answer you gave, which is you have pledged to be the first prime minister in this country to use the notwithstanding clause, setting aside charter rights of, as you call them, multiple murderers. Why do you think that's necessary?
To be clear, I want to uphold the charter rights of Canadians under Section 7 to life, liberty, and security of the person. Right now, that right is violated by multiple murderers who are given discounts. The case in question was a gentleman who went into a mosque and shot dead 6 innocent worshipers. He got, according to this ruling, only one 25-year sentence, meaning he can be out in his 50s. He only serves 4 years for every murder that he carried out. That is outrageous. And I will use the constitutional powers that are created for this purpose to ensure that mass murderers stay in maximum security penitentiary for life. They will only come out in a box. We will also pass tough new laws that prevent repeat offenders from getting out. If you commit 3 offenses under the 3 strikes law I propose, you will not be allowed out of jail until you prove that you are drug-free, that you are behaved perfectly, and that you've learned an employable skill, and you've served a 10-year sentence. We cannot allow liberal crime and chaos to go on terrorizing our communities. What we need is a real plan for change so that we can bring back the safety and the security that Canadians used to take for granted.
Let me get Mr. Carney to respond to that. You think that's an appropriate use of the notwithstanding clause of the Charter?
I think that the one of the core responsibilities of the federal government, Prime Minister, is to defend the fundamental rights and liberties of Canadians. And those fundamental rights and liberties of Canadians are outlined in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is 43 years old literally today. I think it's a very dangerous slope to override judgments of the Supreme Court of Canada. In fact, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms exists to protect Canadians from people like us on the stage, politicians who may use their power to override fundamental rights. And the issue in using by the federal government, I'll stop here, is not where you start, but where will you stop?
Mr. Polyev, I should get Mr. Polyev on that. Is it a slippery slope if you use it in this case?
I must say, I would be quite interested too, because Mr. Carney said that he didn't want us to use the notwithstanding clause before adopting a law. And yesterday he said that he felt that it was wrong to use the notwithstanding clause after a law is adopted. So if we cannot use it before and we cannot use it after, it means that Mr. Carney believes that we should never use it. But it is very important. And the Ford case made it clear. The Constitution says how it should be used, but never how or what we will do with it, because it's the prerogative of the provinces. So do you want the Supreme Court to overrule another judgment of the same Supreme Court because you don't like it? Because that would be being the hell of a politician as you define them.
Well, let me just start by saying, first of all, thank you. I just started by saying, let's not let Mr. Polyev get away with making this ludicrous claim that anyone on this stage thinks that violent crime should get a less severe penalty. Obviously, that is not a special position that he's taking. Everyone agrees that horrible crimes should have horrible sentences. Judges are equipped to do that. So don't let Mr. Polyev's rhetoric confuse people. Obviously, everyone agrees that if someone does something horrible, they should pay a horrible price for it. There should be appropriate sentence that's put in place by a judge. But what I'm concerned about is all of what Mr. Polyev is talking about is after the fact. Now, there's heinous things that happen, and there needs to be severe penalties put in place. But we also need to keep communities safe. And that's what my focus is. Well, how do we stop crime before it happens? Much of the violent crime that's committed is committed by illegal handguns and firearms that come across the border. Now, Mr. Polyev has admitted that as well, that it is illegal handguns and illegal weapons that are used in violent crime. So our plan is, let's stop those illegal weapons getting into our country in the first place. And the way we do that is by having stronger border security officers and having more people on the border. Mr. Pierre Polyev, when he was in power in the Conservatives, they cut the number of border officers.
Okay.
They reduced the number, weakening our borders.
Keeping an eye on time
Can't
here.
trust them.
Let's
to
get
do
back
these
to
type of
Mr.
things.
Polyev on the issue of whether in using the notwithstanding clause under these circumstances would be a kind of a slippery slope and encourage politicians to use it more.
No, we will use it to protect the charter rights of law-abiding Canadians. I'm interested in the rights of victims. Mr. Carney seems to be very interested in the rights of criminals. He says that it's dangerous for me to ensure that mass murderers stay behind bars for life. You know what's dangerous? Turning them loose on our streets. I don't think you appreciate, sir, the chaos that is unfolding in communities. In Toronto right now, the police have been forced to tell people to Just let the thief steal the car. When they break into the house, just take the keys. Just let them take the keys so that you don't get hurt. People are living in terror in many of our communities precisely because of the catch and release bail law, C-75, which requires judges release the accused at the earliest opportunity under the least onerous conditions. Every single member of your Liberal caucus and your Liberal cabinet voted in favor of this bill, and they are all determined to keep it in place despite constant promises to the contrary. Mr. Carney, Canadians deserve to live in peace and security. That is the right that I'm fighting for a change.
I'm fighting for that as well. And let me be specific about two things that have been raised. The first is with respect to these issues of car theft, home invasion, and I'll use the GTA area where there has been sharp increase. How do you attack that? You attack it several ways. One, you increase the criminal penalties for that happening, particularly if you're part of a gang, particularly if you use a firearm.
And you will do that?
And we're doing so. We've committed to doing so. You put in place a reverse onus in terms of bail so that it has to be proven that there's not a risk, which we've also committed to. And then you go to what Mr. Singh was talking about, which is we have to reinforce our frontiers. That's why we're committing to an extra 1,000 Canada Border Service agents, an extra 1,000 RCMPs. That's why, as part of the broader fentanyl initiative, where we've added to the RCMP there, we've added drones, we're adding helicopters, we're adding surveillance, and we're going to the other end of the chain with respect to car theft, which is tightening security at the ports. This is what we need. In order to get results, you need to focus at both ends of the chains in federal.
Thank you very much. I want to talk about one of the issues that has come up is the idea of the public safety concerns around the overdose crisis and how this is devastating our communities. We're seeing so many lives being lost. In that, we know that one of the ways to address that is by investing in some of the solutions like mental health services and rehabilitation services. Services keep our communities safe, having access to those good services. Both Mr. Carney and Mr. Poilievre are proposing cutting government spending and cutting those services. That's not going to make our communities safer. We need to see better investments in rehabilitation services, more investments in mental health. We need to respond to this serious crisis in our country with care and compassion. I met with Moms Stop the Harm, an organization of moms that have lost their children to this opioid overdose crisis. They've literally had their children have died because of this. And they're saying, we need to do everything possible to save lives, to stop this death from happening. And I think we need to listen to those moms. And that's my commitment.
Mr. Blanchet.
Two things as rapidly as possible. First, we believe that we should act on crime gangs and organizations, defining them as we do for terrorist organizations. We have to protect our kids from the violence of those gangs, from the drugs being sold by those gangs, from the guns and whatever else being stolen, sale being by those gangs.
Sold?
And sold. Not stolen, being, you purchase a thing and selling, sold by those gangs. And we mostly have to protect our kids from being recruited by those gangs, becoming violent at 13 and 14 and 16 years old, because this is the real fear of parents like I am. This is a very dangerous situation. I want to come back to immigration because we said that we would come back to immigration. Do you remember the Century Initiative, a sad memory? Officially, they said that they had not considered Quebec difference. They had not considered Quebec language. They wanted Canada to be a 100 million people country by the end of the century. Mr. Barton told me himself, that he had not even thought about the Quebec difference in that analysis. And one of his closest collaborators is now a close counselor to Mr. Carney, which seems to be part of that kind of project or ideology. So it is impossible for Canada to have all those people coming to Canada. It is impossible for Quebec to receive all those people. And in Quebec, we have the language and values and secularity of the state issue, which is very important. So I say, pause, pause. Let's do things properly. Let's receive migrants in an orderly fashion and successfully as a measure of respect for them also.
Mr. Polyev, you wanted a word.
I speak to families all the time who are terrified by the scourge of drugs and illegal guns. And we know those guns are not Grandpa Joe's hunting rifle. So when the Liberals try to ban hunting rifles, they're really going after the wrong people. 90% of guns that come into that are used in crime are smuggled illegally over the porous Liberal-run borders.
The border,
and that's why
cut
the police.
border officers.
It's not true, and that's why the
literally
police.
cut the border officers
the police
in the
actually,
facts.
if I could, the police actually endorsed
do it
me.
again,
The police in Barrie, in Peel, in Sault Ste. Marie have all endorsed me because they know that I will go after the gun smugglers and criminals with 2,000 extra frontline border guards that will stop the guns from coming in.
Now you want to hire
But unlike the Liberals and NDP, I will not ban hunting rifles. The Liberals want to protect.
never wanted to ban
I want to
them.
protect Canadians
Yeah.
from criminals. The Liberals want to protect turkeys from hunters. I think we know which one makes the most
Mr. Carney,
sense.
quick intervention, Mr. Carney, and then I got a question for each of you before this segment's out.
Okay. We absolutely fully support hunting and rights of hunters and Indigenous Canadians. But I want to raise an issue, which is a serious issue, talking about safety. There are people, we're in Montreal, in Toronto, across this country, who fear going to their synagogue, fear going to their community center, fear taking their children, leaving their children in school. And this has to stop. It's totally unacceptable. So what we're proposing is to make it a criminal offense to threaten or to impede anyone from being near or going to their place of worship, their school, their community center. It pains me that when we have to do it, because this is not what we should be doing as Canadians, of course, but we will put that in place. Let me get back, and this is a fundamental issue with respect
Let me
to
get
any
10 seconds from each of you before this segment's out on what you perceive to be the biggest security threat to Canada right now. 10 seconds each. Mr. Polyev.
The physical security threat to our country is the rampant crime wave that is running out of control. After the last decade, we had a 116% increase in gun crime. We need to lock up the criminals.
I got to hold you to 10 seconds. Mr. Carney?
Well, we're in a security section. I think we didn't have a chance to talk about anything internationally. I think the biggest security threat to Canada is China.
China, you say?
Yeah.
Mr. Singh?
Biggest security threat, illegal guns and drugs coming across the border, and cuts to services that would make our public safety and security even worse.
Last word to Monsieur Blanchet.
The fact that neither Quebec or Canada is able to protect itself and that we are still dependent and entirely dependent on Americans to protect us.
Okay, that is the end of that section, gentlemen. Up next, energy and climate.
Improving pipelines, getting things built, unleashing production.
We are unlocking major infrastructure projects, including in conventional energy, oil and gas.
We're speaking thousands of dollars a year for each family to pay for the damages of climate change.
We can absolutely build important projects like an east-west energy grid.
Energy and climate change. I know how much all of you love talking about pipelines, so here we go. Mr. Singh, to you first. Should Canada build new pipelines to get our oil and gas to market?
Well, it's not an approach I favor with public money. There's not any projects that are on the table, so it's not a specific project to look at. I favor, when it comes to the environment, building an east-west energy grid that connects low-cost energy and allows for families to reduce their electricity costs. But let's put this all in context. We're talking about what our energy solutions are in the context of a climate crisis. And we're not just talking about a climate crisis in the far future. We're living it right now. I remember I met a mom a couple of years ago before I had kids who told me she was worried about taking her kids out on some days because of the forest fires in BC. It meant that it was unsafe for kids to go outdoors. Fast forward to when I became a parent just a couple of years after that, and I literally worried about the same thing. The forest fires we saw a couple of years ago meant that many places that didn't see this before saw days where there was such smoke in the air that it was dangerous for kids. We've seen extreme weather, forest fires, heat domes, floods impacting us. We've got to do everything we can to
Thank you,
protect our
Mr.
future.
Singh. That's time. Mr. Polyev, where does fighting climate change land on your list of priorities when it comes to expanding energy opportunities in this country?
It lands within our priorities of bringing home jobs while bringing down emissions around the world. Look, the reality is that if we push production out of our country to more polluting countries, it actually makes the problem worse. But that has been exactly the Liberal approach with the anti-development law, C-69, blocking of 15 LNG export plants over the last 10 years. We have seen more of those jobs go abroad. I want to bring them home. My plan will be to approve, for example, natural gas liquefaction and export. If we sent our gas to India, for example, to displace half of their demand for electricity, we could reduce emissions by 2.5 billion tons, which is 3 times the total emissions of Canada. That's the way we bring emissions down and jobs up. It's common sense, and now it's time to bring it home.
Thank you, Mr. Polyev. The next question is for Mr. Carney. How would your government fast-track pipelines and mining projects while also following the Supreme Court decision that requires consent of Indigenous communities?
Well, I think the first thing, and this goes back a bit to where we started, which is recognizing that we are in a crisis. We need to act with maximum force, and having a process and a consultation, but a consultation with a purpose, which is to identify those projects, those investments of national interest that are really going to move the dial in terms of growth, jobs, energy security, while being consistent with long-term competitiveness, which necessarily means lower carbon. And so part of that process is ensuring that First Nations, Indigenous peoples, are there from the start. It also includes their ability to participate fully in those projects. And that's why, and I can tell, like, you've got to tell on when I've gone on too long, so I'll finish up, which is, that's why we're doubling. Our proposal is to double the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program to $10 billion. What does that actually mean? It means an ability for them to invest equity in those projects and be full partners. Thank you.
My tell is my clock, and my clock is at 0, so that's how it goes. Monsieur Blanchet, do you still oppose pipeline construction in Quebec, even though a majority of Quebecers now apparently say they support it?
We will know about that when we have held the debate about that, which has not begun yet. We are just beginning it. First, we are hearing very creative numbers, and we are being fed nonsense, and we will be back to it in a few minutes. But energy, trade, commerce is from south to north or north to south, and it's true in Quebec also. In a little more than 3 years, Donald Trump won't be in office, and there will be not one more pipeline having been built once we get there. So let's be serious, responsible, and we will be back with the numbers. We don't want to pay in Quebec for such monstrosities, which will provide us with nothing.
We now move to open debate, and you all will get a chance, or have had a chance, to get the first shot at this. And Mr. Blanchet, it is your turn to get the first shot. Canada has a substantial supply of critical minerals, which are in high demand. Are you in favor of allowing these minerals to be mined?
Of course, it has to be done properly. Quebec has probably the most important clean phosphate reserves in North America. In Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, it is very important. It has to be exploited. This is the best way to use our Saguenay as an infrastructure that we need. We have lithium. Everybody needs lithium. Transportation has to be taken from oil to clean energy. This is what we want to be working on. It is part of the specifics of Quebec economy. So we are in favor of that. But we don't want to pay for the $30 billion which have been spent on oil and gas by the Liberals last year. It's $7 billion from Quebec. We don't want to pay for the $40 billion which have been spent by the Liberals on Trans Mountain. It's $9 billion from Quebec. Those are $16 billion of which not $1 has been spent in Quebec to develop a lot more power and wealth for Quebecers with our own money.
We need to let the leader of the Liberals respond.
Well, actually, I was going to pick up on the enormous opportunity that exists in Quebec exists in Ontario, exists in the north of Canada, really exists across this great nation in terms of critical metals and minerals. We are have one of the biggest resources in this country. And it's not just an enormous economic opportunity, it is a strategic opportunity for Canada. So we have to make a decision, not just to develop it, but how do we develop it and who are our partners for it? Do we become more dependent on the United States, which is what they want? By the way, President Trump this week said he might put a tax on critical metals and minerals, just showing again.
Yeah, but
the unreliable-
the job is not
if I may,
to-
and so the discussions
is to
that-
negotiate.
So if I may
Let's
finish.
let him finish.
Let me finish. So the opportunity includes in Europe and includes in Asia as our partners. Last point. In order to get it done, we'll put in place a first and last mile fund. So these projects are connected to road and rail so they can go quickly to market. And we will have all of the other fast tracking measures in place that I talked about earlier in terms of capital, timing, approvals, so that we can move quickly. We can be stronger at home.
Better always with the
Mr. Singh,
approval of
Yeah,
the
I think
Singh has the floor.
we should absolutely take advantage of the fact that we've got incredible amounts of critical minerals in our country. And the way we do that is with any energy project or any project of this nature, make sure it's got the local community buy-in. It creates good jobs in communities, make sure we are meeting all our environmental needs, and we work with Indigenous partnership. And so I absolutely agree with that. I want to build on something Mr. Blanchet mentioned about the investments that this country has made. What I found very troubling is that the past number of years, the Liberal government record is one where we have spent the most subsidies compared to any other country in the G7 on subsidizing oil and gas. These are highly profitable companies.
You
I
voted
think that's
for
the
it.
wrong thing to do. We fought against it again and again.
No, you voted
and then
for
the
it.
Liberals have continued
Over
to
and
do
again.
it. And so my question really to Mr. Carney is, will you commit to ending oil and gas subsidies? We should be using that to invest in people, not giving it to highly profitable oil and gas companies.
Yeah, we talked.
I promise Mr. Polyev the next, we'll come back and get that question answered. Mr. Polyev.
Well, Mr. Carney, you point out that Donald Trump has a wrong-headed idea of putting a tax on our mines and our industry. And that is wrong. But so do you. You want to apply a massive industrial carbon tax on Canadian mines, Canadian steel mills, Canadian aluminum plants,
You want to let this
Canadian oil and gas. And your idea is to double the tax that Trump is applying by hitting them a second time. This will do nothing for the environment. It will actually ship our jobs south of the border,
Mr. Collier's plan is let them
like
pollute as much as they
President
want.
Trump
Not a good plan.
wants. My plan is to bring that production home here to Canada. For example, I will give a tax credit to low-emitting Canadian industry like Quebec's aluminum, for example, or British Columbia's natural gas, so that we not only bring home the production, but we do it below global average levels of emissions,
You
so
translate
that we
that.
actually help the environment while bringing
Wants to
home
let
the
big
jobs
polluters
for our
pollute.
people
We have to let him
at the
finish.
same time. That is a sensible, pragmatic approach that puts us in charge of our economic destiny so we can stand up to the Americans from a position of strength for a change.
They want
Mr.
to
Carney,
let them
we've
pollute
got,
as
hang
much
on a
as they
second.
want.
I want to give you a chance to speak to Mr. Singh's criticism about oil and gas subsidies and Mr. Polyev's criticism about the industrial carbon tax.
Okay, I'm going to make 3 points. I'll make 4 if you want me to respond to that, but I want to make 3. The first is that I answered this question last night, but I think the puck had already dropped in the Canadians game, so not everyone heard it. Yes, end to oil and gas subsidies.
That's why you need new Democrats.
Secondly,
We'll make it.
secondly, I would have done it independently. Secondly, recognizing that the biggest component of that was the cost of building Keystone, which is the pipeline which has helped to increase oil and gas oil exports rather by 50% in this country. That is an asset of the people of Canada. We own it. The question of what to do it. So it's not a subsidy that has disappeared. It's actually an asset of Canada. The third point, though, in terms of where the oil and gas industry, particularly the oil industry, wants to and needs to go, which is to become low carbon in the production and transportation of oil. One of the big projects we need to move forward with is carbon capture and storage, the Pathways project, so that we have oil and gas that is competitive, not just today, 10 years from now and 20 years from now, as the world uses less. We want to have more market share. We need to do
Mr.
that.
Carney, by your definition-
My government will move that.
But by definition, a subsidy isn't when we buy a pipeline. A I'm talking about subsidies that go to oil and gas companies. Independent, separate from the country, oil and gas companies. That's what I'm talking about.
The figure you quoted last night included the cost of the pipeline.
Do you want to address
billions
his
of
point?
dollars we're spending. We got to stop spending.
Sorry, can we get you to address his point about the industrial carbon tax?
How much will the industrial carbon tax add to the price of a car?
So the first thing I want to say is I'm going to address the broader point. The broader point is the entire absence of a climate plan from Mr. Poilievre, which, by the way, is going to put our industry and our country at a disadvantage as we're looking for new trading partners. Guess what? Most people want to deepen our partnership in Europe, in Asia. Those countries care about whether or not you've made progress. Second thing is, we're designing a program so that the big polluters pay Canadians at home for making responsible climate choices, for retrofitting their home, getting their emissions down, or improving otherwise. And that is smart climate policy. It's better for the big polluters, and it's better for Canadians.
Chair Poilievre.
Mr. Carney didn't answer my question. I asked how much would an industrial carbon tax on Canadian steel add to the price of a car? And he won't answer because he knows that it will be very expensive because there's lots of steel in cars. Now, Mr. Carney has temporarily
But you know the answer.
hidden the
You don't know
carbon
the answer
tax.
either. You're just
It's
throwing out random
thousands of dollars.
making it up, though. You don't know.
I do know the answer.
When you add taxes to steel, you raise the price of everything that uses steel. When you add taxes
straw man argument to say you know the price,
when
you
you
don't know the
add
price.
when you add the carbon tax onto the price of, for example, fertilizer, you increase the price of food. So while Mr. Carney has temporarily hidden the Liberal carbon tax at the pumps while keeping the tax fully in law and planning to raise it after the election, he's also going after a tax on our industry that will ultimately be passed on to you. After a lost Liberal decade of rising costs, we cannot afford a fourth Liberal term. We need a new government that will fully axe the carbon tax, increase the jobs that we have here in Canada, and bring down your cost of living.
We got just a little over 3 minutes left in this segment. So, Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, do you think climate change is still a priority from Canadians? You're out there. What are you hearing?
Absolutely. You speak to any young person and they think, we're seeing climate crisis in front of us happening right now. You speak to seniors who say, we used to be able to live in our homes without air conditioning, and now we're seeing heat crises in communities that never had worries about extreme weather. We're seeing flooding, we're seeing forest fires like never before. We're living in a climate crisis. So Canadians are absolutely worried about it. As soon as we come into a summer, we start seeing those forest fires again. It's top of mind for Canadians because they're living it, they're seeing it. And I want those Canadians to know, Mr. Carney is not going to end those fossil fuel subsidies unless I'm there to fight back. Mr. Poilievre wants to let big polluters pollute as much as they want, poison our beautiful land, our water, our air. He wants to let them dump into our oceans. I'm going to fight back and defend our environment.
Monsieur Blanchet, on the issue of whether or not people still care about climate change.
I think people should be kept very informed about climate change because we are in a very strange denial situation about climate change, which still exists and is very expensive. And I'm sorry to crash your party, guys, but you are telling fairy tales. Clean oil and gas is a fairy tale. Large-scale carbon sequestration, I'm French, is a fairy tale. It does not exist. If Alberta wanted to exploit oil and gas and it were not a matter of pollution, I wouldn't mind at all. That's their business. Our own powerhouse in terms of energy in Quebec is clean energy. We are the best place in the world to achieve that. Our market is the northeastern part, Democrat part of United States. We want to keep our money to create wealth in Quebec for Quebecers. Let us be different because we can afford to be different.
Let me give. I will get to you because I said I would. But you've taken a couple of hits here, and I want to give you a chance to respond to some of the things that people on this side of the stage have said.
Thank you. Well, first of all, we do support protecting the environment. We want to ban the dumping of raw sewage into our waters. We want to hold large corporations to high environmental standards to protect our water and air. But We cannot do that by raising taxes and sending jobs overseas, as Mr. Carney is proposing to do. That has been the approach of the last 10 years of the Liberal government. What the biggest companies that develop our resources say is that we need to repeal the Liberal anti-development law C-69, a law Mr. Carney wants to keep in place. They say we need to repeal the industrial carbon tax and get rid of the Liberal energy cap. We need 6 months approvals in order to take back energy security and energy sovereignty.
We can summarize that. He wants to conclude as much as possible.
Hang on. Last word to Mr. Carney in this segment, please.
Thank you very much. You know, I was born in Fort Smith in the Northwest Territories, just north of what the oil sands became. When I was born and when I was growing up in Edmonton, early days, it was a fairy tale, quote unquote. But you know what happened? Canadian ingenuity, Canadian engineers, Canadian governments, both the federal government and the Alberta government got together and converted this.
The worst pollution
If I may.
The worst
May I finish? May I finish? May I finish?
10 more seconds to finish, please. Let him finish his point.
That's the opportunity we have. That's the opportunity we have in carbon capture. That's the opportunity we have in small modular reactors. That's the opportunity we have in hydrogen beyond. This country can be a clean energy superpower. My government will help deliver.
And that is time for this segment. Gentlemen, let us go to our final theme, which is called Leading in a Crisis.
Canadians know how to weather a storm. Canadians know how to get through a difficult time.
If, at the end of the day, we end up with the balance of power, Quebec is safer than it could be in any other scenario.
Now is not a time for weakness. Now is the time to take back control.
Canadians are always ready when someone else drops the gloves.
Okay, leading in a crisis is a pretty broad theme that allows us to explore many different avenues here. So let's get to it. Mr. Carney, you get the first question this time. We haven't balanced a budget in this country in 17 years, and 10 of those years were under your party. You have pledged to get us to a balanced budget in 3 years. Question is, how?
So let me put this in the context of leading in a crisis, which is, in a crisis, you got to plan for the worst. Worst is that the U.S. actually does want to take us over. Secondly, you got to have a plan to build, and that'll include a fiscal plan, and I will get to that in a second. The third thing is you need to respond in a crisis with overwhelming force. You need to think big. You need to move rapidly. The things we've been discussing today are a subset of what we can and should do as a nation, and we can deliver. And government can play a role, but its role has to be catalytic. And so our approach is that we will slow the rate of spending. It's been growing at 9% a year, operational spending, program spending, away from transfers, into 9% a year. We'll slow that to 2%. We will focus on a small amount of capital spending by the federal government in order to drive enormous private investment up to $500 billion by 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Ukraine surely constitutes a crisis. Leading in a time of crisis, Mr. Poilievre, question for you. If the United States withholds support from Ukraine going forward, do you believe Canada should commit more to assist?
I believe we should continue to support Ukraine. Our party supported donating missiles that the Canadian military was decommissioning. We supported funds and other armaments to back the Ukrainians in defense of their sovereignty. We also need to rebuild our own Canadian military because the Russians want to make incursions into our waters. We'll be buying 4 massive Arctic base breakers. I'll be opening the first Arctic base since the Cold War in Canada, CFB at Iqaluit. We're going to double the size of the Arctic Rangers and fill the vacancies in our Canadian armed forces. We need a change to rebuild our military, which has been so disintegrated under the cuts and the mismanagement of the last 10 years. But we can have a change because we have the best soldiers, sailors, and airmen in the world, and they will have full backing from my government if you give me the honor of becoming Prime Minister.
I may come back to that one in the open forum because I'm not sure we got an answer about Ukraine on that one, but okay. Going on. Mr. Blanchet.
The answer was yes.
We'll get more details, perhaps, as we go forward. Mr. Blanchet, given the U.S. trade war, should any talk of a referendum on Quebec independence be put on pause?
That one is easy. It will happen only after the negotiation is over, and that's a good thing. I want to say I support the idea. We must help Ukraine, but we also must help the civilians of Gaza, and we must destroy Hamas, which is a terrorist organization. You know what? I don't want to be the leader of Canada. You will understand that. I don't want to be prime minister. But I can afford to be a partner, a responsible partner, a collaborative partner. If Quebec is respected in its differences, in its aluminum industry and lumberwood industry and culture and French language and values of secularity of the state, which is the price to be paid in order to have real equality, then if we are respected, we will be a partner, and then even Canada will be stronger in its negotiation against Donald Trump. This is what I am offering. Respect us.
Mr. Singh, I watched last night's debate. You seem very eager to talk about healthcare, so let's talk a little more healthcare right now. You have made many promises on healthcare. If a province says to you, we'll take your money for healthcare, but not your conditions on how to spend it, what do you do?
We've got to negotiate. We can't be giving away money without clear conditions. We're in a healthcare crisis right now, and a crisis that is hurting people across this country. People are waiting desperately in line in emergency rooms for hours and hours. Seniors are waiting for years and years to get the care that they need for surgeries that would remove pain or help them deal with mobility issues. We're in a serious crisis. Healthcare workers are burnt out. They're overstretched. And what we're seeing is more and more privatization, and that is hurting our public universal healthcare system. So we've got to fight back against it. We cannot allow our public money to go to a for-profit private clinic lining the pockets of a rich CEO or investors instead of going towards care. We need to make sure that we are investing in solutions where care gets to people, not profiting those at the very top. And so that's my commitment. I'm going to fight to make sure we defend our healthcare against the threats of Americanization and privatization.
Okay, we now go to open forum debate, and perhaps, Mr. Poilievre, you get the first word here. This might be a good time to put a little more flesh on the bone of what you think Canada could do for Ukraine if the U.S. backs out.
Yes, and my answer is that we should continue to support Ukraine. We don't need to follow the Americans in everything they do. When they're wrong, then we will stand on our own and with other allies. And with respect to Ukraine, that of course includes support with intelligence, equipment, armaments, but it also includes defunding Putin. Right now, Vladimir Putin has a monopoly on the European energy market because, frankly, the Liberals blocked exports of Canadian natural gas off the Atlantic coast. They blocked multiple projects. I would rapidly approve those projects on national security grounds so that we can actually ship Canadian natural gas over to Europe, break European dependence on Putin, defund the war, and turn dollars for dictators back into paychecks for our people.
Mr. Carney, you wanted to add?
Well, I want to go to the situation in Ukraine because it's very important. We've been Canada has been a steadfast ally, and Canadians have stepped up, welcoming Ukrainians into their homes and supporting them in other ways. In my first month as Prime Minister, we joined the coalition of the willing to support Ukraine as the U.S. stepped back. So led by France, the United Kingdom, with Ukraine number European nations, Australia, ourselves, New Zealand. That's an example of how the new world is going to be. Canada participating in these areas and helping. It also means open trade. Mr. Poilievre voted against free trade agreement with Ukraine. It means aid for Ukraine. Mr. Poilievre wants to cut foreign aid, including for Ukraine, or not. He didn't mention support for aid for Ukraine. We have to stand by them. We have to be there, and this government has.
Mr. Singh.
New Democrats absolutely support standing with Ukraine, and will continue to do that. But I appreciate the opportunity in talking about leadership in crisis, talk about many of the crises that we're up against. And one of the crises we're up against in our country, with the threat of Donald Trump, with the threat of the trade war, and with the privatization and Americanization of our healthcare system, is the healthcare system. And what we have learned today, Mr. Carney mentioned slowing operation spending. That's a cut to services. He said his plan. He has a plan to balance the operating budget within 3 years. That's going to require massive cuts to spending. We calculated that at $43 billion in cuts. In fact, Rosemary Barton, when he was on the show on February 16th, he said he would cut spending. He said it would be in operations. He defined it as transfers in health. And finally, longtime Liberal and former House Leader Karina Gould said that Mr. Carney's plans would mean massive cuts. That's the only way to achieve it. So, Mr. Carney, do you think it is leadership to cut healthcare at a time when it is in crisis? I think it is wrong. We can't do that.
We will not cut transfers for healthcare. We will not cut healthcare spending, full stop.
But
we'll
Mr.
have
Carney,
a detail, if I may.
Who do we believe, Mr. Carney, today, or the one he spoke on Rosemary Barton's show on February 16th? The one that repeated again that he would cut spending? Who do we believe?
If I may, consistently said we'll preserve all transfers to the provinces, including the increases. We will preserve all the transfers to individuals, I won't detail them all, but there. So we're looking at addressing an operational spend, which is about $150 billion. We will address that. We will make it more efficient, and we will do it in 3 years, and we'll balance that budget.
Mr. Blanchet.
I am 6 minutes behind Mr. Carney, so I will speak a little bit longer. First, I will support any initiative which will bring Canada aligned with Europe and NATO in order to be stronger and facing new threats. I believe that 2% won't be enough. I'm not more in favor of war than anybody else, but we have responsibilities, and our main ally is removing himself from the stage. So we have to step up. We have to do our part. I want to go somewhere else entirely, however. I want to ask Mr. Carney, if we're speaking about leadership here, if Quebec and Canada were to say, you are not being given a majority government, there will be more conservatives than you would like, maybe more New Democrats than you would like, and more people from the bloc than you would like. Will you accept, because you don't seem to be very eager about that, to deal with people which basically are more experienced than you are, as legitimate as you are, and would be more representative altogether than you would be being alone in your little kingdom? And I want also to propose to you all guys that 1 week after the election, we all meet, whatever the result, and we start dealing with this crisis together, because this is what people, either they are from Alberta or Quebec or wherever, this is what people expect from us.
Mr. Carney, is that something you could get behind?
I look forward to meeting with everyone. You're welcome to come, Steve, if you'd like. Week after crisis, but also, but in all seriousness,
that's not very respectful.
No, but I'm
respectful.
I'm coming. On peut jaser un peu. Okay, I come to the core. Yeah, okay, I'll come to the core. Look, in a crisis, yes, you need a team, and you need to bring the country along with you. So what I did in the first week was to bring the premiers together, meet with all the Indigenous leaders, and move forward in that context. Now, the question is, who's going to lead out of this? Whoever leads out of this, if I may, Mr. Blanchet, merci, thank you. Whoever's going to lead out of this is going to need to work with all the provinces, work with labor, work with Indigenous leaders, work with all Canadians to bring them forward in a united front. And if I'll make this last point, one of the things that has happened, which is a credit to those people at home, is that Canadians are coming together. And it's our responsibility to meet the strength of Canadian unity.
Still lacking, I have one small point to make. You will be elected, if you are elected in the parliament where there are other leaders. I don't know if he called you, or Mr. Poilev, I don't know if he called you, but before yesterday, you have not spoken to me once, even if I proposed it so many times. But you say, I speak to provinces' leaders. You're not elected in provinces. You are in the parliament where people are to make decisions which might not always suit you. But this is democracy,
I'm
which
going to
you don't
jump
know
in.
too much about.
I'm going to jump in here because I'm noticing what the clock is saying, and you brought up Gaza earlier, and I think our audience would be interested in hearing your views on the other major international crisis facing the world right now.
Before we get there, just to finish up on the healthcare, I just want to speak to healthcare workers right now who are deeply worried about the status of our healthcare system, to Canadians who believe and love our universal public healthcare system, to patients who are stressed out. If you're worried about which Mr. Carney to believe, The one today or the one who spoke on previous shows and said he would
Mr.
cut?
Singh, I
Vote
think-
for New Democrats, and we will fight to defend our health
I
care.
think your
We will
supporters
never
would
let
really
anyone
like
cut
to
it.
hear what you have to say about this question, and we have less than 5 minutes for it here. What role should Canada play in the other major international crisis in this world, in the Middle East and the war in Gaza? Pierre Poilievre, would you start us off on that? What role can Canada play?
Well, first of all, we must condemn Hamas and, more importantly, the terror sponsors in Tehran who initiated the attacks, the horrific attacks of October 7th. We need to defeat the terrorists so that all the peoples of the world can live in peace and defend the right of, yes, Palestinians to have their own lives free from the oppression of Hamas dictators and Iranian intervention, while Israel has the ability to live in freedom and peace. But I also want to say, we need to get back to the Canadian tradition, which is that when people come to this country, they leave foreign conflicts behind. The rampaging riots targeting Jewish communities is utterly unacceptable, and it points to the growing chaos that we see on our streets after 10 years of incredibly irresponsible liberal policies, of weak borders, of dividing people into groups, of saying one thing to one group and the opposite to another, dividing and conquering. We must end that division and unite our people so that everyone feels safe, and that when we come here, we put our foreign conflicts behind and we put
That's
Canada
not people.
first.
Mr.
People
Singh,
come
please,
from
go
countries
ahead.
from around the world, and they care deeply about where they come from, and they should be able to do so. That's a part of being in our country, to have that freedom. Your treatment of Palestinians has been frankly disgusting. Your treatment of people who provide care and service for people in Gaza has been disgusting. On top of that, people in Israel and in Palestine deserve to live in peace and security. And Mr. Carney, to date, you've not acknowledged that what's going on in Gaza is now clearly become a genocide. It's important to call things out as they are, and you've not done that.
Mr. Carney.
We need to work, to go to your question, we need to work with our international partners, maximum pressure, maximum encouragement for an immediate ceasefire. That's the first thing. Encourage the return of all of the hostages, resumption of humanitarian aid. My government put in place $100 million of humanitarian aid, which is ready to go. With respect to where this ultimately goes, yes, two-state solution, but it has to be a viable and free Palestinian state, living side by side in peace and security with the state of Israel. I will underscore one other thing. Mr. Poilievre rightly mentioned Iran, the Iranian sponsors in this region. We have to be clear-eyed about the fundamental risks of Iran and do everything with our international partners to check it and turn it.
Mr. Blanchet.
If we are to work together, we will have to be consistent. The Jewish community in Quebec and Canada is harassed by a very little minority of radical Islamists. And we don't do so much. The law in Canada says that somebody may invite people to be violent, to propose genocide against another people if they can be hidden behind a religious motivation. They are in agreement with that. They are in agreement with that. They are in agreement with that. And we say it is a crime to invite people to violence and killing other people. And this is what is being done very often in Canada and Quebec with the approval of the Criminal Code of Canada. And we are saying this has to be changed. We have to change what we do before we want people elsewhere to change what they do.
Last minute in this segment, Mr. Poilievre.
This is about crises and leadership. And one crisis we have is in immigration. Because of this Liberal government's commitment to a radical policy called the Century Initiative, which seeks to bring our population up to 100 million people, they have allowed massive overcrowding in our communities. That has caused housing shortages, job shortages,
Don't blame immigration
and healthcare
for the fault of
shortages.
your government.
And if I could,
The fact that you did
sorry,
not
I didn't interrupt
invest in
you. I did
housing,
not
you built 6
interrupt you,
homes.
sir. I did not
That's
interrupt
wrong.
you.
Don't
It is-
blame.
I do not blame.
You're
If I could,
Let him finish.
I do not blame immigrants. I blame the Liberal government, which brought this policy on. And Mr. Carney wants to continue with the Century Initiative. This is crazy. We have to get back to normal levels of immigration, get rid of the fraud in the temporary immigration system, and ensure that the people who come here can arrive in numbers that we can house, employ, and care for. That's how it always was, And that's how we're going to restore
Thank you, Mr. Polyev. That is our time for this segment. Those are our 5 themes, but we are not done yet. We are entering the next section of our debate tonight, what we're calling the leader's choice, something a little bit different. Each of you will get the chance to ask a question, any question, of any other leader. You can then debate the answer, and each one on one will last for 3 minutes. So, Mr. Singh, you have the first option here. Who do you want to ask your question of?
Mr. Carney.
Go for it.
Mr. Carney, as chair of Brookfield Investments, your company is one of the biggest tax dodgers in Canada. As chair, you approved decisions where Brookfield Investments bought up affordable homes, kicked out the tenants, and jacked up the rates. As Prime Minister, one of the first things you did was a tax cut that helped out mostly millionaires. And you have a plan to cut services for people. I expect that of Mr. Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. That's very much a conservative plan. But my concern is that doesn't sound like what people want for a Liberal leader. So my question to you is, Mr. Carney, whose side are you really on?
Thank you very much for that question, Mr. Singh. I'm on the side of Canadians. I'm in this for Canadians. I work for Canadians.
But your track record doesn't show that, though.
No, I have a track record of public service for this country. Go back to something Mr. Blanchet referenced earlier, which is have I resolved any crises? We're in Quebec. If you ask anyone in the finance industry, if you ask anyone in government in Quebec in 2008, they'll know that I resolved the biggest crisis in Quebec. Yeah,
You won't have fun.
But
60 million.
I'm in fairness with Mr.
This is for these two.
Mr. Singh. Yes, I have had a long career in the private sector. I'm proud of that career. I've always acted with integrity, and it brings me with experience that I can apply in this moment of crisis.
And you certainly have served the country. But the problem is, who have you served? You've served to benefit those at the very top. You jacked up the price of homes for people living in affordable homes as a strategic decision. You dodged taxes. And then your decisions as Prime Minister show you're not prioritizing people, but you're prioritizing big business, billionaires.
So what have we done as a government directly? So we've gone directly to workers using all of our proceeds from the tariffs, committing all of them for workers, the workers most affected in the industry.
Employment insurance isn't
unlike others who plan to use them to cut taxes. We are focused on.
The EI is not high enough, though. You have to accept that.
Right now, there will be additional programs. I am fully confident that the next government, whatever government is formed, or certainly if I'm in the next government, we will make additional programs.
But you didn't do that so far, though.
Well, I can't. You couldn't. Well, you couldn't, given that we're in an election process.
Could have increased.
May I make a core point here, if I may, which is that when you think about workers here today and people watching at home, particularly younger people, there is an enormous opportunity in the trades, in the skilled trades. We are going to build this country in a way that has not been seen before. We are literally talking about hundreds of thousands, not jobs, but careers in the trade. And that's why we're investing in apprenticeships and mid-career.
But I think people are worried, Mr. Carney, if New Democrats aren't there to force Liberals to make sure they remember about people they will forget.
Gentlemen, that is time. Thank you for that. Monsieur Blanchet, you have the next question. To whom would you like to put it?
Mr. Carney, you avoided quite I would say skillfully the questions of Mr. Singh. But first, let me correct something. In 2008, not so much by your decision, $10 billion were given to car industry in Ontario, while 60 millions, not billions of dollars, were lent to lumberwood throughout the whole of Canada. I don't believe that's the right way to manage a crisis, since you did not recoup the money from the car industry. Then, you have been the manager of Brookfield. It's supposed to be a green investment fund, but we now know that 50% of the investments of Brookfield is in fossil fuel. It's not so green. You seem to want to support oil and gas industry. That's interesting. You want to support prefab housing, and it's also in the investments of Brookfield, but not in Canada. You want to support nuclear power, smaller reactors, which are more dangerous, by the way. And Brookfield has investments in Westinghouse. You have hidden the money of Brookfield in Bermuda and Cayman Island. Billions of dollars lost for Canada. You are having your taxes being paid by families, workers, elders in Canada and Quebec instead of paying your own taxes. So I want to know, will you, before the election, reveal all the details of your assets as Mr. Singh has done, as Mr. Poiliev has done, and as I have done? We have a right to know
let him answer.
under those circumstances.
Let's let him answer.
Well, the first thing is, I want to say a word about, I'll say a word about Brookfield. This is a Canadian success story. It is the largest infrastructure investor and developer in the world. It is one of the largest, if not the largest, developer of renewable power in the world. And who benefits from that? That's Canadian pensioners. That's Quebec pensioners. That is teachers. That is firefighters. It is a series of people, including individuals on this stage, benefit from that. Now, always acted with integrity, served the shareholders of Brookfield when I was there. I have left that. I have followed all the rules well in advance.
Let's
I have followed
reveal
all
your
the
assets.
rules well in
Let's
advance.
reveal your assets
And-
like we all did.
And working for the people of Canada.
What do you own? Why
That is
don't
time,
you tell
gentlemen.
Canadians and
That is
Quebecers
time.
what you own?
Monsieur Blanchet, we're moving on to Mr. Poiliev now, who has his opportunity to ask the question of whomever he'd like here, and that will be.
Mr. Carney, but if I could begin by setting the stage. The choice in this election is, after a lost Liberal decade of rising cost and crime and a falling economy under America's thumb, do we want to elect them to a fourth term? Or do we want to change? Change so that you can afford food and homes. Change so that you can be safe on your street, and change so that your paycheck grows faster than your cost of living. Change with a new conservative government. Because Mr. Carney has not changed. Mr. Carney, in 2020, it was recorded, you began advising Justin Trudeau. It's still on the Liberal Party website today that you are Justin Trudeau's economic advisor. They might want to update your website on that. On June 3rd of 2021, you said that inflation would be a sign of economic progress. And you advised governments, including Justin Trudeau's, your Liberal government, to print money, which led to the worst inflation crisis in a generation. Now, that means that mothers went to bed with empty fridges and empty bank accounts, worried how they'd feed their kids, that seniors worried they'd be evicted from their homes, that young people believed they'd never be able to own a home in the first place. Now, in retrospect, that you look back on the Liberal decisions that you advised Justin Trudeau to take, will you look to the camera in the eye and apologize to the many people who suffered as a result of the inflationary policies that you advised Justin Trudeau to implement?
I said earlier, but I'm going to say it again. I know you want to be running against Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau isn't here.
Are you denying
I
he
am
was
here.
economic advisor?
I did not provide any of that advice. I did not provide any of that
It's
advice.
on the Liberal Party
I'm sorry.
website. Are you accusing your Liberal Party of lying about your role? Because it says today you can go to the Liberal Party website now, and it says that you were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor.
The way you judge someone, in my view, is how they act, what they do when they have responsibility. Twice I was a central bank governor. And in both cases, if I may, in both cases when I was responsible for inflation, inflation was less than 2%. I'll add that when I was here responsible for the Bank of Canada, inflation was less than 2%. Our dollar was at parity. That is the kind of success that I can deliver for this country coming out of this crisis. And what is at stake here? What is at stake here? What is at stake here?
That gave us the worst inflation that we have had in a generation, because the policies that you implemented and those of the MPs that are still in your ministry.
To the
fellow Canadians,
crisis which
the last 10 years has been about the Liberals. The next 10 years should be about you.
And that's time. Mr. Carney, good news is the next question is yours.
Well, I'm going to ask myself a question. Actually, I'm going to ask a question which has been troubling me, and it's troubling me because we are in a very dangerous and divided world.
Who is it to?
I'm going to ask a question, Mr. Polyev. Why not? We're in a dangerous and divided world. We talked earlier about the challenges in the Middle East, the threats from Iran, threats from Russia, Russia's aggression in Ukraine. We have the threats from China, which I raised. We have the United States, which is fundamentally changing its security relationships, its commercial relationships. We have all this. And in the context of that, everyone on this stage, Mr. Blanchet, Mr. Singh, myself, we have our top secret security clearance. We have our top secret security clearance. I got mine within 3 weeks. It wasn't hard, but I felt it was important that I had it so I could be in a position to be informed about that dangerous world and take decisions at. And Mr. Polyev, it is now 950 days, if my numbers are right, since you've had the opportunity to get your top secret security clearance, and you've refused. Why?
Well, first of all, I have got my security clearance when I was a minister. I got top secret clearance at the time, so there's no problem getting that. But when the government made this recent offer, they said that if I got the security clearance briefings, that I would be gagged under the security law, and I could be prosecuted if I spoke freely about matters of foreign interference. Now, given that Canada has experienced Chinese interference by Beijing, the government of China, in 2 consecutive elections,
That's just a dream.
I needed to do my job to speak freely without fear of prosecution. And that was not something I would be allowed to do. Even Thomas Mulcair, the former leader of the NDP, said that when he was the leader of the opposition, he never would have accepted the kind of gag order that your government and Mr. Trudeau's government was attempting to impose on me. And it's good that I made that decision, because it has allowed me to speak freely about things like the case where one of your candidates, sir, actually said that he wanted to send a political opponent to China under a bounty threatening his life or imprisonment, and you refused to get rid of him. Now, it might have something to do with the fact that you went to China not long ago to get a $250 million loan for your company. But the reality is, you refused to stand up for a Canadian who was being threatened by a foreign government, and I was able to speak freely on that matter because I refused the gag order that the Liberal government attempted to impose on me.
Well, there's a couple of interesting things. I think people at home have seen a robust debate here, and it's been a robust campaign, and it has not stopped Mr. Blanchet or Mr. Singh at times during his campaign by making challenges with respect to these issues. So one can address it. I will observe, as someone with a top secret security clearance, that China is not the only country that is accused of foreign interference. And
gentlemen, that is time
we'll leave
for
it
the
at
segment. That's our time. Now, closing statements are still a few minutes down the road, so we have a little bit of time for some quick hit Q&As for each of you right now. Short questions, 45 seconds, please, on the answers, and we're going to go left to right as I look at you right now. Ms. Polyev, you get the first question. To the best of my knowledge, you have not offered a hard timeline, as the other parties have, to meet Canada's NATO commitment of 2% spending on defense. When would you hit that target?
My aim will be to 2030. That said, when we renegotiate our trade deal with the U.S., I know it's their priority to see us increase our military budget. One of the things I will say to the Americans is the more free trade, tariff-free free trade we have, the faster we can rebuild our military in Canada and reassert our sovereignty. And we will use that money to have heavy icebreakers in the north, Poseidon aircraft, fighter jets, a new base in the north, double the Arctic Rangers, fill the vacancies in the armed forces, and rebuild the warrior spirit that characterized our military since the birth of our country. We will rebuild our forces, and we will stand behind our veterans.
Thank you, Mr. Polyev. Mr. Carney, your question. You have cut both the consumer carbon tax and the capital gains tax increase that you inherited from your predecessor. Is that an admission that the Liberals made life less affordable for Canadians?
I think let me give you the rationale behind both of those changes. First, with respect to the consumer carbon tax, in effect, it become too divisive for Canadians. Canadians received rebates. On the whole, they received more than the tax actually was, but some had represented that it was a tax without a rebate. It became divisive. It didn't serve its purpose. It made a relatively modest contribution to overall climate goals. I got rid of it. First act made Canadians whole. Secondly, but with respect to the capital gains tax, it's come up again. I'll be quick. This is a fundamental issue. We need to build this country. Builders, innovators, entrepreneurs need to be rewarded. That's why I brought it back.
And that's time. Thank you. Mr. Singh, would you change the existing cap on immigration?
I've said that the level of immigration, first of all, we need immigration. It's fundamentally important to our country. And we speak to any small business owner, you speak to people here in Quebec, you speak to farmers. It's fundamentally important. A couple of things, though, we know we need to be able to set the amount of folks that we welcome to our country at a level that it meets our needs. So I would ensure that we've got an expert panel that makes that determination based on our economic needs. We also know that we should be very clear that the lack of investment from Liberals and Conservatives resulted in the fact that we have a shortage in housing. That's something that we've got to fix. I should also point out that if you were worried about the cuts being proposed by Liberals and Conservatives, vote for New Democrats. We'll fight back to protect Canadians and make sure that we've got the right immigration levels.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. That's time. Mr. Blanchet, Quebec, I believe, is now the only province with the carbon tax. Do you think that's fair?
It's not entirely true. It's not a tax. What Quebec has is a system by which we invite big emission companies, I don't know how to translate that, to reduce their emissions. If they do not, then they have to pay. It goes into a fund which is invested then in reducing emissions. Our partner is California, which makes this a huge deal about reducing emissions. This is what we do. This is to be compared to what Europe does. And by the way, Europe would impose tariffs on Canadian oil if it ever got there. We're quite proud of that. And we have to be responsible because this is much less expensive than doing nothing to fight climate.
That's time. We're going to do another set of quick hits here, left to right again, and 30 seconds this time. Monsieur Poilievre, you've previously promised to defund the CBC as one of your very first acts as Prime Minister. Is that still the plan?
Yes, CBC will continue to operate as a self-funded, Canadian-owned and controlled non-for-profit that raises money like other media organizations through sponsorships, subscriptions, advertising, licensing fees, and countless other things that will ensure Canadians who still want to listen and view its content will be able to do so. And at the same time, we'll allow freedom of the press so that everybody has their voice heard and they can make their own decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Next question to you, 30 seconds. Would you remove some of Canada's legal tax avoidance loopholes that companies that you have worked for have used?
Look, I think that what we need to do is undertake a comprehensive review of our corporate tax system and do that on the basis of the right principles. We've got to have fairness, transparency, sustainability, and competitiveness. So we need a tax system, a corporate tax system, including being part of a international minimum corporate tax through the OECD.
And that is time. Mr. Singh, the question for you is, if you hold the balance of power after this election is over, what would your price be to support another party?
We've laid out our priorities. We want to make sure we bring down the cost of groceries, build homes that people can afford. I can also tell you that we would defend CBC, unlike Mr. Poilievre, who wants to cut it, and we would close tax loopholes and offshore tax havens, even though Mr. Carney didn't respond to that, and selling stocks and shares to make profits and then having less taxes on that is not hard work. And so those aren't the job creators. The people who are job creators are the hardworking men and women that contribute to our economy.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Monsieur Blanchet, kind of the same question. If you hold the balance of power in the next minority parliament, if it is that, what would be the price of your support?
Respect for Quebec. That's quite easy. I don't want to go against what Canada wants to do for itself, but I don't want Canada to impose an economic vision or a multiculturalist vision on Quebec, which is different in terms of language and values and secularity and equality between people. So I want to be a partner, and if Quebec is respected, Canada has nothing to fear from the bloc because we vote for what is good for Quebec. It only has to be good for Quebec.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Now, we have one last question for each of you. We'll go right to left this time as I look at you. Bit of an offbeat question. Mr. Blanchet, what is your biggest regret during this campaign?
That's a very good question. I'm not very fond of regrets, I would say, but we should have started sooner to see that we had to create the environment for a deal in which Quebec and Canada would be one bigger than the other, but partners to be stronger in front of Mr. Trump and showing that maybe nobody here is the partner to let go alone without being surveyed or controlled or supervised by a Quebec voice.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Same question, Mr. Singh. Your biggest regret of this campaign?
Not being able to meet as many people as I would love to have. It's a short campaign, and so I can't get to as many communities that I wanted to. I think one of the honors of my job is to be able to meet people and to hear their stories, and then to take their stories and concerns and bring them to Ottawa and to fight for those people. And so I want you to know, even though I haven't made it to your community, I'm going to fight like hell to make sure that you're represented, that we never let any government cut our health care, that we defend the values that we care so deeply about. We make my life more affordable. That's my commitment to you. Even if I didn't get to see you, that's my commitment.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Carney, same question. Biggest regret of the campaign?
I'm to be honest, it's the same answer. This is an astonishing country. It is an amazing country. And the opportunity and the responsibility that comes with it of being with Canadians, hearing their stories, their challenges, drawing strength and ideas from them, and working to be part of the solution is the greatest honor of my life. But the regret is that it is also a big country, and it is a short period of time.
Mr. Poliev, last word to you.
I actually agree with these two gentlemen. I had a rule that at all my rallies, even when they're really big, I would stand in front of a flag and greet every single person and hear their stories and learn their struggles. And that was always touching to me, that they would put their faith in me or in any of us.
Yeah.
But we've been in such a rush because we have to get off to the next event, so we haven't been able to stop and do that. And I want you to know out there, I haven't forgot about you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poliev. It is time now for closing statements, and prior to the debate, you drew lots as to which order we would go in, and Mr. Singh, you get the first word on a closing statement.
Certainly, thank you. Because you voted for New Democrats, we were able to build this country that we love. Universal health care and pensions, because you voted for us. Because you voted for New Democrats, we were able to fight to bring in dental care, pharmacare, and childcare. Because you voted for us, because you supported us. You have the power with your vote to send more New Democrats to Ottawa, to continue that fight, to make sure that no government cuts the things that we hold dear, like our health care, to ensure that we can do everything possible to make life more affordable by making it more affordable to buy your groceries and to get a home. I'm asking for your support in this election so that I can continue to fight to defend the things that make Canada, Canada, the things that we hold dear, the things that make us proud to be Canadian.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Carney.
We are facing the biggest crisis of our lifetimes. Donald Trump is trying to fundamentally change the world economy, the trading system. But really what he's trying to do to Canada, he's trying to break us so the U.S. can own us. They want our land, they want our resources, they want our water, they want our country. We're all going to stand up against Donald Trump. I'm ready. I've managed crises over the years. I've built strong economies. We will fight back with counter tariffs. We will protect our workers and those businesses, and we will build the strongest economy. We will build Canada strong. I'm asking for your support, the honor of doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Monsieur Blanchet.
For 260 years and a little bit more, les Français, devenus des Canadiens, devenus des Canadiens français, devenus des Québécois. You have tried to have them become Canadians like all Canadians. But to no avail, we are different. So let's be economic partners. Let's have a voice chosen by and for Quebecers, an ally for Canadians as equals in front of Mr. Trump.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Only in Canada could someone start where I began and get to this stage. I was born to a single mother and adopted by school teachers who raised me to believe in the incredible Canadian promise that anyone who worked hard could do anything. That promise feels broken today. Many of you worried about paying your bills, feeding your families, or ever even owning a home. You're worried your kids are in danger. But I'm here to say it doesn't have to be this way. With change, we can restore the Canadian promise so that hard work gets you a beautiful house on a safe street under a proud flag. We can do it with hope for a change.
Gentlemen, thank you for a very spirited debate tonight. 2 quick points before we go. Number one of you celebrated your 60th birthday yesterday on this stage. Yves-François Blanchet, bon anniversaire.
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Secondly, you'll notice we didn't have to change the time of this debate because the Leafs already clinched the Atlantic Division title, and therefore we didn't need to move the debate to accommodate a hockey game. I'm getting back at my colleague who was in this position last night, and okay, go Habs go, that's fine. With that, we're done. Thank you, leaders, for being here tonight. We are just 11 days from Election Day, April 28th, but there are many ways that you can cast your ballot starting tomorrow at advanced polls. If you intend to vote by mail, that deadline is April 22nd. Make sure to check your voter card for details or contact Elections Canada. This is your democratic right, and we hope you use it. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. I'm Steve Paikin. Good night from Montreal.
There we go.
You know what I do want to hear, though? I want to hear all of the post debate questions, because we have a bunch of like Rebel News and True North. I don't want to, you know what? I'm not even going to call them journalists in quotation marks, because that's not what they are. They're entertainment, I don't know, propaganda spreaders. But anyway, they're going to be there asking questions, and that's going to be the thing that's going to be making all the headlines. So I want to see if they show that on whatever you're watching, if they show the post-debate questions from the reporters.
No. I will watch. They are just shaking hands.
Well, we can just chat. We can bring up the panel.
Background now, just because it's hard to see all the.
Special coverage after the English language is groundbreaking where voters have their say in this election. Thanks for joining us. I'm Adrienne Marceau. That building right behind me, Canada. Inside is where the leaders just faced off. This is a landmark moment.
You want to mute your mic?
I'm trying. Give me a second.
Canadians weigh their options, and we're here to help try to make sense of it all. So alongside me again tonight, mercifully, Chief Political Correspondent Rosemary Barton and the host of Power and Politics,
Rosemary.
David Cochran. So we just had a gander at that. 2 hours. What did you think? I would say, again, like yesterday, a very substantive debate. I think if Canadians were tuning in, and I hope they were, to try and get a sense of where leaders stand on key issues, energy development, taking on Donald Trump, crime, they got really clear answers from those leaders tonight. But again tonight, and perhaps in a more pronounced way tonight, Mark Carney was the central target. Even when it was up to the leaders to ask questions, they all asked him a question. He even joked that he was going to ask himself a question. That's how focused everyone was on him. And even though the questions were sometimes challenging around tax havens or his position on different things, he really batted them back quite easily. I found that the answers were substantive, and he didn't seem to struggle with any of them. But I would also say that Mr. Poilievre had some good moments, particularly on the issue of crime. You may not agree with him that the notwithstanding clause should be used to deal with the issue of people who have killed multiple people, but he made a compelling argument about people, particularly in Canada's cities, who feel very concerned about a rise in crime, and that would have touched a large number of people as well. absolutely. The tough on crime message completely connects. Briefly, David, anything surprise you tonight?
No, I don't think there was any real surprises. I think what's interesting is it's too early to know what this election will be about for Canadians, but we saw in that segment Rosie mentioned what the leaders want it to be about. Mr. Blanchet and Mr. Singh want you to think Mark Carney's a rich guy who's not like you and doesn't play by the same rules. Pierre Poilievre wants you to think this is just another fourth Liberal term. He's not the transformative figure he pretends to be, and Mr. Carney used his opportunity to raise Mr. Poilievre's lack of security clearance to basically say, I'm a serious guy and my main rival, he's not serious about the real stuff.
And there was that one good line from Mark Carney to Mr. Poilievre. You caught it. Yeah. You ran against Justin Trudeau and the carbon tax, and both are gone. To try and convince Canadians this isn't the same Liberal Party. You don't run the risk of having the same thing if you put us into government. Yeah, he wanted to make sure that one landed. He tried another version of it a little later on, just to make sure it landed. David, what did Poilievre need to do tonight?
Well, look, all the upside for Pierre Poilievre is in this debate, right? Like they need to, growing in Quebec helps them, but the gravy for the Conservative campaign is in Ontario, British Columbia, Atlantic Canada, and the polls have shifted against him quite dramatically there. He has a challenge in that there is a real gender gap and a generational gap in the polls, and that older voters and women voters in particular have turned away from the Conservatives over this realignment that we've seen in the run-up to the campaign, and it has stuck throughout the campaign. So you needed him to destabilize Mark Carney a little bit there, and also look prime ministerial as well. But early in the debate in particular, you saw him doing that needling, interrupting, and attacking sort of thing that we're used to seeing in committees and that we've seen in the House of Commons, though got very emotional at the end when talking about, the importance of the country and how he feels about things. So the question is, will that land? I mean, is a tonal shift this late, not just in the campaign, but in a political career that goes back to 2004, is it meaningful enough and sincere enough to land with voters who don't like the negativity? I don't know.
Okay, so much more to talk about. Here's where we're at. Rosie, you're going to be back in a few moments because Ed Issue is standing by for special edition, even though it's Thursday and it's a normal Ed Issue night. We're also going to check in with a group of voters. Did anything stick tonight with them? And then over on CBC Radio, our friend Ian Hannamansing is going to take your calls live on a special cross-country checkup. You can call in using the number. It's right there at the bottom of your screen. But if you are watching us on CBC television outside Atlantic Canada, I'm afraid we're going to have to say goodbye. However, live special coverage continues on CBC News Network or wherever you stream CBC News. We are just getting started right here in Montreal. Now, watching the debate along with us, of course, was Ashley Burke in Ottawa, furiously taking notes. Ashley, obviously a high-stakes moment for both the Liberal and Conservative leaders. It didn't get more important than this tonight.
Adrian, this is the last time that these leaders will face off, and time is running out for Mark Carney's main rival, Pierre Poilievre, to try and close the gap in this race. Poilievre tried to look prime ministerial, but at times reverted back to the opposition attack dog.
And are you prepared to elect the same Liberal MPs, the same Liberal ministers, the same Liberal staffers all over again for a fourth term? Mr. Carney, Justin Trudeau's staffers are actually here with you at this debate in Montreal, writing the talking points that you are regurgitating into the microphone. How can we possibly believe that you are any different than the previous 10 years of Liberal government?
25 seconds left in this segment for you to respond to that.
I do my own talking points. Thank you very much. The biggest risk we have to affordability, the biggest risk we have to this economy is Donald Trump.
Now, Poilievre is really struggling in the polls with women. The gender gap is huge, and he needs to turn that around if he wants to win this election. The NDP's leader has compared him to Donald Trump, and tonight Poilievre was asked about his plan to get tough on crime, which Trump has also campaigned on. Poilievre defended his pitch to use the notwithstanding clause to override the Charter of Rights, a move to keep mass murderers behind bars until the day they die. And Carney took aim at that.
I think it's a very dangerous slope to override judgments of the Supreme Court of Canada. In fact, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms exists to protect Canadians from people like us on the stage, politicians who may use their power to override fundamental rights.
I'm interested in the rights of victims. Mr. Carney seems to be very interested in the rights of criminals. He says that it's dangerous for me to ensure that mass murderers stay behind bars for life. You know what's dangerous? Turning them loose on our streets.
Come to the middle.
As Rosie mentioned, Carney was the one that came under attack the most tonight, just like what we saw in the French language debate, and he survived. Now, it's too early to say what difference this could make in anyone's performance tonight could make, but the advance polls do open up tomorrow, and Canadians will have, over the weekend, they'll be able to cast their ballots. The leaders will then head into their final week of this campaign.
Okay, Ashley Burke in Ottawa, thank you. So, as you may recall from last night, after the French debate, there were scrums that happened afterwards. We are hearing from the Debate Commission that the scrums tonight have been canceled. So, Karina Roman has some more details for us about what we know about this change of plans.
Yes, Adrian, we just heard from the head of the commission, the debates commission, Michel Cormier. He just came into the media room. This is where all the media is watching the debate and then filing their stories. He just stood at the mic at the front of the room. Everyone ran over to hear the official confirmation of what we had already been told for planning purposes, which is that the scrums with the leaders are canceled. The reason that they gave officially at the microphone was that they didn't feel that they could provide or guarantee a proper environment for the scrums. And this obviously comes on the heels of some unusual scrums last night and a situation last night that I know we've been reporting on, but also tension in the room and confrontations that were happening between journalists. And so once that started unraveling, we started to get word that this was what was going to happen. And of course, there was a scrambling to find out if it was true or not. We did get confirmation, but now we actually got official confirmation from the head of the commission that the scrums are canceled.
So, Karina, do you know what happens now at this point? I mean, will there be an attempt by some parties to have scrums somewhere? What's the plan?
That has not been confirmed, but obviously we've reached out to all the parties and are hearing word that some are interested in still doing some kind of scrum, that in a different location, perhaps not all together individually. And certainly if that goes ahead, different journalists would dispatch to those scrums, but we don't have confirmation of that. It's a fairly just last minute decision. I should tell you, Adrian, that when we were trying to confirm the rumors, we were obviously reaching out to parties. Some of the parties seemed to have heard the rumors and some hadn't. So in some ways, we were telling them what was going on. So they now have to scramble and see, can they find a location and figure that all out at this late hour. And so we need to figure out, and they need to figure out whether that can happen logistically. But if it does, for sure, journalists will go and ask questions and bring that to our viewers when we can.
So, Karina, just one last thought, just because people at home may be wondering, why are people still there then? I presume people are just filing their stories and hoping somebody else is going to go to a microphone.
I don't know how much hope there is, to be honest. I think people feel like they're pretty certain that that's not going to happen. Although there was an altercation between journalists at the microphone earlier. There certainly was one earlier at one of these media tables. And before that, there was another one, because there is a lot of frustration with these scrums being canceled, that cuts off access to journalists who want to ask questions on behalf of Canadians about what we saw in the debate, about points that were raised by the leaders, and now that isn't going to be able to happen, or at least not easily and not here. And so there is some blame being thrown around about whose fault that is to have created the situation and this tension that led to this situation. But yes, people still have stories to file in, whether they're digital or radio or television. And so people haven't made an exodus yet, even if there are no scrums to be held here tonight.
I hear that. Lots of work to do. All right, Karina Roman from inside the Maison de Radio Canada here in Montreal. Thank you. All right, so let's get back
Okay,
to
so it sounds like there's not going to be any like post-debate stuff going on. So let's just open up the panel.
Okay, come back down to the middle because you're all caught up in the words there. Maybe you could, you know what? Could you just cover up Ben Shapiro's face, please? Could you just take your lovely little face and cover that?
I don't want to look like I'm part of the team, though. You know, so I might as well just change. I might as well change the background.
Yeah, change the background because there's just so many ugly, like yucky faces there. And yours is just so pretty. Are you letting people into the box or? Ooh, look at you all prepped up. Nice.
Okay.
Oh my.
I'm gonna make it. There we go.
He's Ocean. He's over here, room.
Cheers, all.
Cheers.
What was that?
Cheers.
I'm not as think as you drunk I am.
I won't tell you how much I am either then.
I was drinking.
I just had to crack another one just for the sake of cleaning my palate from the other 3 cans I had to open already. So, sláinte. Wow.
Well, that was
how's everybody feeling after that one? Wow.
I'm also drunk.
I'm rubbing my head. I can't lie.
Ukraine? He wants to help Ukraine? Really?
Yeah. No, he doesn't.
Off script there, didn't he?
What's that rug? That's a rug.
Oh my god, come on. Let me. I'm trying to bring myself back to a circle, but you know what? Maybe I'll just keep it as a square at the bottom for now. Okay. Wow, that was
something.
That was brutal.
It was kind of brutal.
I don't know how I feel about that debate. It like everyone just kind of got all. Everybody was attacking Carney versus attacking PP, which was weird.
Well,
it was.
Carney's in the lead, so they're going to attack.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I think Mr. Blanchet may have lost himself even more marks, and the dislike for Quebec is probably even higher now because he clearly stated, yeah, we might help you, but we're going to be for Quebec. Well, again, I appreciate the fact that you are looking out for your province because of the distinctness, but you are forgetting that there are other provinces that are around you. Hi, Atlantic Canada here. So don't be sitting there and saying, yeah, we're going to go for Quebec first, and Canada, we'll go along.
He doesn't run anywhere else besides Quebec, does he?
Exactly, and that's a big beef for a lot of people because again, the Bloc only serves Quebec. Other people may think their ideas are great because they do, so much for Quebec, but that's it. And I don't know. I think he was very combative tonight in trying to stand up and fight. I mean, great for Quebec, but not for the rest of the country.
I don't know about you guys, but I counted 33 slogans. There was probably more than that, but those are like the ones that were, the originals, the OG slogans. I counted 33 of them. This is my I've been keeping score right here.
To be honest, for
every
Pierre,
time
that's pretty good.
I know, right? I was actually quite surprised it was only 33.
He did seem to be tracking
3 in one answer, and then I just kept drinking.
That's it. That's what I did. I'm like,
I basically took a drink every time that he said liberal.
Me too.
Yeah, basically. Okay,
I rolled my eyes every time he said the lost liberal decade.
Yeah.
Well, that was a drink, technically. So there you go.
I was still stuck inside my head over that comment.
Yeah. I think that honestly the part that stood out for me that like really was an emotional one for me. I don't know if you guys saw my face expression change. I kind of went like super sad for a while there. Was when PP talked about the fact that people that move to Canada should just stop caring about their country once they come here. They should, like, I took that as, you know, me being an immigrant, I am going to care about my country. I'm going to care about what happens to my friends and my family back home. I am going to care about what happens to my ancestors and where I came from. Like, for example, when it comes to the Ukraine war, that's why I'm so incredibly, you know, passionate about it, is because it affects my country. It's on the border of my country, and people from my country are going to Ukraine and have gone to Ukraine to fight with them. So of course I'm going to care. And to say that I should just leave that all behind when I come here, I got so angry. I was holding back tears at that point.
I hope that costs him.
It's such a
not to mention though that he said, oh yeah, we want to support Ukraine, but his supporters don't want that. Every time I talk to PP supporters online, they are constantly saying, why should we support another country when we have issues back home? It's like, okay, so I hope his supporters see that, because he said something that goes against what his own supporters want.
You're expecting Pierre supporters to have integrity, though.
Oops.
Oops, indeed.
Integrity for an Canadian like PP.
Oh, I love the hearts, Miss Radical. That's amazing. That's so much fun.
I love it. But you know, it's like they use this Ukrainian piece as a, like, 1 minute they're for Ukraine, and then the next minute they're weaponizing Ukraine. We shouldn't be spending so much money. We shouldn't be doing this. You need to forget about it. You need
100%.
to do all of these things. I'm so sick of that.
Yeah.
And then he I don't know if, did you guys catch, was it just me? Tell me if it was just me, because obviously, you know, I've had a little bit of sparkling tea tonight.
You're not the only one.
No, I know. We're all a little bit. Anyway.
Hard sevens. They're good.
He indirectly kind of blamed Putin's aggression on the liberals. Like, did you guys catch that?
I caught that.
Yeah.
I caught that.
What did he say?
I was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing?
They're like two totally different things. Again, people but apparently the entire democracy with Trudeau was all communist. Remember that? It was all communist, right? It was all communist. It was communist, because that's what Trudeau is. You know, Canada isn't a democracy. It is, as per certain groups. You know.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my god, are you literally trying to blame Russia's aggression on the liberals? Like, what?
Pretty much.
Oh, it's what's their name?
You were just lying the whole
If
night.
J.D. Vance can blame the Iraq War on Europe not stopping America, I guess it's fair game to blame.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that the other day. I was like, oh my god, are you kidding me? And then he blamed Europe for not stopping America. Like, he blamed Europe for not stopping America. Like, you are America.
Yeah.
So
Don't
hey, I
ever
have a
accuse them of
question.
being smart.
I'm a little checked out of what happened on last night's debate with the reporters. I know my brain goes a little bit to True North and Rebel Media, you know, from getting canceled, but I'm wondering what anybody else has heard.
So the debate commission, the leadership debate commission or whatever, got threatened, and you know, conservatives are going to get big mad at me that I say the word threatened, but they basically told them that they were going to take legal action if they didn't let them in to do questions after the debate. And they basically got bullied into letting them do it, and they let more of those guys in than actual reporters. And it was atrocious, in my opinion. If anybody else wants to add to that, go for it. But that's what happened.
When the part started, was that like a very American thing that's been happening at rallies all over the place, or?
Like, I'm all for anybody to be, especially as I see, you know, we have a published author that is sitting down just below here from me. You know, and myself as someone who has 5 novels written that haven't been published. I agree that we are still writers. That does not mean that we are not, just because I haven't been published doesn't mean that I don't classify myself as a writer. So I give kudos to people who want to be the independent people and you want to, express what's actually happening. You're not sugarcoating stuff. You're not sensationalizing it. You're not, pushing a certain narrative. But you are, because you're pushing the independent side of it with total conspiracy theory. There's nothing that actually backs it. It's all, we're going to dazzle you with brilliance, but we'll baffle you with bullshit at the same time. And I'm sorry, I don't have respect for places like Rebel News, the True North. Like, no, because you're pushing something that doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, you guys
telling
can
me that
tell
Trudeau
I
is
just
a
looked
communist. Well, we know he's not, right? So, whatever. Okay.
Rebel News was decided by the courts that they're not a journalist organization and they don't give journalist tax credit. So why are they even there? They're
because
not a news
narrative.
outlet.
And if you read from all the media bias checkers and stuff that are worldwide organizations, not just Canadian, they literally say right here, as you guys can read it, extreme bias, consistent promotion of propaganda and conspiracies, poor to no sourcing of credible information, a complete lack of transparency, and or is fake news. Fake news is the deliberate attempt to publish hoaxes or disinformation for profit or influence. So let's stop pretending that Rebel News is real news. There are independent journalists out there who are amazing and they are fact-checked by these international standards and they pass the fact-checking. They are credible sources, but Rebel News is not. It is a questionable source. It is biased and spreads propaganda, and that has been said by all of the different international fact-checking media outlets.
Rebel News makes Fox News look credible.
Exactly.
Yeah, and Fox News said
that's saying a lot
for entertainment.
Yeah, quite literally, they argued that in court.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you should have seen the conservatives arguing with me on the post that I made about this, telling me that they are real news and it's just us, the liberals, that just don't like them. And because we don't like them, we say that they're not legitimate. And I was like, oh, okay, so you probably think that Fox News is a real news source too, don't you?
When I was growing up, my mom loved those magazines like the National Enquirer and all those gossip magazines, and that's basically what Rebel News is now.
Pretty much.
The online version of the National Enquirer. And she never believed the stuff, but she found it amusing to read the stories, even though she knew they weren't true. Don't ask me, it was her thing.
Jenna, my mom and I used to do the same thing. We'd go through and we'd pick each other up the dirty, the rags, we'd call them. Here's your rags for the week kind of thing, and throw the magazines at each other. I have not picked up one of those since 2016, since I knew that they were affiliated with Trump and help support. I've never picked up another magazine until.
Yeah, I don't want to support them. But my mom found them entertaining, literally. And she'd laugh at many of the stories. She knew, like I said, she knew they weren't true, but I don't think she realized the harm that it does.
I think social media amplified it all, too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said, Rebel News is basically something like the National Enquirer or some new, Newsweek.
Can I just get, can I just get everybody to mute their mics if you're not speaking? Because we're getting some massive background noise from somebody. I don't know who it is. But it's going to make it easier if everybody mutes when they're not speaking.
I'm muted.
Jana, keep going. Sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure that people were hearing you.
No, that's okay. I think I kind of made my point. It's just that when I hear Rebel News stories, it sounds exactly like the crap I used to read in the National Enquirer when I was growing up, 12, 13, because that's what was around to read. And the stories are just as ridiculous. Like the litter boxes in schoolhouses. Somebody said that on the chat, and that's one I've heard. And
and don't forget the Jewish space lasers that start all the fires.
It's just so many conspiracies, but people just, I don't know why, but they want to believe them. Even when...
So I'll be super honest here. I'm pretty good at putting myself in other people's shoes. And I do have to say that, like, if I do put myself in the shoes of a conservative supporter that's only been reading this right-wing propaganda, that only spends most of my time on X and Facebook and all that, if I was them listening to that debate tonight, I would have thought, oh, PP did great. He was great. He would, you know what I mean? Like, I would have been thinking that if I was one of them, because of the way that he talked and the way that he seemed like very confident. Like, he is a good con man. Whether we want to, agree with it or not, he is a good con man. He's good at he's good at riling up a support base and saying things that gets them on his side, whether they're real or not, because at the end of the day, these people don't live based in reality and based in facts. But from what they do believe, PP did a good job for his support base.
I noticed his spray can has changed. It's a little,
It's a little bit more orange.
I think he had lips again, but
I think he had shots.
The question is, how did he come off to the people not in his base? Right? Because we're not, like, let's face it, the ones that are online tonight, they're going to vote for him. He could have stuttered, passed out, and, nothing would have made them say that he didn't do good. And
I think you're either on his side or you're not. I didn't think he won anything really. I think Yves Blanchette actually kind of was the one making people think this way or that way. Absolutely. I don't think PP, if you're a Pierre Poilievre follower, you're either in or you're not with him. It's like a black and white thing for me. I feel like a lot of people are.
I think the one saving grace is that he doesn't have the same kind of charisma that Trump does. Like, to everyone else, Pierre is extremely unlikable.
How do either of them have charisma? I do not understand. They are both so obviously full of shit and so obviously slimy. Like, it blows me away that people call him a good con artist or they fall for it. Like,
Trump is a good con man, though. He's a good showman. He knows how to rile up the crowd.
I was going to say, yeah.
Did you guys hear Trump talk about his health evaluation that he just did? He was like, I am the only one that's taken the cognitive test, and all the other presidents have had such low IQ. I have the highest IQ. I am extremely high in IQ. The highest IQ in the world. I am so smart. I'm ridiculously smart. I am so smart. I said, let's do the cognitive test. Let's do the cognitive test because I am so smart. The smartest man in the world. The best IQ. Like, he just went
that's
on and on and on.
Person,
man, Tamara was on the test.
Those are two tests.
But my question is, aren't those tests,
I take
like,
them
isn't
in
he supposed to be
healthcare all
tested
the
by
time.
Bethesda? Like, isn't the Bethesda, like, aren't those surgeons those doctors supposed to be taking care of him? So who is the doctor that actually did that? Because I think you need to have your license pulled.
The
Like,
test
what's
is
going
to
on?
check for cognitive decline, and if you
For
get
frontal
past
temporal
a
lobe
certain
dementia.
percentage on it, then that means you passed. So he could have gotten like a certain amount of the tests right and failed other ones. He'd still pass it.
Like, how many times?
Because
have they
it's
given them the
not
same
an
test?
it's not an IQ test, so that's what I'm saying. He is conning
Right.
people by calling it an IQ test when it's not. They're just
That
basically
Montreal
trying
test.
to make sure that, like, he is remembering what room he just walked out of. Like,
That's
that's
what
what
the
they're
test
testing
that
for.
he talks about is for frontal lobe dementia, like the frontal temporal lobe. Like,
Yeah.
that's what that is for. It has nothing to do with your IQ. So don't
Exactly.
confuse people or confuse yourself further because that's not meaning
these
anything.
tests.
It's
I
almost
administered
memory
these.
based. They ask you to identify an animal by picture. And then at the end of the
Exactly.
test, you have to remember, at the beginning of the test, they give you, I think, 10 words. I can't remember the
Person,
number, but you have to
woman, man,
memorize.
camera,
And then they
TV.
ask you what they are at the end of the test. Well, they're asking you questions like what your address is, where you were born, like just memory kind of things. And then at the end, you have to remember those 10 words. You do not have to have a high IQ to do well. I did 100 on
Exactly.
It doesn't take a
But
high
he's
IQ.
knighted. He's knighted. We can't expect any more, right? The man's been knighted privately. He was privately knighted by the queen. So, there's that, right? So that's all part of the test.
I really want to ask all the conservatives how they feel about PP's stance on Ukraine, because all of them do not want to support Ukraine, and he said that he wants to support it. I want to see how they twist themselves into a pretzel to answer that.
They'll support it because, and they'll have some twist. But because PP said it, they'll support it 100% now.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
They've been saying for how many years that they don't want to support it. We're tired of supporting people of Ukraine. Right.
Pierre could say that he wants the carbon tax back, and they'd support it.
Yeah.
Well, it's
They like
funny
his
you say
plan of
that
a
because
plan
I
of a
had someone
plan
who's
of a
still telling me
long-term
the
plan.
carbon tax is there. And I'm like, no, it's not. Well, no, the Senate has to pass for that actually to go. It's listed as 0. I said, so in other words, there's no carbon tax. Well, we're still paying it. Well, no, we're not if it's 0. Because 0 means 0. There's nothing.
But Colleen, what about the industrial carbon tax? Because the prices won't get lowered until that goes away, don't you know?
He just paused it. It's going to come back bigger than before.
Exactly, because now that there's no carbon tax, again, people don't get that. So now at least the industry is going to be like, what, doubled, maybe tripled. We're not going to see it on the bill, but we're still going to be paying it. We're just not going to get any rebates back for it.
Do you guys
The thing that shows conservatives.
Hold on. One at a time. I know Curious Leaf wanted to say something, and then we'll go to Zojin after. I'm going to start being a mod now.
I was just wondering if you guys caught when Mark Carney was talking about the carbon taxes. He said that we will continue to carbon tax the major emitters, and then we're working on a plan in the future for, it almost sounded like he was saying another carbon rebate for consumers.
I heard it.
I wouldn't have a problem with that, and I did hear that as well. That's how at least that's how I interpreted it.
Well, he did talk at one point about an incentive, so it wasn't necessarily a rebate, but if consumers made greener choices over a period of time, that they would get some sort of like financial benefit for that. So I think that's kind of what he was talking about, is incentives versus a rebate.
Okay.
So basically cap and trade.
Probably.
Yeah, and even I see Valkyrie too in the comments. She said he was talking about incentives. So yeah, it was an incentive program.
I was just going to say the thing about, or that shows conservatives or how partisan they are, is they're now attacking Mark Carney for implementing things that they wanted implemented. Which, like, you should be happy he's removing carbon tax or saying he'll build a pipeline, and instead they'll attack him on that, even though it's something Pierre wanted. Like, it just shows the partisanship. They don't care
because
about
everything is just about being anti-liberal, right? Like that. At the end of the day, It has nothing to do with policy. It has nothing to do with rights. It has nothing. It doesn't matter to them. If it's liberal, it's bad.
But they're also saying that he stole that idea, and Carney has said that from the get-go, that he didn't agree with the carbon tax, and he was going to be getting rid of that. So the point being is, Polyev and any conservative is going to tell you, oh, you're just stealing the ideas. You're just trying to steal those ideas from us. And he didn't come up with that himself. Well, actually he did, because he stated that from the get-go. So it was long before anybody, well, then again, we've had to deal with, the carbon tax for 2.5 years. So you can't expect someone to not have what, I'm not going to say that it's not an original idea, because it is an original idea, but the way he's going about it is totally different than what Polyev's approach is. And so that's the thing. At least he wants to make the big polluters are still going to be responsible for the crap that they're actually putting out there, but the consumer is not going to be picking it up, or so we don't think. You're still going to be, snuck in there on the prices, and everything else is going to go up, whether it's going to be your gas, it's going to be your home building products, it's going to be your bloody cable, right? Like, it's all going to go up. So it does not matter in those kinds of things.
At the end of the day,
that idea.
At the end of the day, Carney could give everybody free pew-pews, take away women's rights, do all of the things that the conservatives want, and they would still never vote for him. So it doesn't,
100%.
It doesn't matter. If he's attached... Yeah, if he's attached to the word liberal, then it doesn't matter what he does. They're all going to hate him. It's just who they are. They're going to hate anybody who's not on their team, because the only thing they care about is their team winning, because they're in a cult.
The really annoying thing is, if he was conservative...
that feeds it, because they're going to have to live with people, but they're biting the people's hand.
You can't bite the hand that feeds you.
Yep. Devin?
If he was
What were you gonna
conservative, if he was conservative, they would have all loved him, and I probably would have voted for him too. But they're so partisan that they can't see past owning the libs.
Correct.
When he was talking about, when he was asked a question about the indigenous population making up the majority in prisons, and how he skipped to jumping about how he wanted to punish the people who were murdering, so I don't know if I can say that, or unaliving indigenous people. He was going after those people, but he didn't address at all that the majority of our prisons are made up by indigenous people, and that's what he was originally asked about.
Yeah, he totally went right past that question, and then he did exactly what Trump does, right? He tried to weaponize tragic incidents, and he didn't even get it right, because most indigenous people that have gone through a lot of hate and violence has been from the hands of the RCMP.
Yeah.
But he didn't talk about that. He didn't talk about that at all.
He avoided it like the plague.
I'll be back later, guys.
Bye, Treaty Burger.
Okay, Jenna.
Hurry back on.
Hello, friends.
So who do you guys think came off the best in that debate?
Maybe it's my bias, but I think Mark Carney, because I feel like they were all just trying to attack the guy in the lead, and I'm so sick of the partisanship politics that I just kind of want the boring guy.
Agreed.
I think he
I can
gentle
tell you
parented
who's
a lot of them.
worse.
I don't think that French guy locked him down in that debate.
I just want people to say actual policies and plans so I can decide which one's the best.
Exactly.
Yes.
Forget the fucking attacks, man.
Watching it, I felt like Jagmeet was all over the place. He had his good moments, he had his bad moments, and it was whoa. But the one part that I loved was on the industrial carbon tax, when PP's hammering into fucking Carney, and Jagmeet's do you know what the answer is? Do you know how much it's going to cost? Why are you asking a question that you don't even know the answer to? And PP just froze up, kind of looked, and was I know. It was oh yeah, you had no answer.
It was reminiscent of that 22 minutes interview. He didn't have he can't have an answer. And that's the thing. I mean, go up against Trump. Go up against Trump when he asks you a simple question, and that's going to be your reply. He's going to eat you up, spit you up, and then serve you to somebody else. That's not how you.
And it's telling, because it was the one good thing Jagmeet did all night long. Every time PP he poked.
I mean, I think that Jag actually had some other good points too. I don't like the fact that he went after Carney instead of going after PP. He went after PP very little in comparison to how much he went after Carney. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, he did bring up some good points when it came to actual policy and the critical issues around the world. They just haven't gotten their campaign right. They did not get their marketing right. But their stance on a lot of things are still things that I think a lot of us can agree with.
Yeah, I agree.
But what I'm saying though is listening to him tonight, he was going up and down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was you're on point, you're doing good, and then he'd full bloat the other way, and it was okay, what are you doing? And then he'd come back again. But the one thing that I did was the whole night he pulled PP on PP, and PP couldn't handle a damn thing. And it was wow. And Carney just sort of stood there and was I'll let you guys fight it out.
Unfortunately, though, the
Jugmeat-
PP supporters are not going to see that, though, right? Like, a PP supporters are going to look at PP and think that he did so well in the debate. And that's kind of the point that I was trying to make earlier, is that if I put myself in their shoes with their knowledge and with their bias, then I'm going to think that PP did great if I didn't know the rest of the story. But sorry, Zoshin, I kind of cut you off, so go for it. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I think Jugmeat is kind of like Justin Trudeau, is where they come off a lot better in smaller settings, in like one-on-one interviews or town hall meetings, than they do on like a big debate stage or on a really big event. I'm not sure why that is, but both Trudeau and Jugmeat seem to have that. I think like they connect to people better in a smaller setting.
Yeah, I felt like Carney was very centrist tonight. Like the whole time I was watching it, I felt like more and more listening to Jugmeat that Trudeau was a lot more like Jugmeat when he did his talks. But tonight, for me, Mark Carney felt very centrist.
He is. I mean,
Yeah.
he's
it's
fiscally
literally what
more
he is.
right wing and socially more left wing kind of guy, right? Which
Yeah.
is kind of
He's
more
he's
centrist.
the current definition of PC.
Pierre was too stoic. He was just like a blank sheet, just standing there, and he didn't really make a lot of good points.
Jugmeat had a really good moment last night with the French debate when he was like, the Bloc Québécois is more useless than the Crown. I laughed out loud at that part.
I actually like the Bloc, man. If I was in Quebec, I'd vote for him.
So
I'm
would I.
not. I'm in BC, but like they have good policies. They are very like worker focused. They're very pragmatic. I don't know. I
But they
actually
only
like
solely
a lot of his answers
focus on
today.
one province.
They are.
You know,
yeah.
I mean, imagine if we only did that. I mean, okay, let's take it again. I think I'm the only Atlantic Canadian in the room, or in the panel at the moment. So again, say if we just turned around and said, okay, we're only going to solely focus just on Atlantic Canada. To hell with the rest of you guys. We can make this. We can do this. And I mean, we have all of Europe. Hey, let's go ahead and we can have all of them we can trade with. And we just say to heck with the rest of you. So well, that doesn't make any sense. And I mean, I get it. A lot of people don't like the fact of the number of votes that we actually have, you know, or have the ability to have and say in this side of the country, because again, we are quite small. You know, I'm the second smallest province in this country, but it doesn't mean that we still shouldn't have an equal amount of voice in the rest of the country as well. So,
Yeah, it's a shame because if the Bloc... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think that shows how silly having leadership debates are, because we don't vote for the prime minister. So we only vote for our local reps. So yeah, he represents Quebec, and that's fine because the people there are voting for him. So the whole thing's kind of silly in a way. But
It is, but this. I was in a live the other night. We were talking about it. I remember when we had MPs in our ridings debate, especially if they were close. Like if there was anything close,
I would
you
love
had
that.
MPs debating. So and they did town halls constantly during election seasons and run-ups to elections. So like if you were within a year out, they'd start doing town halls, whether it's the Liberal, whether it's because that's what they were doing, because they needed to get the support from their riding. And then you
my
would
riding
always
is
have the leadership
statistically
debate.
tied.
And you would have the leadership debate, and everybody wanted to see that because we all knew the leader of the party is going to be basically setting the policies that party is going to be running. And that's what we want to know. But they're also representing us on the full stage, right? Like on the world stage, that's who you're putting forth. So it's like, do you want to put Pierre Poilievre, who acts the way he does, in front of everybody in the world? Like you're sending this guy to G20 summits, and you're sending him to the
Hell
UN,
no.
and you're sending him over. Like that doesn't make any sense, because that doesn't even represent Canada and the way we are. And that's what you want to see from the leadership debate. The policies that the party's going to have and how that person acts and reacts. Are they a leader?
Agreed.
Should they be a
I
leader?
didn't hear anything.
And then
100% agreed.
you know, but I want to bring back the MPs got a debate in front of me or have town halls in front of us, because I want to know, how are you going to act as my MP, because you're repping me?
They don't like conflict, though. And they're terrified that they're going to be standing there, and then what are we going to do? You have a room full of people who are saying, okay, well, say your representative winds up being conservative. God help us all. But anyway, you know, you walk in and you know that you did not vote for them. You did not vote for them. You're not happy that their person is here, but they're there. And you have to say, you've seen it happen in the U.S. And unfortunately, there is such an amount of influence from the U.S. politics on what has happened and what's happening in Canada. We can see that they refuse in the U.S. to be doing their town halls and their get-togethers because they don't want to have the conflict coming at them of, you allowed Agent Orange to turn around and do these kinds of things.
The first time in history, the Republican Party is getting crushed by their own supporters.
Rightfully so.
And they're like, what do we do? And there is no plan. And there's no plan because the Republican Party itself had shifted its whole identity to Donald Trump.
100%.
And that's why his family's running it. This is going on. And they're like, well, we can't help you. Just stay away from them.
Yeah.
And let's not forget that there was actual stun guns used at Marjorie Taylor's Green Town Hall the other day.
What?
There's a winner.
Really? What happened?
You don't know?
I didn't hear this.
You didn't
either.
see it? So there was 3 protesters at her town hall, and they were physically dragged out, like physically assaulted and dragged out, and they used stun guns on these people.
Yeah.
Full authoritarian, man.
Yeah.
Exactly it. But you can't tell them that. They don't.
And then they literally said, "Oh, well, we're just not going to have these town halls anymore unless you guys behave."
Like, behave.
This is the danger.
We put you into these positions that you're in, and you're going to tell us to sit there and behave. No.
This is the danger of us thinking our politicians are our leaders instead of our employees. Like, voters put them there. Their job is to work for us.
Well,
They are not the boss. They are our employees, and people need to fucking realize that again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is where, when I hear, well, their opposition, their job is to criticize the government, and I totally agree. As opposition, that's your job, but your job is also to get for your people. Under Andrew Scheer, there was a couple conservative bills passed, and that was in a majority liberal government. In a minority government that Scheer won under O'Toole, there was 10 to 15 conservative bills passed, 5 of which came from backbenchers that got people from the Liberal Party to come over to their side to get it to pass.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, Pierre Poilievre takes over, and it's my way or the highway. You all shut your mouth. And if you get up to speak, you better repeat all my words or you're done. What happened?
Someone is pulling his strings. That's why.
Yeah.
I mean,
American attitude.
Like, did you see JT jump in and back Carney? Did you see Chrétien back in and jump Carney? No. But why did the Harpoon have to be the first one on the scene? I'm going to back on Poilievre. You know, like, come on.
Wow.
Because he's the leader of the IDU.
Working for all of them.
That's the IDU policy.
Absolutely.
Because if Carney was on the other side, he would have come out day one. If Carney ran in the leadership election against Pierre Poilievre, Harper would have came out then and been like, "This is your man. This is gonna get us the super majority that we could do everything we ever wanted."
Harper came out now because Pierre is behind in the polls. That's why Harper came out now.
100%.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And that's why he came out
the only
in
reason
Edmonton.
we're seeing him.
In Alberta, where
In
he's safe to do
Edmonton.
so.
In Edmonton, where they've lost like 3 seats.
Yeah.
How did you guys
if
feel
that
though when
doesn't tell you all?
How did you guys feel when they talked about the Pew Pew laws and him wanting to repeal Bill C-21? And that's been on my mind, especially today, because of the mass pew-pewing that happened in Florida at Florida State University this morning, where 2 people were unalived and 5 more were injured. And I don't think that these conservatives truly understand that Bill C-21 isn't just about taking away hand pew-pews. It's also about having higher border security and having higher penalties for people that are caught smuggling and trafficking pew-pews, because at the end of the day, that's their whole thing, right? They're like, well, they're not coming from Canada, so why should we punish Canadians? Well, that's also in the bill. The fact that any pew-pews that are being brought into Canada by Canadians from the US are also going to be facing harsher penalties. And then let's also I wanted to talk about that and talk about the notwithstanding clause, because that is a big one. That is a big one that the conservatives are supporting right now, and they don't understand that him using that is the beginning to him being able to decide on who has rights and who doesn't.
I think Mark Carney did a really, really good job of explaining the security issue and tying that in together with the gun laws. I feel like the only thing Pierre said about it was like, these guys just want to ban all of the hunters from having their rifles and we won't do that. He didn't tie anything with security relating to gun laws or the guns coming across our border. He didn't talk about that at all, but I think Mark Carney did a really, really good job of piecing it all together.
I agree.
Facts.
He walked away pretty tall and proud.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're having
again,
a
we
little
look
bit
at
of
the
a
long-
hard time. Sorry, I had a hard time hearing Mysterious. Could you speak up a little bit?
I think Carney was walking away pretty real tall and proud with everybody jumping on him.
That was still really muffled for some reason. Did you guys catch that? Is it just me and my headphones?
No, I can't hear
No,
it.
it's not just you.
No.
I'll try again. I think
That's better. You're getting better.
I think Mark Carney walked away loud and proud of that debate with everybody jumping on him.
Yeah.
I agree.
He did, yeah.
I don't think it helped any of the other parties that every single one of them went after Carney. I think that, to be very frank, Carrie, could you mute yourself? There's a lot of background noise. And thank you. I honestly think they all did a disservice to their own parties by simply going after Carney. Especially, and I have to say this as I want to be an NDP supporter, but as some of you may know, I work for Smart Voting, and the way that they've treated us has made it really difficult to be a supporter of the NDP. And I really think Jagmeet did a disservice to his base by not asking a question of Pierre, rather than all of them ganging up on Carney at the end. I think it looked like a pile-on, and Carney handled himself very well, even with that pile-on. He stayed professional, he kept his composure, and he made sure to professionally go through the things that were asked of him. It was, JB pointed out on his live that when others were talking, he was nodding his head when he agreed with the point of another candidate. He was able to say, I actually agree with Mr. Polyev on this. I actually agree with Mr. Singh on this. And he looked like a prime minister. He looked like a leader.
He was the adult in the room.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
like I
also
said, he
liked when he
gentle
was.
parented them.
I liked when he was like, "I'm going to ask myself a question."
Yeah.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah, that made me laugh. He made a couple really good little zinger jokes.
Carney has the highest likability factor in Canadian politics since Layton. I think for people like the NDP or like Jagmeet to go after him is just pointless. Like, you're attacking the guy with the highest likability factor. That's always going to make you look worse.
Yeah.
Yes, they
And the
have
guy
to
most
differentiate
qualified.
themselves and stand up for their policies, but attacking the most likable guy on stage is not good strategy.
I think that's where Blanchette actually shone a little bit in asking about everyone working together, that after the election, a week post-election, we might all be arguing now, but a week post-election, we need to all be working together and come together as a unit. Can you do that? So I do think that that's going to help him, and and the bloc specifically in Quebec. There were so many fumbles on the part of the NDP, and not like there was I think the grandstanding was the hardest part to deal with. Every time he felt like he got Carney to say something he wanted to, he'd go, and that's why you have to vote in the NDP because we can make them do things. And it was so
I thought it was childish.
It was so childish, and it hurt
Yeah.
because I'm watching someone who has kept decorum and presented himself as a strong, not just a strong leader, but as a fair leader and somebody who doesn't treat others with disrespect. And
I
was
found he's changed a lot.
Mm-hmm.
In that way.
Yeah, like
He's
when
become very dirty.
When
Yeah.
Carney was
I
talking
don't
about
know what's
the
going
whole
on
health
with the NDP.
thing, and instead of just listening to what his plan for healthcare was, Jigme had this run there. Yeah, we did that, and I'm just like, dude, you're shooting yourself in the foot. There was some things that Jagmeet did say, and I was like, that sounds more like the NDP party that I've always supported. But then when he just went off on his tangents and something I thought was out of character for him, I'm just like, you lost me, dude. Like it's just doesn't feel right.
I
So I
agree
will
he
point
has to
this
point
out.
out what they did, because liberals are taking credit for stuff the NDP did.
Oh, no, for sure. And I am
think
going to
this
point
was-
this out
he already
because it's
said
an
that it was
article.
NDP.
Well, so an article came out in the Vancouver Sun. It's alleged the Liberal candidate for it's one of the island ridings, I believe, has put in a complaint to Elections Canada against the NDP candidate. It does tie into what's happening with smart voting, but they have information that the NDP have been working with Polywave. And Polywave very specifically is known as a conservative pollster, and in the past they've worked to push for a vote split in the left-leaning parties. The conspiracy loving, I want aliens to exist part of me can't help but see something like that and wonder if the call is coming from inside the house, so to speak. And it sucks because we've seen it in the way that they've gone after creators and the way that they've gone after the way that they've treated creators. And it's hard not to wonder if the changes that are coming down that we're seeing from Jagmeet are a difference in staff that are leading him astray, so to speak. And I don't know how else to put that. Like I want like I know JB's met Jagmeet and he believes in meeting him. He's a very wonderful human being. But it wasn't even desperation. It was almost like they don't know what to do at this point, and it hurts. It's hard to deal with. I'm not perfect, so either I have NDP or conservative. I don't have another choice.
For me, I
genuinely
feel, and I gotta say he is super genuine. I think he really does have good ideas. He really does care. He really does want to help people. Like I was super impressed when I met him and interviewed him. And I don't know where this campaigning has come from. I've been in contact with a few people like who brought me in and got me that interview who were running part of his campaign and the influencer side of things. They are now replaced and they're somewhere else in the campaign, and I have not been able to get a hold of them. And the people who replaced them are, in my opinion, way worse than the people that I was dealing with before. So I don't know what's going on in their campaign there, but I'll say all day long, even though I'm voting Liberal in my riding because they're tied with Conservatives, that I think Jagmeet is a really decent human being.
I think he is a decent
that.
man, and he's experienced a lot of life. He's not had, despite what we see today, he has had to go through. He raised his brother, at a very young age, took him, made sure he was, educated, made sure he was taken care of. I can't knock the man for what he's done. But seeing how it's almost turned, and I'm kind of like, I'm really sad, and I'm going to say one word, 3 letters, wob. And I hate to say it, but I think that you're going to see, I saw your face there, saw that smile there, Sojan, because the thing is that I think it's about time. It is about time that we had representation of the Indigenous people on a very visible level. And I'm sorry, the enthusiasm that WAB has, despite the fact I am a card-carrying provincial and federal Liberal, my tune would change very quickly if WAB was running as leader of the
I support
NDP.
any Indigenous representation in
100%.
politics.
100%. But
I
most
would
certainly,
support-
I would vote for him.
I would support him, but the problem I have is I feel like it's a target-rich environment given his past and the
Unfortunately, I
abuse
agree with that.
allegations. And,
Yeah.
I think it's going to take a couple cycles before you get to him.
Yeah, I think so.
I agree.
Yeah.
After seeing the whole situation with, and you've seen Mulcair and how he went after when Trudeau was still in power, and I remember him standing there. I can't remember where exactly the street was. I was obviously somewhere in Ottawa, and he's complaining that the garbage cans were removed, and this is what Mulcair has become. And I'm like, really? That's your main.
happened with
That's your
Mulcair?
main issue. Is the Here's an idea, Thomas. Why don't you, because you're retired now, get yourself a garbage bag and clean up the bags of dog shit, and get yourself a blue bag and put all those things in recyclable and take them to there, and then you can put the money towards the campaign for WAB. Because I'm sorry, you did your time, you were great at the time, and then you fizzled out. And I hate to say it, I'm seeing the same thing from Jagmeet.
I think maybe it was the same thing that happened to Jordan.
I had a
It could be a
question.
lot of attention.
I wanted to know what is Carney's concern with China? He brought up security concerns with China. Has anyone heard him talk about that?
I did.
Not specifically
But I do have
details
questions
of
regarding
it,
that.
but he did say when they were when and this was honestly, I was very happy that this was the final question when he brought up security clearance to Pierre at the end of everyone else on the panel here has security clearance. Why don't you?
I love that.
That he did kind of touch that there's more in the report than Pierre went on the attack with China, and Carney did touch on he didn't actually say India, but he touched on there were others in that report. And it's been reported on that there have been campaigns for Carney, against Carney, coming from like WeChat and stuff like that. I think when he's talking about China, it's about what he's seen in the CSIS report, very specifically.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah, I thought there was another issue that he was talking about, but yeah, I was wondering if it was in pertinence to like this election campaign.
Mm-hmm. And it might not just be the election campaign as a whole.
As PM, he would see this because he has full security clearance, right? So he's going to see any crap that's coming in and where it's coming from. So maybe he knows something that the rest of us don't know because we're not got the clearance for.
I still genuinely. Okay, never mind.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I still don't know though why we're all not talking about the fact that their biggest foreign interference threat is America. Like we all keep, okay, cool, maybe China is using some app and using technology to like figure out what we want to buy for Christmas. Cool. There's probably more than that to it. But America is straight up influencing how we live our daily lives. They have been influencing us through Hollywood, even before social media, about how we should be, how we should act, how we should dress, how we should talk, who we should love. I mean, the whole, if we, exactly, right? And if we look at like conservatives today, they are basically the popular kids from high school who were influenced by American media. And then, of course, they got a lot darker throughout the years, but America has been a giant influence. And I mean, look at the endorsements that PP is getting when he just got an endorsement from Matt Gaetz. Like, that's for, on Facebook, what they did yesterday, because they mistranslated Mark Carney's French comment that he said he's going to stand up to Trump, and they mistranslated it and said that he is standing with Trump. Now they've changed it because thousands of people complained and reported it, but that screenshot was already taken. It was already shared across X and Rumble and all these other sites. And at the end of the day, we know that even if we tell the conservatives, no, you're wrong, that was a mistranslation, they won't even put that into a freaking translator to figure it out for themselves. They're going to take it, they're going to run with it. I see it in my comments all the time. So, like, again, Facebook is owned by who? Mark Zuckerberg, American. All of the social media influence, the algorithms, everything, it's all American. That is what we should be talking about day in and day out, and we're not. We're focusing on the little guys like India and China with their don't get me wrong, they're not little guys, but you know what I mean. Like, their influence is not nearly as bad as America. Who funded the Freedom Convoy? 45% of all the cash for the Freedom Convoy came from America. But why are we not talking about that?
No, I agree with you 100%. I think, though, that, and this is a point that came up in the French debate last night, that surprisingly, I think somebody might have slapped Pierre's hand a little bit. When he was talking about energy, he brought up sending energy to India specifically. And it was kind of a shocker moment, because mere week and a half ago, the story came out about his leadership race and how India influenced it. So that to me was a bit shocking. And so as much as I hear what you're saying about the U.S. influence, because it does, like, their media influences us, like TikTok, social media influences us a lot. I think something does need to be addressed in that aspect. And I know from what has been said about the CSIS report, that level of interference is in that report and is talked about and is addressed in some sort of ways. I hope that something is done about it in the future, because there's a part of me that worries that the report has come out, but what's being done to stop it? The report is there telling us where the interference is.
Nothing is being done to stop it, unfortunately.
I think the other difference is, it's one thing for politicians in the States and their backers and all this to say, hey, we think this guy should win. It's totally a different thing when you literally implant your own politicians into leadership roles and lawmakers that this country is like, here you go. Like, now it doesn't matter because they've already got them in hand. It's not someone that may, it's somebody that is in my hand. Like, I might be able to convert this person to me, or I already have this person. And that's the scarier fact. Is like, if India has Pierre, what happens, right? Like, they just say, we want this, and here you go. Like, when he brings up the LNG, well, I'm pretty sure that India's LNG gas comes from China. And there's no way that we could ship it to them cheaper than China could just pump it to them direct.
Well, Modi's BJP party is part of the IDU, so is Pierre Poilievre's Conservative Party, so is Donald Trump's Republican Party. That group's stated goal is to help each other get elected and take power in their respective countries. They are actively working together, which is electoral interference, absolutely, and it's a conflict of interest. If they're in a group meant to support parties in other countries, their loyalty is not necessarily to Canada.
True.
So what do we do about that? Like, that's been the bug itching in my ear about this is we do our best to combat misinformation on our end, but how do we start holding the government to account to also
the only thing I can think of is start a petition. If a petition gets enough signatures, it has to be addressed on the House floor. And I've never seen one about the IDU so far.
I think there's big players in that game that would shut things down pretty quickly if there was something brought to the House. It'd be scary.
Well, I think definitely would find out who's doing what on the vote on it.
Yep.
I wish we would know that the IDU and the WEF are two totally different organizations. And to every conservative who wants to yell WEF, I want to just like,
They're not even
Yeah.
the same
IDU
thing. They're
They're
not
no,
even
exactly.
IDU is
They're
what
not even close.
conservatives
And the
think the
IDU is
WEF
such
is.
a serious democratic institution that is just built on destroying any democracy and pushing everything to one place and looking at it just as one focus. And we're looking down such a narrow straw of that. And everyone, I want to say, do you understand what that actually is? Do you understand what that means? Do you understand what will happen if that, in fact, is implemented in all of the countries that go through? Like, the fact that Georgia Maloney is in the White House is kind of blowing my mind right about now. And it's very concerning to me. And yeah,
my one thought on stopping
Could
it though would
Carrie,
be to
could we
turn
take
the
a
same.
pause? Because Frontline has tried to say like 5 things and it's been cut off every single time. I'd really like to hear what Frontline has to say because she has some really great points
Yep,
to
no
make
problem.
when she gets the chance.
Thanks, Valkyrie.
I got you, boo. Don't worry.
Thank you. Yeah, what I really wanted to say is I think a lot of people after this election, they feel like, oh, if Carney gets in, they're going to be like, oh, Carney's in, everything's fine, everything's going to be fine. It's not. Right? The disinformation, the misinformation, the IDU working together, it is going to continue. And it is going to get worse. No matter who gets in, it's going to get worse. But if Carney gets in, then we have a chance to actually make a difference because we're not going to be, stopped at every protest, every petition, everything we want to do. But what Devin actually always says in his videos is that we need to collectively start pressuring our politicians like crazy over the next couple of years. We need to pressure them to take some action because Valkyrie's right. Like nothing's going to change. Like, what are we going to do about it? We have to do something about it. And we're not seeing governments really do anything about it. And a lot of them don't know what to do about it. Because if we try to, for example, put in a new law that regulates social media, people are going to lose their marbles, especially conservatives, because they're going to be like, well, who gets to decide what's truth and what not? Like, we should be allowed to say whatever we want online, but we need to figure out a way to regulate social media. We need to figure out a way to move forward with just a new way of doing things. For example, like even electoral reform. We need to pressure politicians to have electoral reform. That's a big one, right? That's a huge one that we keep talking about, and then no politician ever does it. So again, it's going to be up to us to be very involved, and we need to get involved at a community level. We need to go to the town halls. We need to speak our minds. Like, people just need to get involved in politics. So for us as content creators, I think our biggest goal is to inspire more people to get involved in politics at whatever level they can get involved in, because we've been living in this very comfortable world for the last, 30 years or so, where people have been completely disconnected from what's going on in terms of politics, in terms of global conflicts, in terms of economy. All they know is I'm going to get my paycheck. This is what I'm going to do on the weekend. I'm going to go on vacation here. And then that's all they think about. They don't think about the bigger picture. So I think that we as creators really need to be doing everything we can after this election to inspire people to get involved at community levels, local levels, get involved to start petitions, protests, pressuring politicians, whatever it takes for us to get some shit changed, because otherwise we're in trouble. Otherwise, the next election after this is going to be even worse than what we're seeing right now, because we need to remember what happened in 2020. We need to remember when the Republicans freaked out that Biden won, and then the next 4 years were used as fuel for the Republican Party. And everything got blamed on Biden. Even when he did amazing things for that country, he still got blamed. It was ongoing. It didn't end. And then look at what happened recently in 2024. We don't want that to happen here. And we might copy that if we don't change some freaking laws and get some shit done.
So I think the most important thing to that is the left dividing itself, because the demographics are completely different in Canada, and we do outnumber them by quite a bit. So we need to learn how to organize. We need to learn how to not infight with each other and get more, ridiculously upset at the politicians than the right wing do.
I just want to say, Carney getting in is not the end of this, it's the beginning of this. It's we dodged the fucking worst case scenario, and now we have to push to hold our politicians accountable and to make things better. Like Carney, getting Carney in is it's not the solution, it's dodging the worst outcome, and then we can still try to fight to make things better and we still stay engaged.
Agreed, and I think when people realize their collective power too, that will sort of have a ripple effect.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and to be very like this is not a push or a promote, but like that's our whole goal in the smart voting thing that we're doing. Like our whole goal is to push for election reform, and we've got steps to get there and ways to try to start working towards that. I think one of the hardest parts about working towards like especially electoral reform is everybody wants proportional representation, but that takes a huge change to the Elections Act. Like that takes a large majority of the House agreeing to all the pieces of changing it. So you have to start out somewhere small, even if that's ranked ballot, and then moving the needle further and further towards till the point that we get a proportional representation, and understanding that it can't happen overnight, but also pushing for it to still happen. We want it to happen. It was supposed to happen. And of course it didn't, because that meant that the party in power would lose seats very clearly. No party is going to actually want to do proper proportional representation because they're going to lose seats. So it comes down to all of us coming together. And that's where it's infuriating watching the left eat its own tail like a snake. It's frustrating, and it's not getting us anywhere. It's moving us towards American style politics, as much as there are a lot of, and I don't even want to just say NDP voters, left-leaning individuals that are screaming about how strategic voting makes it so that it's a two-party system, and that's what the whole point of it is. It's not. It's understanding the point we are at, and that once it's, and the funny thing, I think, this is just my personal opinion, once that strategic vote happens and say a Liberal or an NDP gets into that spot because there's a clear strategic vote that happened in their riding, then the people within that riding can go to that party member and be like, you got in because of us. You need to make some changes. You would not have your position without us. You would not have got, your government would not have gotten this majority without us. Make some changes, or else it's going to happen the opposite way next time. And that's the power of the people in voting. That's the power of our vote, and especially in using our vote in protest. It means that we're not just in making the decision. Yes, like I want people to vote the way that they want to vote, but we need to move towards actual change, and it's going to start. We have to start by essentially forcing some of these politicians' hands, like pushing them to make those decisions.
What's
okay?
smart
So I'm going to say this because I'm going to. Good job there, Sojan. I would send you one, buddy, but it's the internet anyway. Hi again, Atlantic Canadian, from Nova Scotia. So I'll even say a Maritimer. And I appreciate when people talk about the proportional representation and who's got what and who's where. But I have to say, I want to play, if Quebec can pull, their card in wanting to maintain their uniqueness, then I think that Atlantic Canada should have to be, or Maritimes, the Maritimes should do the same. Because I think a lot of people forget their history. And not that far across the way, if I take a long little look through my binoculars, I can see PEI, which is the home of Confederation, which is the smallest province in this country. And I think that it is important that if we're going to give, a representation and special benefits to certain places, then we need to remember that this is where the country did start. Like, I appreciate the fact that, one country thinks that they bankroll the entire country, but they don't. We know that because we know how many people that all live in our provinces that just happen to work in that area, right? Or again, other people need to remember that it wasn't, these weren't provinces that were part of Canada. These were already inhabited lands by our original peoples. And I appreciate why everyone says, the proportional representation is important, but I think you also need to remember that we do have a voice. And I know it, sorry, I'm going to have to say this frontline, it's going to piss off a lot of the conservatives that we do have a major voice in here and that we have a major influence on the outcome for a lot of elections. And I get that. But I also think that shouldn't be taken away from us. I appreciate that, yes, we do need to have a proportional representation. The population of Nova Scotia is growing. The population of Atlantic Canada in general is growing. I just had our boundaries changed. And trust me, I'm now in Central Nova. Well, you should see the size of it. Go and look at the map. It's large. Yeah, like, I don't know. I get when people say those things, but I do. It does set off a little bit of a trigger for me when I hear that, because I'm thinking it's almost like we don't deserve to have the voice or the power that we should have. And I think that maybe it's simple numbers across the board, no matter what your province is. Maybe it should come down to a set number of, okay, everybody's going to get 5 MPs. You get 5 MPs from the provinces, there you go. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter where you are, which would be great. Because let's look at some provinces that don't even have 1 MP, maybe have 1 MP for a very large area. If they had 5 MPs, that would be even better. So I think when it comes to the proportional representation, it's a wonderful idea, but it isn't fair to everybody. And even in areas that, in some provinces that have a lot of people, they're spread out, and the concentration of their vote doesn't seem to really be as impactful as it is in other locations in their province, if that makes sense.
I would love to chime in on this. Thank you.
I was just going to ask you to, JB. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing okay. I was trying to get some sort
you
of...
above me, JB? Oh my God, I'm just going to fangirl here in the corner and go right ahead and say whatever you want to.
Okay, well, let's not do that. First things first.
Lead us, Daddy.
Hey, there's enough people saying shit about me online. We don't need any more connotations about what's going on. First things first. As somebody who's a fierce advocate for proportional representation, I think we need to remember that this needs to be done in stages. It needs to be done in steps. We all want to do full mixed member proportional, where we vote directly for the prime minister, but also vote for our local representative, and it's rated proportionally based off the population. That's the dream. That's the dream. And I would actually challenge what you were saying, that actually does benefit provinces that are smaller, like PEI and the territories and stuff like that, because they do get a better voice, right? They do have their known representation because they feel like they're doing something, because they're both voting directly for the prime minister, but also directly for their local representative. And you get into situations, mainly like something in Quebec, where you might get somebody vote for a Liberal prime minister, but a Bloc Québécois member, right? Because there is arguments on both sides to benefit that. But we have to get to that point in stages, because I don't think Canadians will generally understand that, because we've been doing the same system for the entire time we've been a country. I think the first stage that we need to do is we need to do a ranked choice ballot or a single transferable vote. This is easy to implement. You do not need to do a referendum. You do not need to do anything aside from a simple vote in the House that just needs a simple majority. And then it's off to the Senate, and then it gets royal assent. And all that is an amendment to the Canada Elections Act, which changes the ballot that we are presented. We don't get a single vote. We get to transfer our vote. So we rank the ballot when we go into the polling place. That could be done day one of whoever forms this new government. And not any party that stood on that stage tonight has proposed that to be a thing. So while they have while the Liberals and the New Democrats and the Bloc, for that matter, have electoral reform or mentioned electoral reform in their platform, they actually don't really have a plan about how they're going to do it, because everything they want to do would require a constitutional change, which would require either a 2/3 vote in the House plus all 10 provinces ratifying it, or a referendum to the people, which delays that until the next election, which whenever that will be, right? But we could get true electoral reform that could take effect immediately within the next provincial contest, wherever that would be, just from a simple vote in the federal House. And then we can then use that to position ourselves better for the next election to argue a next step of electoral reform. And we have to do this in stages. This is too big of a giant to tackle and try to do it all at once. That's why Trudeau failed in 2015. That's why Ontario failed when they tried MMP back in 2004. Double check that. I'm not sure the exact date of that referendum, but Ontario had a referendum. BC had a referendum for this. It just nobody can do it because Canadians don't understand it. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. When it comes to the argument of proportional representation, unfortunately, other provinces, though, it is going to see Ontario and Quebec get some more seats because that's where the people live. That's just the reality of it, right? And people vote, not land. And if we want to have a conversation about the federal system and giving the provinces individually more power, that's a conversation for Senate reform, where we can have a Senate that represents the provinces equally versus the actual population equally. That's why we have an upper house. But that's a whole other conversation for another time. But
it's mind-blowing to me that no one's made this part of their campaign, because arguably, to me at least, electoral reform, or the promise of it, is what won Justin Trudeau and the Liberals their first election when they were dead last the year before, right?
Yeah.
That's what turned their whole thing around, because everyone wanted it, then they didn't deliver, and now no other party is taking that up when it could gain them so many votes.
Well, I don't think that that's the election, though, right now, to be honest. I agree with you, Sojin. I think that would be a winning thing. But I think people have pretty much already made their minds up. I think we're pretty dead set on who we're voting for in this country.
I think it would save the NDP some seats if they took that up. But yeah, I think you're right. It is mostly decided. I agree.
Yeah.
And yeah. I think you're more knowledgeable on this than me, for the record.
When I went door knocking, though, this past weekend, there was a ton of undecided voters. Almost every house that I door knocked was undecided.
But that's the thing.
And this was in a progressive city.
So BC, we are actually seeing that the undecided voters in BC is almost twofold compared to the rest of the country. Alberta's decided. Saskatchewan is, for the most part, decided. Ontario, surprisingly enough, is pretty much decided. Right? I drive around my community, almost every house has some sort of lawn sign on. My community is overwhelmingly decided who they're voting for. There's some houses that don't, but it's there, right? Anybody who lives in Ontario knows that people have pretty much decided who they're voting for. BC's a weird anomaly. It's very much up in the air. I think there is a lack of shedding of New Democratic support in that province. I think the BC voters really want the New Democrats to do something, but I think a lot of NDP voters in BC are looking at what's going on, looking at what their leader is saying, and going, I don't know if I can get behind this guy. And it's raising this question, and you're having all these undecided, right?
But in my progressive town, though, people were not undecided between Liberals and NDP. They were undecided between Liberals and Conservatives.
That's
and there was what I heard, and that's why it was a little bit disheartening, because when I went door knocking, the number one issue for pretty much every single house I went to was money and the economy, and how are we going to cut government spending? We need to cut. That's what they all wanted.
Yeah.
Cutting government spending. And when you ask them, well, what leader do you think you're going to vote for, right? Because we were trying to figure that out. A lot of them were like, we don't like any of them. We just don't like any of them. So we don't know who we're going to vote for because we don't like any of them.
Yeah.
That's what I got a lot of And also, I just wanted to add in, since I have time to talk right now, really quickly, the whole electoral reform that you touched on is that we need education for this to happen. And I don't know if people can get educated on it. Like, we're having such a hard time explaining taxes. We're having a hard time explaining trade. We're having such a hard time with like really basic concepts, and electoral reform requires a much higher complexity of understanding. So I kind of agree that like this is a really hard time. We have to start educating people on the basics of civics first. Like, we need to get people to understand what a provincial, municipal, and federal government do before we ever try to start explaining how electoral reform would have to work.
If only.
So as much as it's important.
If only there was a website that might be doing that.
Oh, that's oozing with sarcasm.
I think the majority of the people that don't know or will have struggles with it are the right wing that are social conservatives. Because they know deep down any electoral reform means they will not win ever again.
Yeah. And that's the paradox in this, right? I remember having this debate when I was in university where I would argue electoral reform, and then I would have somebody say it's never going to happen, because why would the person who gets into power change the system that got them into power? And it's a fair question.
Which is what Justin said. Justin literally said it.
The person who gives us true electoral reform in this country will be making a political sacrifice to do so.
I agree.
Possibly
the way it is. It's a numbers thing, right? And we're not talking about feelings. We're not talking about facts. We're talking about numbers. And if you change the system that gets you elected, you're probably not going to win the next election. I have a belief, and this is where the debate comes in, that I think that actually isn't true. And I believe that if the person does get electoral reform through, they actually will gain in popularity, but that's a debate for another time. The other thing I wanted to say, because I was listening to you guys while I was putting baby down, was, you know, about the infighting and the divisiveness on this app and just in politics in general. And I think Valkyrie can speak to this as well, because the two of us work together. With what's going on right now with the attacks on smart voting, but also just the general doxing campaign against myself and the messages that are being spread around, I think it's at the point now that we are starting to see some left-leaning individuals buy into this type of shit. I've seen left-leaning creators release my name, release my status, release what's going on, try to discredit my mods, try to discredit my work. And I think that's really, really sad to do. I think that panders to a type of person that we don't really want to be around. And I understand people's comfortabilities because some of these people might be friends, but I think sometimes at some point in time, it needs to get called out in the right moments. That if you see a left-leaning creator, I think it needs to get called out, because this divisive politics isn't going to solve anything. It's just going to cause more issues. And I'm just speaking to this as somebody who's been currently being attacked quite relentlessly by both sides.
I'm buying into it the other way. I'm like a person traditionally against strategic voting, and I advocate voting for the heart. And I'm voting strategically this election, and I've shouted out smart voting.
I appreciate that.
Because this election is that important. I thought that's what you meant. That's why I was going like this when you said buying in, and then you went the other way. So just
no, I'm talking about, and I know Frontline and I have talked about this in private back and forth, just about, you know, assisting and getting advice and working together. But like, I'm seeing left-leaning creators repeat the same, they're not lies, but the same lack of context in my situation in the past without reaching out to me to understand what happened, to get the full story.
You mean like how budgets balance themselves?
No, I did something really dumb like 12 years ago, and somebody found it and exposed it, and I'm seeing left-leaning creators take that and try to discredit my work. And there's way more to the
like
story.
Halloween costumes that you dressed up in that were inappropriate, but you weren't in government at the time.
No,
okay,
I was
checking.
But yes,
Yeah.
similar kind of realm. Similar kind of
I was just gonna say it feels a lot like the Justin Trudeau Halloween costume scandal. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, and like I was hanging out in here and I was seeing it happen in the comments, and shout out to the mods who took care of that person. But, you know, I'm asking as a creator on here, but also as a human who has a family. When you see that information, even from another left-leaning creator, it is putting myself and my family in danger. Because while that person might not find out who I am and where I live and all this stuff, somebody might. And this is a very small country. Everybody knows everybody, and it doesn't take much for somebody to be like, look me up and be like, oh, he lives here now. I'm only 20 minutes away from that. I'm going to go pay him a visit, which is literally happening in the comments of these videos, of left creators' videos. That is disgusting. And I'm not asking people to make videos. I'm not asking people to step in, but just defend it. Like, that is not cool to do.
Oh, if anyone wants to tag me,
that kind of behavior is disgusting no matter what your political motivation or leaning is. Like, people should not be physically threatened. Period.
Never. There's no excuse.
I got physically threatened yesterday in a corner store. For saying that I'm going to be voting Liberal. I literally had somebody tell me that if I was a man, they would make sure that my face got destroyed. And I had to walk away, and I was shaking, and I was like, "Hey, I can't do anything about this. Like, I'm not going to go to the cops or anything because
they don't care.
There's no point, and they don't care." But like, people, especially on the right, are starting to say violent things in public. Like, I've heard them all over social media. Not saying that that's okay, but at least it's over social media where, you know, they kind of have that barrier, and they can say those terrible things without actually wanting to act on them, because a lot of them are just keyboard warriors that are just upset. But to see it and experience it in person, it was kind of wild.
I know that feeling. It's not a great feeling. I got not cornered, but I was getting on the subway in Toronto at one of the busier stations in Toronto, and I was waiting for the train, and somebody came up to me. He's like, "Hey, I know you." I'm like, "Oh," and I was being polite. I was like, "Hey, do you follow me? Like, nice to meet you." And he's like, "No, I don't follow you." And he had this kind of look on his face like he wanted to like really say something to me. And I kind of caught that vibe. So I took a giant step back, and thank God for that TTC train to show up. And I just ran right on the train and just kind of like sat down, and he didn't get on. But it was definitely a moment that I was like, oh shit, I'm on a subway platform, right? This is not a safe position for me to be in, but this is something that happens. But and the point I want to reiterate is what's frustrating. And just imagine if this happened to you, Frontline, or anybody else here. That happens. You put out a story, like you talk about that on your channel, and then a left-leaning creator attacks you for that, being like, you should have done this, or you should have done that, or this is because of the things you say or the things you do. And that is exactly what's happening right now. It happened to Josh. Right? The same thing happened to Josh. It happened with that whole bridge the gap bullshit from last year. Remember that crap when the right was trying to bridge the gap with the left, and the left was like, let's do this. And a lot of us were like, I don't want to do this. They are bad people. And it's the exact same thing. It's all the same accounts. It's all the same people. It's everything. And I'm not going to sit here and name names. I'm not trying to sling mud. But we need to, I think, do a better job at calling these people out. Personally,
I've been attacked by leftist creators more than right wing creators.
Same.
Even though I'm a leftist and I shit on conservatives all the time.
Yeah.
No, I
think a big part of that.
I know nothing of what I'm talking about. Look at me. I'm ugly. My opinion means absolutely nothing. I'm old. I'm overweight, so my opinion doesn't. I'm the constant personal attacks. It's personal. I'm going to vote on Saturday. I'm terrified because I know people have said to me, "Oh, I know who you are," and I'm like, "Yeah, no, you don't.
Don't."
And if you do, then you've seen my videos, and you know I will come out and say to you, "I think you're an absolute SOB," and I'll call you out for your shit. And you come at me, we're gonna have a problem. Because I have no problems with coming back and saying anything to anybody, right?
I think that the big part of like leftists attacking other leftists, I think a big part of it is that there's a lot of frustrated leftists, and they feel more safe attacking other progressives that are maybe just a little bit less progressive, they feel safer doing it because they know that we're not the type of people to ever attack them back or to do something actually bad to them. And they want to take that
100%.
anger that they have out on someone or something, and they just choose other progressives because it's easier to attack them for, maybe not doing as much or something versus attacking the actual far right that started the division and the BS in the first place.
And the other thing
See, I just blame menopause now, right? Now, if you want to attack me, no problem. But we're going to be a problem.
The other thing I want to say, and then I'm going to step down because I do have to get ready to do my own thing. But and I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I'm not trying to show any ego. But there is this also noticeable problem that I've experienced. And I know Steve Boots have experienced this. I know Josh experienced this. That once you, Lisa as well, once you get to a certain level where you are, I'm talking like sub 150K, 200K in followers, the attacks get amplified because I think there is a level of, I don't want to say jealousy. I think there is a level of people that make content that are saying the same things, right? And they don't understand why their videos only get 200 views, but JB's videos gets 10,000 views on it. And I can't control that. I don't know why that's happening. I don't know why people's views are less. And it's challenging because I want other creators. I want all of you to have just as much success as I've had and Steve has had. That's what I want. And I want to help everybody get to that point. And that's why ultimately I created my business. That's why I created Polaris, is to help other creators succeed and make money and have a business themselves. And then when I see leftists try to dig up deep like beef on my company, right, that I've registered, thinking that I'm some Norwegian company because we share a name with a Norwegian company.
Oh my
Which
god,
is
that was
like,
the stupidest thing ever. We
and
got
this is
literally
coming
an
from
Elections
leftists.
Canada email the next day. Like somebody reported it to Elections Canada saying that we're an outside the country, and whoever from Elections Canada didn't look in their system to see that we're registered with Elections Canada as a third party. I nearly threw something when I woke up to that email. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Right now?
we got dragged for a whole two days from this one person on Blue Sky that was like finding like I registered a business back in like 2011 for this sales job I had to do, and I did it for a week. I said I hate this, and I closed the business. And they were like, "See, he's a failed businessman. He closed a business in 2011." It's like, fuck off. Like, leave me alone. Like it doesn't matter, right? It's
There's an important point with this that I really need to speak to because in a lot of the left-leaning videos that we've seen that have jumped on the bandwagon of what's going on with JB, there's a few that, and I'm going to say this loosely, call themselves feminists. And in those videos or in the descriptions of those videos, they go to town describing the people around JB and specifically describe myself. And I know that they're talking about me because they say a person with disabilities. This will be a person with disability. I'm an amputee. I'm a person with disabilities. JB's also my fucking cousin. Like, it's widely known. We found out we were cousins when he came and visited followers in Alberta. Literally found out we were related after knowing each other for 2 years. But it's really fucking disheartening. And not only that, I feel like it's being fed upon and not it's like the things that are going on with the NDP, like what they did to Jessica and that stupid video of Jagmeet telling everybody to jump at a disability announcement next to a woman in a wheelchair. It's just, as a person with disabilities, and I fight every day to give people with disabilities a voice and make sure that we're heard and make sure that people hear what we're going through. It's so fucking disheartening to see these people on the left taking that and using it as JB's using her because she's a person with disabilities. It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
If anybody knows me and the people around me, like my mod team and stuff, they will know that my mod team bullies me more than anybody. And the person that bullies me the most is my own goddamn wife, and she lives with me. Like,
it's just it's the bit, it's the fun of it, right? Like it's like if you go to a company and go to the boss and be like, oh, you hired only women, or you hired 2 women, how dare you, they should be blah blah, like they must be following you and you must be grooming them. It's like, no, I have people like, and Beaver Frontline, you have mods on this channel, you have mods on your own channel, everybody who does lives have mods. It's an important part of doing live streams. You need moderators to control your chat and handle things when you cannot pay attention to it. And for people to attack that, and it's from the left, or try to find a scandal in there just because I picked one of my cousins to be my mods, and it's the dumbest timeline of events, right? Like, I don't get why this is such a laser focus from people right now. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
My big ask of the left is that, as like, I know that we all tout ourselves to be disability advocates and stand up for people with disabilities. If you're truly going to stand up for people with disabilities, you're not going to use their disability to tear them down. When you want to get back at them, you're not going to use their disability to tear them down. If you are truly left-leaning, a disability is nothing a part of what you need to say about a person. It is not how you pull them down. Period.
Exactly. I've been called an R word before for standing up for disabilities. I have autism, and I was called the R word.
Can I just say something
It's
for a second?
disgusting. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, because I could be called out for some of this conversation, I guess, that JB brought up Steve Boots. I currently have him blocked because we had a falling out when I challenged him on something. In this live, I have shouted out Steve Boots and recommended people go follow him because he does good content, even though him and I don't get along. And I just want to use it as an example, because this whole thing about leftists attacking each other, we don't have to like each other to be on the same side. If we're fighting for the same things, if we both are aligned on the big issues, like, there's no need to attack each other. You can shout each other out. You can support each other, even if you're not friends. Like, that's okay.
We have a mutual.
So we shouldn't attack each other. We shouldn't tear each other down when we're fighting for the same things. Like, we don't have to all be friends.
That's called adult behavior. That's called being an adult and having respect. There's a difference, right? People don't know. I mean, I get it. And again, I'll jokingly say, my mind now is a sieve for a reason. Menopause girls is a real thing, and I'm telling you, boys, just buckle your seatbelts. Like, it's bad. Anyway, and things, though, will come out. I used to have an internal monologue. Now, she's as loud as fuck, because it will come right out. It does not stop. It does not stop now. And so when people make comments like that, I will come out and come back at you and say, what is wrong? Why? Right? So I'll say to someone, you have the ability to shut your mouth. If it is not a positive, if it's not truthful, if you cannot physically say, I've seen this, I witnessed this, I read this, don't say it. Because it's not going to do anybody's good. It does nothing. And as someone who's been attacked for those reasons, it's really kind of sad. If that's all you have nothing. I have actually said that in comments to people. If you actually have to attack me for anything that does not have anything to do with what I have actually stated, if it does not come back to my education or anything else that I've stated, and you have to attack me for my physical appearance, you have sweet fuck all. Come back to me when you are an adult, because the adults are now talking, and I am not a mama, and I don't have time to school you on how to act like an adult.
Yeah.
And that entire situation bothers me really bad, JB, that you had to experience that for being, I mean, I have the utmost respect for TED Talk, like everything, man.
Wow.
I have followed you since I've been on TikTok.
Appreciate that.
So I truly feel honored to be sitting here actually having this conversation while it might be via, a situation like this.
Hey.
So to see that you had to experience that is such it really does bother me, because I do worry about the information that people are receiving And where is it coming from? And the whole radicalization of everybody at this stage, not even just our young men, to see some of these people who share the same thoughts that the same anatomy as me, and you think that, it's great to be on a blue side at this stage, very much concerns me.
So I'll give this lore for everybody, and then I'm going to drop out and go. There is a fairly large left-leaning creator on this app that the two of us have a history that goes back before we were creators, because we have a mutual friend that I don't get along with, right? And when I found that person on the app, I reached out to them. I'm like, hey, happy you're here. I know we don't like each other, but let's not try to air out our personal differences from before we were creators on this app. You can exist, I can exist. That person has agreed. We don't really interact with each other. We don't really talk to each other. And that's that. That's how adults handle those situations, right? Nothing is public. We don't make it public. We both agreed not to make it public, but we both exist on the app. They make great content. They like the content I make. But it doesn't mean we have to sit here and be buddy and friends. But I'm going to sit there and promote them and repost the videos when I see it, and because what they're saying isn't incorrect. It's just we have a personal thing that dates back prior to this app, because that's what adults do. And that's what I would encourage anybody listening to this, that if you have something like you don't like about me that you maybe heard from through the grapevine or somebody, shoot me a message. You can do it on Discord. You can do it on Instagram. You can do it on here even. I might not get to it here very quickly, but you can shoot me a message nonetheless, and we can talk it out, and I can provide any context you need to know, and you can make your opinion from that. That's what adults do. You don't need to make videos. You don't need to call out my mods. You don't need to make cryptic messaging on videos, being like, I'm going to take this guy down and not say who it is. That's high school bullying behavior. Let's be adults. Pick up your phone, open your DMs, and shoot me a message, and we can talk. It's that simple. Anyways, that being said, Carney absolutely won the debate. Blanchette was the biggest loser. That's my thoughts on the debate. I think that
Blanchette did good.
No, I think it was a big L for Blanchette. I think he didn't position himself well for Quebec, and I think Carney showed like he was the adult in the room in all factors of it. Because Carney showed respect to everybody, and I think for Quebecers right now, I'm not a Quebecer, but I know a lot of them, they don't want mudslinging. They want to just know who's going to be the adult in the room to deal with the situation, and that's why a lot of them are voting Liberal. So
I think that's everyone but conservatives right now. We want an adult with ideas and policies.
Well, Carney was like joking around and laughing and acknowledging, oh, no, it's your turn. No, it's your turn. Like he was being... Carney felt like the prime minister in the room, to be honest.
There you go.
Like, out of all four of them, like the person I said, who's the prime minister in this room? First, I would have said Steve, the moderator, but then I also would have also said Carney, right? Like, and you know that the second that camera was off because of the security incident that was unfolding outdoors, that Carney was swooped away into a room, into a waiting SUV, and he left that building quicker than anybody ever seen.
I thought it was actually quite telling. I thought, and I was actually in the room with my mother at the time before we separated to go, because I was coming here to watch this. And I had said, she said, why does he have so much security? And I said, well, that's just kind of interesting. I said, but, I said, there's been some rumblings. I said, and so they're trying to whatever. Even Polyev, though, seemed to have quite a bit of security, which was a little surprising.
Well, they all have parliamentary protection.
Well, they do, but even still, it seems to be so much more. And and maybe it was that they were so tight. They seem to be very much circled, not spread out as normal, kind of thing. I mean, at one point he was like signing an autograph of his book, right? One of the people in the crowd had the signing of the book. Oh yes, here we're signing autographs. Like, what prime minister does that? Oh, it's the book. So, you know what I mean? Like, there were crowds that were there that were truly supporting, but you could also see, a blue sign or two that might have been behind.
We do know that this was because of Rebel News, right? Everybody here knows?
Yes.
Rebel News tried to force their way into the debate hall.
Yes.
Yeah. And that was
yesterday, in the scrum, all the crazy questions that did come out, that they were allowed 5 reporters to every other publication's 1 reporter.
Yeah, and
which is
they're
insane to me.
I'm excited to see the clip because CBC said they'll release it in a later story, but CBC had to cut to B-roll because Rebel
But
News
how
tried
did this
to
happen?
interfere with the CBC broadcast. Did you not
Like,
hear
how
about
did that happen?
So about 20 minutes before the debate was supposed to start, I didn't see this yet because I was getting ready to stream, but they said that about 20 minutes before, CBC just suddenly cut to a pre-recorded video, right? Like a B-roll tape that they had ready to go for whatever reason, right? And I guess nobody really thought of it. Maybe it was just like people thought it was a production mishap, right? But it was actually because Rebel News was interrupting their broadcast outside. And the security teams needed to take control. Like this is a direct attack on democracy. The debate is one of the most important part of our democratic processes, and the biggest part of the debate isn't necessarily the 2 hours where the leaders are talking to each other. It's the scrums, it's the media, it's the journalist availability after, because that's when journalists can start to ask questions about what they said. And for Rebel to intimidate the debate commission to not do the scrums, but also then try to interrupt CBC and other mainstream journalists' broadcasts. Say what you want about all of them. I don't watch CTV for certain reasons, as you guys can probably connect the dots there. But I don't think that their broadcast should be interrupted by some far right agitators. Right? Like CTV has the right to exist. I don't agree with a lot of their points, but they have a right to be there. Right? So, anyways.
Right, somebody said, "Oh, because a news crew came up, it was an attack on democracy." No, that's not what it was. It's called journalistic integrity for a reason. Journalistic integrity is important, and if you're going to be a journalist in the pool, you need to have integrity and treat your colleagues with respect. It's a part of their job. And Rebel News does not do that. And very clearly they do not do that in the questions that their reporters were asking the leaders of this country last night. It was honestly shameful.
Well, even seeing what's been happening though from the actual legitimate reporters, you see the limitations that certain political leaders are actually.
Thanks for being up here.
Thank you so much. Certain political leaders, we're not going to say names, who are very restrictive or are only focusing on allowing certain questions by certain people being asked and the snark level that is returned. And I'm telling you right now, me and apples are not a safe combination right now. That's all I'm going to say. Me and apples? No, I'm not. I have they trigger me now, me and apples. And that's all I have to say on that one. So
I just Valkyrie was speaking, and it's not because I was laughing at what you were saying. I was scrolling Reddit, and the Beaverton came up, and the Beaverton's headline is, "We demand the same invitation as Rebel News, even though we're not as big of a joke."
Oh, I love it.
Yes. Yeah, but I mean, this is a giant problem that we have all these people that have been capitulating to these far right actors at the end of the day. Like we saw it with, Rachel Gilmore when they pressured CTV to take her off the fact check. Now we're seeing it with the debate commission that got pressured into letting Rebel News and True North ask more questions and have more journalists than the actual real journalists. We shouldn't even call them journalists, to be honest. It is a total attack on our democracy.
They're not journalists, and I do need to dig
They're
into
not.
this because I saw a comment about it. They are now a registered third party of Elections Canada. So I need to dig into why the organization would have done that.
What?
Because as a journalistic, if they want to be journalists, they wouldn't be a third party. Like we have to, at Smart Voting, have to register as a third party because we are giving election information and polling information. So what election information are they giving that they have to register as a third party?
Well, I have to say, I've had a couple of run-ins, honest to God, with Elections Canada here in the last 26 months. Because one, I received a robocall long before any situation started. Well, maybe it might have been shortly after, because I got the call that said, it screamed at my poor elderly mother, my 81-year-old mother, that you're a fool because Justin Trudeau is still Prime Minister of Canada on April the 1st. And she was startled. My mother has a cardiac condition. Don't do that, right? I was angry, lividly angry. I contacted my MP. My MP said, well, you know, and I'm like, are you effing kidding me, buddy? That was not the right answer. So now I'm getting a little heated. So I get another situation about what's going on with all this campaigning, which I'm pretty sure we all felt the same way, right? How did this happen? Because we've all are in the range. Let's be honest. We've had at least one election, possibly 4 under our belts that we've done, and yeah, things have changed a lot, and things that aren't necessarily for the good. Upon when I look at these things, now, as a person who has a disability, you're all safe that I don't drive because I can't walk a straight line. So I tried to get Elections Canada to help me. I have to leave my home on Saturday. I thankfully have a drive now, but that has changed. That you have to have bad hands. That's the only reason that you cannot have a home visit to vote. So I had to witness and sign, here's the irony, for my mother, okay, to sign her vote because she can't hold a pen, but she can still talk and everything and communicate. And I had to fill it and sign it as the electoral person, you know, turn their back to me today. But I was not allowed to have a vote of my own brought. And I have to leave my home come Saturday to go vote. What happened there? How does that make sense?
All of this was predictable. All of the exact same sequence of events, the exact same tactics. This is all the stuff that's happened already in the United States.
Is it just me? Or does that sound like voter suppression? Because here's why I say this. My mother was a little concerned, and she said, well, if I was to go to a nursing home, you come into the nursing home, there's no question, and there's lots of people in the nursing home that can write. So why was this a big deal? And why didn't you bring an extra ballot for my daughter, who does have disabilities of an issue of her own? So that was a little surprising, right? Like, I got to say, I'm already thinking about what's going to happen to me on Saturday. So
I think that the difference is that in those situations they would, as it's being said in the comments, they would expect you to vote by mail. When I think that why there's the difference of an elderly person that's in a home or in a hospital, that's technically their place of residence, but it's also most of the time public. It's public residence in some sort of way. So that's accommodations that's made for the elderly, but like I'm also a person with disabilities. I get it. Like if I can't put my leg on, I'm stuck home. I'm not going anywhere. So
well, that's it, right? And I'm just thinking, I don't leave the house for my own issues, but I cannot walk a straight line, and I do fall. I stumble. People would think whether I sat here and was playing bingo or not that I was not sober. So even if I am. So the thing is, so there's a lot of like bobbing and weaving and stuff. So I don't, and I'm scared that I might fall. I have already broken my bones at least 9 times. I don't really like spending time in a cast. It really sucks. So that's my thing. I thought this was I was very surprised by that. Slightly annoyed, very annoyed, to be honest. But yeah, so.
I got to take off, so I just want to say bye to everyone. Thanks for having me up, and have a good conversation.
Thanks,
Sojan. Thanks so much.
Peace.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop out too. Thank you everyone for the talk. It was great being here.
Take care.
Thanks for the conversation, everybody. And I just want to say that I'm a big fan of everybody that has been on the panel. Calvin, I think you're doing absolutely wonderful things. I love seeing your videos come across my feed. Also, Devin, I love your videos as well. Being a conservative turned left voter, I am also one of those. So I appreciate your content. And thank you guys for letting me babble on. I appreciate you all.
Thank you so much for being here.
Also, thank you.
What's it called? I'm a little late to the show. I needed some time to cool down because that was a complete shit show today. This was all predictable. Everything's been predictable. Even us being doxxed by other people, it was predictable. This was the same playbook the United States did. The content creators that were trying to educate and spread awareness in the United States were attacked. They were doxxed. Exactly what happened to JB, exactly what happened to a few content creators. Once you reach a certain point in your views and your following, you're going to get attacked. I called it 2 weeks ago. I think I called it on the live here. I don't know where, but I said Pierre Poilievre is going to do a stunt, some kind of PR stunt to supercharge his base, because that's exactly what Donald Trump did. This is the exact same freaking playbook, and I'm freaking pissed. Oh my God. And to have the Jagmeet Singh, the Bloc Québécois guy, and Mark Carney, they all have security clearances, so they know exactly what's going on. They should have set aside their freaking differences and helped Mark Carney. I mean, if I would have been there, I would have told off those. I would have told them off. That's for damn effing sure. Like, really? This is a matter of national security. And Mark Carney should have finished that sentence on the last country that wants to take control of Canada. I know he was going to say the U.S., but he should have let it out and put PP on the spot. Oh my God, I am pissed the F off. This boosted
I feel you.
This boosted the conservatives. Like, it boosted their following. It supercharged their base. Yeah, Mark Carney might have won the points and might have gotten his message across, but nobody, not the general public, doesn't have the information that we have. You know? So the way that debate was perceived by the general public, Pierre Poilievre came on top because he was confident, he was dominant, he was interruptive. Like,
but the issue is at this stage in the game, and because again, you can't tell me, because we've all sat there. I've seen our videos, each one of us here. We've all sat back and said, don't talk about taxes because Justin Trudeau's lowered those. Don't talk about anything with your reduction of income tax. Again, Trudeau did those. Trudeau had the CERB. Trudeau was taking care of children. Trudeau was taking care of issues with daycare. He was making sure that your children were fed in schools. He was doing all of those things. They all sit back, though, Calvin, and they all say, oh, we got tired. What did you get tired of? Because everything that you're sitting here and you're, no offense, we're pissing and moaning about is something that is happening on an internationally level. Yeah. Let's talk about that, right? It is happening everywhere. So are you going to say what's happening in the U.S. is because of JT? It didn't happen, right? No. It wasn't because of that.
Let him finish.
This started back in 2008. I have a chart, a graph. It's called Democratic Backsliding. And it's the same playbook in every single country. So why doesn't our Central Intelligence Agency, their FBI, and every other government international organization recognize these freaking brands? I'm a normal citizen. We're all normal citizens on this panel. How the hell we have all these intelligence agencies? The same effing playbook has been used in every single country. Why can't they make a system to prevent this shit from happening?
The IDU.
What is it?
I totally agree with you, Calvin. It's honestly super infuriating, and this is what I was trying to say earlier, is that I think that's why I kept saying, if I put myself in a conservative supporter shoe, if I put myself in their bodies and their minds, I would have said that PP did great tonight because he was talking over people, he was aggressive, and that's exactly what they like. It emboldens them. So it did.
Especially with the youth that they're targeting, right? Young men.
It was Trump.
This supercharged the young men in universities base big time. Not in just university, but young men in general that have never voted before in politics.
Yeah. And I wanted to let some other people, I wanted to let some other people speak as well because I know we have Miss Radical back on the panel and I know she really wanted to say something from earlier, so I want to let her speak, and then I'm going to go to Jazzy and Hoogie because that's a new person on the panel. So I just want to touch base with those people and then we'll continue the conversation. But Miss Radical, please chat.
I just think, like, after watching it, I don't see this was a win for Pierre Poilievre. I don't think it was a win, actually, for any of them. I was disappointed Mark Carney didn't have better skill around debate, but he didn't get an opportunity to speak. They were jumping on him like hyenas. And it was constant and it was annoying because he couldn't get one thing out. And I was really disappointed with Jagmeet. Really disappointed with Jagmeet. I've been growing used to that feeling over the past few weeks, which makes me really uncomfortable. I'm hoping that creators, I don't know who was saying it earlier, but they were talking about creators and what our responsibility is. Get out and vote, get out and take action. I think creators also have to take responsibility and start getting out there and getting involved as well. Whether it's government, whether it's community, and it's not just for the camera, it's getting out there. I'd love to see some creators talk about going and taking office, going up and voting for school boards, going up and voting for parent councils, community centers. I had an opportunity in Calgary to be part of our community center, and it was an awesome experience. I got to work with the city Calgary on what a right-winger would call a 15-minute city policy, but actually it upped the neighborhood's property's value by $200,000 or $300,000. And it was a great experiment to be part of. It takes a lot of mindful thinking to be part of these projects, but we can be a part of that. And if we can inspire them to vote, we can inspire people to get out and start creating change. And we are the beginning of that.
That's exactly, I totally 100% agree with you. I've said this from the very start. The whole political atmosphere has changed. We don't have time to be pleasant and polite. We have to cut the bullshit and tell people how it is.
I agree. Jazzy.
Hey. So nice seeing you guys. I'm back. I'm going to say, and this kills me to say it, I was texting my friends back and forth in another province, and two of them were Carney voters prior to the debate, and they straight out told me that PP changed their vote, and I have no idea how. I don't know how. I actually got a text that said, "Damn, he just changed my mind."
This is what I was talking. This is what me and Calvin were talking about.
And I thought she was joking, and I was on JB's live, and they were doing people were putting like cowboy hats on their heads and those ducks and all that stuff, and I sent her one of those pictures. I'm like, thinking she's kidding, and she was like, "No, I'm serious." I'm like, oh my god! But I did watch CBC, and they interviewed 3 people, and there was one gentleman on there from New Brunswick who that debate made his mind up for Liberal. And I know New Brunswick right now, I think some places are leaning more conservative. I don't think it's out of all the Atlantic provinces, it's the least Liberal, I think.
Think about it. It's out of 3, you have 1 still voting, and that probably is a person that's very knowledgeable in the system. But as a general population, PP killed it tonight. It was all performative.
100% did, and it kills me to say that, and
I don't
it terrifies
necessarily
me.
agree.
I think what PP did tonight, I can't call him this right now. I'm sorry. For me, when I was watching, it's not necessarily PP. I just think there was so many opportunities Carney could have popped in there. But another comment I heard, and it's almost like conflicting comments from different people on the same thing. So I'm pretty sure you guys all noticed Carney stood there while everybody else let everybody else speak and just go, they were attacking him, but all three were attacking him together, and he just stood there. I've heard people say like that wasn't good, like he wasn't giving eye contact, he wasn't engaging, and that then I had someone else say that was very like what we want our leader to be doing. He was taking on that was a leadership role. So I don't know. I came out of it.
Which is crazy that like aggressiveness is somehow better than being polite and letting people talk. That's the world we live in today.
I know.
Question.
I'm
Question,
hearing
Jazzy.
opposite.
Do you think, Jazzy? Do you think that that he actually did that great tonight, or do you think that maybe it was just a very unexpected Pierre Polyev that people saw tonight?
I think that if you're undecided and you turn on the debate tonight, and that is pretty much all you followed, I would have come out thinking PP was the winner, not knowing the background, and that's my fear. This whole election has just been fear for me, anyways. But that's my take. That if you weren't following and you only clued in tonight, PP looked like he, I know his smirks. I wanted to like smack my phone, or watching it, but not everybody knows his. Yeah.
Yeah, you're 100%. Like Mark Carney could have came out and said, Quebec, I love Quebec. If I'm prime, he could have made an ally right there, and he could have told Quebec, you're going to be at the table as soon as we get back, and we're going to start to negotiate. You're going to be at the table. Just be with me, be with my boy. He would have had Quebec on his side all the way through. And then
so do you think he lost Quebec
he
tonight?
could have nailed Pierre Poilievre at so many issues. Like the carbon tax, and foreign interference. He could have told the Canadian people he wants to get rid of the tax so he can solely trade with the Americans so they can control us. He wants us to be like, he could have done so much friggin' stuff. This is the frustrating part of smart people.
Hold on. Hold on. Sorry, time out. I just want to make sure that everybody's getting a chance to talk. And I know there's 3 people on this panel that haven't really gotten a chance. There's Hoagie, Ash, and Dynamite. So I just want to make sure that we're letting them speak a little bit, and then I promise we'll get a chance for everybody to speak, but it's nice to hear some other people's opinions as well. I know that Hoagie was up here first, and then Ash, and then Dynamite. So Hoagie, welcome, and can we just quickly get a location for you?
Yeah, I'm in Ontario, Northern Ontario.
Okay, great. What do you want to add to the conversation?
Oh God, I'm so furious. I'm furious, and I don't know, disillusioned really. We all know why there was a shift, why there's this migration of support to the Liberals, right? We know why New Democrats and the Bloc supporters have moved to Carney. It's not because all of a sudden our principles and our ideals have shifted and realigned with the Liberals, right? None of us are liberals. It's all strategic, right? It's a strategic move because we can't let Poilievre and the Conservatives win, right? I think we're pretty much all in agreement with that. We all see that. That's pretty clear. So why would the NDP and the Bloc adopt a strategy to attack Carney? Why I don't understand this. This is insane. They somehow think that if they damage Carney enough, that they'll win back their support. They'll win back their base. They're going to win back those votes. That's not going to happen. All you've done was you've effectually legitimized Pierre Poilievre. So all of those undecided voters, all of those young voters who may be voting for the first time, those young white male voters who spend a lot of time watching, Andrew Tate or whoever, right? A lot of these people have now just realized, okay, well, maybe Poilievre's that's the guy for me. And Poilievre, he did a pretty good job, right? So all that they've done, all that they were able to do, I think, and this is to Jazzy's point, because I agree with her. To Jazzy's point, a lot of these undecided voters who are flip flopping between liberals and conservatives, I don't know. All that this debate really did was secure more votes for Polyev. It brought those undecided voters from the liberals to the conservatives. It didn't win NDP votes back. It didn't win Bloc votes back. So I don't know. I
don't want to cut in line or anything, but for myself, I watched the entire debate start to finish, and I went into that debate fully voting conservative. Like, I was going in with the mindset, I'm 100% voting conservative, and I'm still leaving the debate voting conservative, but I left watching that debate liking Pierre less. Personally.
Yeah, that's what I've heard as well. Yeah. I'm waiting for my turn, but yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but that's
Yeah.
just how I felt.
That's fantastic.
Ash, go for it.
Yeah, so basically I've had at least I have groups of people that I've been studying because they're all undecided, and I'm in Calgary, but I'm from Toronto, so I have people in Toronto, I have people on the East Coast, I have people in Alberta who I'm keeping tabs on, seeing how they feel about things. Coming out of this debate, they like Carney more. They like Pierre less. And not because Pierre did anything bad, it's because he was quiet and didn't seem to have any new information. That's the feedback I'm getting. Whereas with Carney, they asked him very tough questions, and it seemed that he held his composure, and everything he answered was very comprehensive and informative. That's the feedback I'm getting.
That's interesting.
So I
just
think
a quick question to the people that you're hearing from, right? What is the population base? Are they more leaning towards education?
No, I work in trade, so everyone I talk to usually votes conservative or liberal, maybe, but the past 10 years, conservative. And then I have some people in Toronto that usually vote NDP who are no longer voting NDP. They're going to vote liberal.
You just gave me some hope. I might be able to sleep tonight because of your comments.
Because the only thing conservatives care about is that someone is going to take care of the economy and they're going to act diplomatic. These are the red conservatives, right? The people that go back and forth.
Yeah, the progressive conservatives.
Coming out of the debate, the feedback I've heard, it's hard to tell the difference between the platform of Carney and Pierre. It just seems like Carney is a smarter Pierre. That's the feedback I've gotten.
So Abacus just released an initial impressions of the debate. I don't know how they compare to the others, but it's Carney. It's in the comments. Carney plus 37, PP plus 23, and Singh plus 6. So I don't know.
I think that at the end of the day, though, it really depends on people's background in terms of how they understand government, how they understand economy. If there is a good understanding, because a lot of the progressive conservatives are actually, even if they're in trades, they're still smart. They're still educated on how things work, right? But I think that for a lot of uneducated people that kind of just take whatever their leaders tell them as the word of God, for a lot of them, though, that they probably came out liking PP more because he just seemed more aggressive. He seemed like he knew what he was talking about, even though he just repeated the same things over and over and over that we've already heard for the last 3 years nonstop. But the way that he carried himself, I think, did better with people that are less educated on how our government systems work and how global economy works. And then the people that have more education on it could realize that even though Carney had the toughest questions and even though people were ganging up on him, he had really good answers and he was very calm. Yeah. So I think that's really, at the end of the day, how it went, depending on people's backgrounds. But like I said, right, if you don't have a background of civics education and economy, then I think that PP kind of came out on top. But if you do understand the basics of these things, then probably Carney came out on top. But their demeanor was the complete opposite. Carney was polite and calm and waited for his turn and didn't try to talk over anybody. But PP came out very aggressively, and a lot of people really like that. because they think that's what it's about, because they look at these debates as a sports game.
Okay, but then what's the reason for Jagmeet? He came out aggressive and everyone hates him for it.
Because he's a progressive, and progressives are usually not like that. So a lot of the progressives that were his support before have really, like, the progressives have really not liked him that much since September. Really. That's when he started kind of campaigning in a more aggressive way and started really attacking the liberals. And a lot of the progressives didn't like that because they were like, well, wait a minute. We're not about, partisanship. We're about working together. And what they wanted to see from him is a willingness to continue to work together with whatever party is going to come next, and with the party that they were working with, right? Like, they just didn't like the attack style. So his base is a very different type of person than the conservative base. And they did not like that kind of an attitude. Because at the end of the day, there's going to be no conservatives that are all of a sudden going to switch to NDP. That's just never going to happen.
I wonder how many of the undecided are youth, because I just thought of something, and this may be so silly, but I have a child that is of the age that tomorrow is Good Friday, so university students are probably not in tonight watching a debate. So I'm just wondering how many of those undecided, because let's face it, if you're voting conservative and you have your mind, you've got your mind made up. If you're his base, nothing tonight changed his base. He may have aggravated people speaking to supporting Ukraine, which is horrific to even think that people would be upset about that. But that's something he spoke about cutting, and he spoke to pretty much the opposite of that tonight. But my biggest fear, I think I've expressed it before, has been the youth vote. So I don't know. I don't know if they're all sitting around in a dorm room watching the debate. I know.
From my anecdotal experience, when I went door knocking, it was actually the older generation that was undecided, not the younger ones. The younger ones knew exactly who they were going to vote for, and some of them even told me to F off as soon as they saw me door knocking for a progressive party. It was the older guys. It was the guys 60 plus. That was actually a lot of the undecideds that I came into contact with. Again, that is not a representation of Canada. That was just my own personal anecdotal experience when I went door knocking. So, but I know, Devin, you wanted to say something.
So I might give some people a little bit of hope here, but I live in an Indigenous community and they never vote. It's always been conservative here. And there's lawn signs for liberals all over the place. And they're all, like, the people I'm talking to are like, we fucking hate PP. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to swear. But we hate PP. And
you're allowed to swear. You're allowed to swear on lives. You just can't make, like, violent comments. And you can't, there's certain words that are tricky. But, yeah, you can swear.
Okay, yeah, it's just like they've always said, like, voting is the white man's system and all that stuff. And now they're animated, and pretty much everyone I know in my community is wanting to vote now.
Yeah, you're actually the third Indigenous person I've heard say that. I have one friend that is from a reserve in Southern Ontario, one from Northern Ontario. Both have said that both of their communities are actively going to vote this session, and they've never done it before.
And I'm
Wow.
Eastern Ontario.
Yeah.
Well, I hope whoever gets elected represents them well.
Well, we were on a boil water advisory for like almost 20 years, and it was, whether you want to give them credit or not, Trudeau that lifted it.
Well, what I'm hearing is because Carney is going to upkeep Bill C-69, and he also includes Indigenous people every time he speaks about pipelines.
Yes, that's a big part of it too, because he keeps saying Indigenous people need a seat at the table.
Yeah.
And they really like that. But they also, because Pierre's comments in the past with Indigenous people do not like them.
Well, he also reiterated today in the debate that he would still use, force to build these pipelines, whether he had cooperation with Indigenous or not. So I think he already put the nail in the coffin for Indigenous people there.
The reason why a lot of people are angry at Jagmeet right now You see, because he let his ego and his attempt to try to reclaim power get in the way of the best interest of the country. And his base knows that. That's why they're so pissed at him. This whole shift away from the NDP was only because people were trying to safeguard our country and using smartvoting.ca. He really wasn't losing power. He was losing votes because of that, because we were trying to safeguard our country. And with university students are already in the bag with podcasts and with Jordan Peterson. So it didn't matter if they didn't watch the debate tonight. They're already infiltrated. They're already targeted way longer than this debate ever started. That's how they were targeted. So if they watched this, it didn't matter. First Nations know the danger of Pierre Poilievre and his policies and his commitment on getting rid of the Constitution and First Nation rights. That's why all across Canada, First Nations are standing up, because we do have a direct say on over 39 seats across the country. That's all.
So another aspect of like the Indigenous community that I've heard, my best friend, she's Cree, as am I, and she comes from Alberta originally, and she used to love Donald Trump. And now, after his threats to Canada and all that stuff, she changed her mind about Trump, and then she saw the parallels with Pierre. So it turned her off from him. And so now she's voting for Liberals.
Hello.
I'll just say
Tess,
one more thing.
welcome to the panel.
Take off,
Thank you.
if that's okay.
Hold on. Let's let Dynamite say his point, and then we'll go to you right after.
Sure.
I was just gonna say I watched the whole debate. It was pretty bland overall. I don't really think because of the debate it's gonna swing many voters. I think people who already had their mind made up, that's how it was gonna be. I don't think there was anything major that's gonna make any crazy changes. And just to touch, and like I was saying before, just to touch on what Calvin was saying, he was saying that everyone went in there and left liking Pierre more, which I'm voting conservative, but I didn't watch that debate and leave it liking Pierre more.
Do you mind, before you leave, if I ask you what made it, what part of the debate or what happened in the debate that made you like him less?
I don't know. Maybe it was more the first time of me seeing him live and not just clipped on the internet. But I just liked him less. I don't know if it was the way he was talking or if I don't necessarily. There's nothing specific. I just remember thinking to myself while watching it, like, yeah, just something about him just rubbed me the wrong way. He's not a very likable person, and I can see how people dislike him. I get it. I totally get why people would dislike him. Like, if who was the other person that was running for conservative leader? Chabot?
Was it Patrick Brown, or are you talking about like the last?
Was it Jean Chabot or Jean Chabot or whatever?
In what leadership race?
For the conservatives, for the conservative leadership.
Wasn't that Patrick Brown though?
If someone,
I think he's saying John Charest.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, okay.
I think if they were in position, it would be a landslide. But because Pierre is so unlikable, we have a close race. That's strictly my opinion.
Okay, well, thank you so much for letting us know.
So I watched the French debate and the English debate. And in both of them, I don't know why everybody is upset thinking that Pierre did so much better. Maybe it's my bias to Carney, but all I seen was the same old Pierre with the same rhetorical answers, the same rhetorical slogan. Every single answer started with the lost liberal decade, and it's just like, come on. I don't see what everybody else is seeing, that he did so much better. I did see him talking over Carney and not even allowing him to finish his answer. I did see him downgrade UNRWA on the French debate. So I don't see where everybody thinks he's done so much better, in my opinion.
Oh, for sure. That was. Go ahead.
His content wasn't any better. You, me, and everybody on this panel, and a lot of a minority of the population of Canadians know that he didn't do better. He did better performatively to a base that is educated, but they aren't knowledgeable of how the election system works in Canada and how the election systems and the rights and responsibilities of provinces. He played a performance. He could have said pretty much anything up there. It was just a performance. And as a young youth, the young youth gravitated towards that. Those people that were undecided, that doesn't have the knowledge that we do, gravitated to it. That's the only reason why we're saying he did well. Not on substance, not on content, but his performance. Basically, he did a really good performance. Good fake acted person.
Exactly. No, you nailed it. I agree with you, Tess. I don't think they personally. We all see through the veneer. I don't personally think he won, but objectively, like for other people, for undecided people who might be flip flopping between Carney and Polyev, they don't know. For those people, Polyev did a good job. I think he was able to win a lot of them.
Well,
But I guess it depends on what part of the country, because it's different for Ash, where Ash is, right? I think in my part of the country, it's
Where are you? What province?
Northern Ontario.
Okay, so everyone I know is from Southern Ontario, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, and in Alberta here, where I'm staying.
Right.
See, and you can attribute that between professionalism and trade and education. See, in Nova Scotia, where I'm from, a lot of people depend on fishing and the industry for a living. So our population is leaning towards that of not being knowledgeable of the system or how the system is governed or the responsibilities of provinces. Whereas Ontario and other parts of the country, you have more of a sophisticated understanding of the system that governs them, right? And this is where I'm seeing Atlantic Canada used to all be liberal, all the way straight through Nova Scotia to Newfoundland, but it has flipped to conservative because of exactly what it is. It's the populations, and you nailed it right there. Ontario is more broader in I don't want to say education, because that's not what I'm trying to say, but their understanding on the system, I guess.
I
Whereas
would say
more over
outreach,
here.
because Northern Ontario is neglected very badly by Doug Ford, or as opposed to Southern Ontario. So people in Southern Ontario do tend to vote a lot differently than Northern Ontario based on that, you know?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm Southern Ontario, and I know my area. It's blue almost everywhere in our area. I get in so many arguments in debates.
And for Northern Ontario, is this kind of like, it's a real enigma, right? Because for most of Northern Ontario, we have been New Democrat through and through, but that comes from like the old days, right? From back when the CCF was around, and it was farmers and laborers and unionists and socialists, because we're very industry. Our whole economy is based on industry, right? Either primary or secondary industries, either in manufacturing or resource-based industries, right? So it was always New Democrat or a little bit liberal. But in recent years, it's completely flipped, and now we're like blue for some reason. I have no idea. Well, I do know why.
That's
But
because
blue and a little bit liberal.
conservatives have taken over the base that NDP. So NDP used to be the working man, unions, et cetera, et cetera. Now the conservatives have been cosplaying as the working party. when they never done that before. So I think they kind of stole the NDP's people in that sense, and then the Liberals stole whatever was left.
That's right. And I think this election and this debate was a really good opportunity for the NDP to adopt a completely different strategy than the one that they went with. I think Jagmeet should have went straight after Polyev and exposed him in his record, and tried to maybe, well, not that I think he would have been able to win back very many of that blue collar vote, but I think that should have been his target anyways.
Yeah, like the union breaking, the right to work legislation,
Exactly.
like that would be true NDP values.
Exactly.
If he really went for that and exposed him on that, I feel like that would have been helpful for everybody on that panel.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. 100% agree.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like they were kind of ignoring Pierre, which worked in his favor in a sense. Yeah. I don't know. Carney was coming off a little smug at some points. Just like his little smiles when they accused him of things, and that little joke that he made when Yves Francois was like, "We should all meet up after this," and he was like, "Oh yeah, we can all meet up. Hey, even the host can meet up." And then the Yves was like, "That's disrespectful." Just little comments. I know he likes to joke, but I feel like, and maybe he does that because he's nervous, but I have gotten a couple comments saying like, I liked him, but he was a little smug, but like I do like him better than Pierre, so I'll deal with it.
I'll be honest. If I would probably do something similar, because that's kind of my go-to, and I feel like I'm being attacked by everybody. I kind of like rely on a little bit of humor to get me through it. So I can see maybe where that came from.
Blanchett also took some nice
though.
jabs at Carney as well. Like he held no punches, something along the lines of, well, you're in your castle or whatever. And there was another one. There were two specific jabs. I can't remember them exactly in the moment, but it was funny how he clutched his pearls as soon as he got a jab back.
I know, in the fairy tale comment and the Harry Potter comment, and he was really coming in hot in both debates.
He was. And then as soon as he gets a little back, it's, oh, clutch my pearls.
Wait, are we all, who's everyone voting for? I'm just curious.
You know what? You could put a hay bale with a red Liberal sign, and I'll be voting for it.
Yeah.
That's where I am.
I think most of us are voting Liberal, but I think most of us are also voting strategically.
Yeah. That's
So
right.
I think that a lot of us are just in ridings where Liberals seem like they have the best chance. So
Yeah. So, like, in my situation, as a registered conservative who will not be voting for Pierre Poilievre, I could literally just not vote, and the Liberals going to win my area. Because right now they're pulling.
Your mic muted. He might have gotten a call.
oh, I can hear you. I can see the little blue.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, no. So, as a registered conservative in my riding, which I had moved to a few years ago, the riding I'm in now is straight Liberal. Like, she's just gonna walk away with it, and it's gonna be like, hands down, here you go. But had I had stayed where I was living, it would have been Mark Carney's riding, and that is going to go Liberal as well. It had a chance to go either way prior to Mark Carney taking over, but that's where my vote would have been, depending on who won the leadership race, would have been from either I'm not going to vote or I'm going to vote strategically. And voters like me, if we don't vote, this is where when people say like, oh, you have to get out and vote. Not really, because if my vote was supposed to go to the Conservative and I'm not voting, they've lost that one vote. So it literally helps anybody on the left.
You got to take one for the team and move to Danielle Smith's riding because it seems the Liberals are following you.
No. No.
Please.
I've done my time in Alberta. I loved my time in Alberta, but that was the early 2000s. And now they would not like me there because there'd be a whole lot of people getting hurt.
I just moved to Calgary, and Calgary is looking red. It's looking a little crazy.
Calgary is, Edmonton is.
Danielle Smith turned Alberta red.
They both did.
Yep.
But it's the fundamentals on, like a lot of people will talk about it and they'll say conservatives, but conservatives are made up of like 5 different groups of people. We've basically just umbrellaed one party on the right, and that's where the flip comes from. So
yeah. And don't forget, hold on, I gotta get this point before I forget. And don't forget, guys, the change in Alberta and flipping all these seats is the direct result also of all of your guys' hard work on educating the public. That's all I want to say.
Well, there's that, but there's also just there's too many people, and it's to the right wing. Facts don't matter, which logic doesn't matter, which is why their numbers make no sense. Like the amount of times I hear the majority of people in Alberta are gonna vote to leave the country, and it's like, well, your highest polling is 30%. Like that's your top. Like, where's 30%? Or the youth vote, the majority of the youth are voting for Poilievre. And then when you break it down and you look at it, it's 46% of the youth vote is voting in favor of the Conservatives. But when I break that down, it actually turns out to be 42% white male driven between 18 and 25. At no point have you ever shown me a number that even comes close to being a majority. Like, the best number you had was 46% of the youth vote. Last I checked, that doesn't give you a majority of anything.
And I think Danny has a big push towards their votes like that, because a lot of them are seeing a lot of the ugly side of her.
I'm hearing so many narratives, like even in Calgary here, because I think a lot of people, which I didn't realize the importance of a provincial premier and how much power they actually have until this election. Like, before this election, I feel like people didn't think it mattered. They're like, oh, I'm not going to vote for the provincial premier. It doesn't matter. We only vote federal. But now I feel like people are awakened to all the responsibilities they have within this election. And I think from here on out, we're going to see a bigger turnout for provincial elections, especially in Ontario and other places.
Well, yeah. And I tend to find, I saw that out west too, even beforehand, not as bad as it was now. Like, when I was there early 2000s, like, I grew up in Ottawa. So, and I grew up in a political family. So, like, I knew the city mayors, I knew my city councilors, like, in multiple ridings. I knew my provincial representatives and different people in that, because we'd end up at Queen's Park all the time. Because my dad with the community, we would have to go and get funding from all levels of government. So we ended up knowing a lot of politicians. So I grew up with that advantage, knowing, okay, my municipal government covers, like, basically my daily, here you go. And my provincial government is going to be like my monthly sort of, here you goes. And the federal's my yearly. And when you break it down like that in a frame of mind, your municipal government is the one that does the most for you, but they have the least. So they always tend to depend on the provincial governments. And that's where the whole log jam starts coming in. So when you understand it like that and then figure out, okay, well, where's the provincial government putting my money? Because they're getting money from the cities, because you collect in the taxes and everything else that they're supposed to send out, right? All your municipal taxes. And then they're collecting from the federal government from their spending budgets. But then your provincial government's supposed to spend that out through everybody. So if you're not getting what you're supposed to be getting, that's the problem with your provincial government. And it's like, where's that going? So in Alberta right now, when you look at it, and they get $150 million for healthcare, and they don't put any of that into healthcare, and then you complain that, like, well, the healthcare sucks, but then complain that it's the federal government's fault. Well, I don't know how that happens. But then you had JT, who literally opened it up for a lot of people before he stepped down last year, when he started earmarking every single dollar that he sent to Alberta, right? This was going to dental. This was going to this. And they had to spend it there. And Danny was losing her mind over it, because that was the federal government's right to say, no, this is the money we're getting for this. It must be spent. This is the money we're getting for this. It must be spent. And then it all routes back into big oil. And then Danny went and raised the property tax, 27%. They freaked out. Calgary freaked out because of a 3% increase from the municipality. And Danny turned around and jumped 27.
Do you guys think that we could be forced to vote like in Australia?
I don't think that would be a bad idea.
And we get like a hot dog at the end or something?
I would be totally on board with that. I think mandatory elections are great, to be honest. You're forced to vote. If you don't, you pay a fine. If you don't pay that fine, you lose your driver's license. Easy.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is
that, though.
It would have to be so that it's not too punitive to like disabled people and elderly.
Well, obviously, and they have special like rules and stuff around that, right? Like if you can't get to your polling station, there's rules around it. There's exceptions. But if you are an able-bodied human that has an easy time voting, there's no reason for you not to vote.
But I see, and this is where I don't like it, because my not voting is essentially the same as me just what do we call it?
Spoiling a ballot.
Spoiling the ballot, right? It's my democratic right to either vote or not vote. By me not voting, I'm not just telling my party that I'm not voting. I'm telling every party, you guys aren't talking to me. Why aren't you talking to me? So like when you look at like Ontario's provincial election, where almost, what was it? We were 50, no, I think we were around 50% of our population.
Less than 50%. Less than 50% voted.
15 million people in the province. And between the three parties, you guys couldn't figure out how to get 7.5 million plus people to come out and vote for you.
But are we always going to blame the parties though, or should we also blame people that are completely uninterested and ignorant in what's going on in the world?
But here's the thing: in Ontario, the one thing we could all agree on in Ontario was Doug Ford was horrible, but he was better than Kathleen Wynne. And the Liberal Party kept putting Kathleen Wynne on every single one of their ads, which hurt the hell out of them. And then you had the NDP, who literally came out and cut their base off at the knees and said, yeah, we don't align with you guys anymore. We don't believe in like what's going on in Gaza as being a genocide, basically, and turned half of their voting populace away. They were what's going on? So a lot of people just said, we're not voting. Because you gave me nothing to vote for.
That's what a write-in option is for. You put a write-in option, you still have to vote, but you can just write in no one and then hand it in. That's a vote.
Also,
but you have to legally hand in a ballot.
Parties like Conservatives thrive off of low voter turnout too.
Exactly. But that should be the call to the left side parties to figure out why is it, because, and then this was the big one for me, when you watched Ontario after that election, you had the Liberals celebrating like they just won everything, and the NDP was coming out like, we're amazing. And it was like, you literally lost to 15% of the population.
Yeah.
And you're celebrating great victories.
I agree with you. I think the responsibility of these parties should be about getting the messaging out and getting in touch to the voters. That is not happening. The Conservative Party is doing this, and they're doing it with manipulation and propaganda, but at least they recognize this exact problem, and they're doing it, and they're targeting audiences, university kids, males. This is exactly what political parties have to start doing.
Well, yes and no. You got to find the issues that are driving the non-voters. So you have to get out and talk to people. Even the not, like, it doesn't matter. You got to find out what makes the right tick. You got to find out what makes the right center tick. You got to figure out what makes the right of center tick.
But there's people that don't even understand that there's something such as right and left. Like, I know people here in BC that have never voted. They will never vote. They don't pay any attention. They don't understand politics at all. They don't even understand that the roads that they drive on every day are paid for by our taxes. Like, they don't know anything. These people, no matter how hard you try, will never be interested in politics. The only thing that could potentially make them interested is to know that there's a fine if they don't spend the time and actually learn about some party platforms and learn about how the government works, because the only thing they care about is partying on the weekends, going on vacation, and their chai tea lattes at Starbucks. Like, that is their world, and they don't give a shit about anything else. It's the unfortunate reality. And when you ask them, like, hey, what political issues like really matter to you? They're like, I don't know. Because they don't know, they don't understand how any of it works.
But see,
because we've never had any incentive to get involved.
And I don't know if you've had the same experience.
That you don't mind, don't vote.
I don't know if you've had the same experience as me. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Ash, go for it.
Beaver, I don't know if you had the same experience as me, but I've gotten DMs from people who said, like, I never really cared about politics until I found your channel. And I didn't know what each party stood for. I don't know if you've gotten messages like that.
I have.
I tend to attract a lot of the people who are already politically engaged. I don't think I attract too many like non-political people, because especially on TikTok and these platforms, like the algorithm feeds you the stuff you're already interested in.
Well, for me, it's like probably 60% of the people that come to me are not political. I've never cared about politics.
Yeah, I think I attract like the political base. Like, I attract the people who are very deep into politics already. I haven't gotten too many. I mean, there's a lot of people that just got into politics though over the last couple of months because of what's going on in the United States. So there are a lot of those as well. But again, I don't think that I'm the one that interested them. I think it's the issues in the States. And then they started searching for answers online and found different accounts. I do want to kind of bring this conversation to an end, because I have been live for 5 hours straight. I have not even had dinner, and I am starting to fade. The one thing, though, that I really wanted to touch on, though, before we go, because somebody just brought this to my attention in the last 15 minutes. As you guys know, the situation with Kilmara Bego Garcia, right? Apparently, this is the guy in the States that got sent to the El Salvadorian prison that was innocent. Do all of you guys know what I'm talking about?
The citizen that shouldn't have been deported, that ended up being deported, and then they don't want to bring him back, but they're told I think they're lying right now.
Senator met with him tonight. He's alive. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
But some weird shady shit is going on. I'm gonna have to dig into it much deeper. That's why I want to get my dinner, and then I want to start digging, because the pictures that came out with him from tonight, because there's pictures of him. Not necessarily, no, but I mean, Here, let me see if I
It
can
looks
do
like
this
he's
real
sitting in
quick.
the cafeteria.
He's sitting in a cafeteria. He's not in those like white clothes like all of the other ones. It still looks like he's got facial hair, which is odd because all the other members got everything shaved off, right? But he's wearing a baseball hat. He's in nice clothes. It's just odd. Like, it's really odd. There is definitely, and Rachel Maddow was talking about this, but I wasn't able to hear her. I was just trying to read the captions. It was all happening really fast. I was also paying attention to you guys. But she was saying how there's a part of this story that's not adding up right now because nobody's talked about like why he's all dressed up normally and they're in a cafeteria and he looks totally fine.
Well,
yeah.
How
doesn't
about
look
this
like
one?
he's been in a prison this whole time.
That was what, like 2 weeks, right? Almost 2 weeks now?
3 weeks. 3 weeks.
3 weeks. So, but that all came, and then everything, it's been like 2 weeks in court, roughly, that everything's been going on. So, if the El Salvadorian government wants to keep this alliance going, they have to sign to show, like, we're not that bad.
Yeah.
So,
but the El Salvadorian
now,
president tweeted and made fun of the senator and this guy. They were like, what did he say?
He still has to worry about what happens if they end up with him dead while this is going on, or anything that, like, torture-wise, comes back and then it ends their deal with Trump because
this
the
is what I
Republican
think you're
Party
right.
won't hold.
I think you're right
So-
because this is
So
what
2
the
weeks, you let him grow his beard for 2 weeks. When the guy shows up, he's dressed, he looks good, and now for camera purposes, look, see, we're not that bad, and now you can keep sending me my people.
I think you're bang on because this was the tweet that came from Nayib Bukele. And this actually goes to show that I think what you said is 110% on point. He said, Kilmar Abrego Garcia mysteriously risen from the, and then this is in quotation, D camps and torture camps, now sipping margaritas with Senator Van Hollen in the tropical paradise of El Salvador. So I think that's exactly it right there. He doesn't want people to know what's actually going on inside those prisons, and I think that he probably made a deal with Garcia saying, we're gonna work it out with you, we're gonna let you out, but you got to keep hush hush on everything that you saw here, so that you can get back home to your family.
Only because right now, if they were to go down and find him and say he was either dead or he was majorly beaten, and here you go. That gets back to Congress and the Senate, and right away, that's an American citizen that you tortured for no reason. Because you're racist. And that's going to be the end of the Republican Party, and they know it, and they'd have to get rid of Trump right now, and that'd be the end. It would be an automatic, you're done, J.D. Vance, you're done, everybody else, you're all done, because we got to look strong. And now we'll bow down to the Democrats for the next 4 years because that's who's going to end up in charge. And here you go. Because Mike Johnson would be gone too because you allowed that to happen as Speaker of the House when they said, hey, let's do this. And you said, oh, it's going to be one long day for the next year, so we don't have to vote on this topic.
Yeah. And that's exactly what...
All we got to do is get him back. And that's when the truth will come out. He's got to get back. He's probably, your guys are absolutely bang on. He's playing the part.
Yeah, but it's get back. But right now, if
they haven't even, hold on. They haven't even said they're going to send him back yet.
Yeah.
They haven't said that.
America hasn't even tried to.
And that's also, no matter what, if they're just playing this so that they don't look that bad, it's going to work with their support base. But on that note, I really got to end the show, guys, because we do have another show after this with another host, and I have to get some food because I'm done. Like my brain.
Have a good one.
I can't make up my words anymore. I need to eat food. So with that said, thank you guys so much for being here. We had a lot of fun tonight. fun/frustration. But thank you for being on the panel. Thank you for sharing your opinions. We'll see how things go. We'll keep each other updated. We're going to be back here tomorrow night with the debate live. So come and join us for that. And yeah, have a great night. Remember, if you want to follow us on YouTube, that would be great. If you want to join our Discord, links in our bio. If you want to check out our other show, the other shows are listed in our bio as well. So thank you so much and have a good night, guys.
Have a good one.
Good night.
Make sure you vote for Pierre.
Ew, Devin, no.
Good.